天上太阳风呀风风风嘞，心中太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们的结伴嘞，这里本身当家做主人，一呀一自由，两呀自由啊，这里本身当家做主人。天上太阳风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们奋勇前行嘞，革命江山一呀一片风嘞，一呀一自由，太阳自由啊，革命江山一呀一片风。我心中的片太阳，照得冰片绿一片风，长白千里歌声嘹亮，才能将发风起飞扬。现在江人为大海，温度为火山三百，眼泪年里动情歌唱，我们心中的红太阳。毛主席，我不随了你，你的头发拉进心肠，沿着森林出远离，万寿将万上将。天上太阳风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们的结伴嘞，这里本身当家做主人，一呀一自由，两呀自由啊，这里本身当家做主人。What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy, gray, cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive from sunny California, Los Angeles, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another fantastic Wednesday. It is 69 degrees and rainy out here. It's cloudy. It's shitty. But if there is one thing that I will say is a shiny beacon of light in all of this darkness, it is the fact that I am, by proximity, the closest I have ever been to the motherfucking chairman, the general secretary, the president, dear leader Xi Jinping, who is currently gracing the same airspace as myself in motherfucking San Francisco. That's right. The day of celebration. It's a day of celebration. The joyous day of celebration. His bravest soldier, HasanAbi Piker. Guess what, dude? HasanAbi Piker, your bravest soldier, is out here. Anyway, folks, I'm live and alive, and this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. What's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop stream button and press the start stream button, and guess what? A lot has happened, as a matter of fact. After a tumultuous debate-laden Felix Biederman broadcast, I ended the broadcast, quickly put down some fucking food that was very cold at this point. And made my way out to Offline TV. That's right. Fearan collaborates with Offline TV. Went over to the offline TV house and we played some games. I'm not going to tell you exactly what, but we got down and we got dirty. And then afterwards, I came home. I was a little drunk. Passed the fuck out. Woke up at 6 a.m. Went, worked out before the rain. Came home. Took a shower. And now I'm here. That's right. Talked to my bank. Talked to my tax guy. All right. How's those numbers looking? Oh, baby. Let me tell you something, okay? Especially in moments like this when we're talking about, like, Israel engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Fuck, man. I'm paying for, like, I'm going to tell you, I'm paying for a lot of Tamir interceptors, okay? Like, a lot. I'm fucking balling out. Does that mean when there are streamers out there saying mean stuff? What? Does that matter when there are streamers out there saying mean stuff in mean ways? What do you mean? Who looked the hottest in the calendar shoot? Probably Will and Austin or maybe Cutie. Definitely not me. Your tax evasion accountant is in here in the chat every day. Why do you need to talk to him more? Yeah. One Piece update so I can go on with my day. I got nothing. I haven't watched anything, dude. I did watch the new David Fincher joint, dude. Oh my God. Let me tell you something. Oh, that's true. I did watch a movie. I watched The Killer. Not last night, but before. And boy, was that a movie. Okay? It was so good. It was so good. It's not like, it's not going to change your life. It's not going to change your life at all, but, and there's nothing to spoil. People saying spoilers, nothing to spoil. That's why it's good, as a matter of fact. The reason why I think it's good is because it basically serves you a ham sandwich. And it says this is a ham sandwich and it's only going to be a ham sandwich and it's not going to be anything else. You're joking, right? It was empty, bro? No. It was wall to wall. It was wall to wall, perfectly designed, very gritty at times, very brutal at times. There's a fight sequence where a person is described as an animal by another witness, okay? And there was this long 5-minute fight sequence, and it was so well done. It was so well done. It was, I don't know how to describe it. It was just like, you really get the vibe that this character is fighting an animal. Like, it's a human animal. So, overall, great movie, great soundtrack. Great soundtrack. The usage of sound in this movie is out of control. Okay? And it's good. It's very good to just, like, sometimes watch a movie with no expectations and just enjoy it. The GOAT agrees with you. Oh, I saw this tweet, and that's kind of the reason why I watched it, because I didn't even know that I didn't read Hideo Kojima's actual review, but I just saw how long of a review he wrote for it, and I was like, oh, he liked it. Because I know when he doesn't like a fucking movie, he just says this. So I literally, I was like, oh, it's probably a good movie, then I'll watch it. I didn't even read the review, but I can read it now. I watched Fincher's new film, The Killer. Is it based on Lawrence Block's Killer Keller? I thought so, but it was a graphic novel. The OP, a collage of killing techniques, was surprisingly simple, and I thought, isn't that Mr. Kyle? At first, I was a bit disappointed, but I was drawn in from the very beginning of the film. I was emotionally involved with Fassbender, the nameless assassin without a name and without a dialogue. The Smiths' famous music played all over the place. As usual, Reznor's sound effects were superb. The film begins with a monologue about the weight of the assassination, the failure, the escape, and the counterattack. The film moves from Paris to Dominica to North America, showcasing the assassin's know-how, lessons learned, and details. While maintaining tension, the ups and downs of the story are as dramatic as the classics that morph from the opening to the closing chapters. This will be strong IP. Will it become a series? I wish I had seen it in a movie theater. Highly recommended. Thumbs up. I agree. You went to Fincher with no expectations? Yes, I did. Did I like the ending? Did I like the ending? I didn't mind it. You know what I liked about the ending, actually? You know what I liked about the ending? No, I do watch movies. That's not true. I'm not like a major movie head like Will, but I watch movies. I don't listen to music. I do watch movies. It's not even a spoiler, chat. That's it. There is no spoilers in this movie. It is not a movie that you can spoil. And the reason why I liked it is for that reason, because normally what David Fincher did in this circumstance was take a cliche. Okay? This is, you're like me, bro. You watch movies, not films. Hashtag movie Twitter. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a cinema guy. Okay, I don't have a letterbox or whatever. I like movies. I like watching movies. I like feeling good and feeling happy, or being, very being really invested in it, right? Like, that's what it is. But what I will say is this. I mean, I like the visuals. I like the cinematography. I like the mise en scene. I like the soundtrack. Like, I all of that obviously is very important. Okay, can I fucking unmute already? Says Dumpster Fire PFP. Brother, there is nothing. I'm not spoiling anything. Oh, God. Movie lovers are fucking so weird. So, I guess what I was trying to say is, with this movie, it's a classic trope. The one last assassination, one last hit. It's a trope. Okay? And it's a cliche, I would say. It's a cliche. David Fincher took that and flipped it on its head, where he was like, instead of making this a cliche, I am just going to give it to you. I'm going to serve it to you exactly as it is. No flips, no fucking unique circumstances, nothing. Just straight. Is John Wick for auteurs? I guess. I think that's part of the reason why I enjoyed it. That's part of the reason why I liked it. That's it. I have yet to watch Killers of the Flower Moon. I'm very excited to watch that, though. The Killer felt like a contractually obligated movie. Sorry. I mean, I liked it because, bro, every time you talk about a movie, you spoil it. Please stop. Okay, shut the fuck up. I liked it because I went in with zero expectations, and it was a great movie. It was fun to watch. It was exciting. It was thrilling. Movie's name is The Killer. It's funny when people go, dude, don't spoil the movie. while they're talking about a movie that gets spoiled in the trailer, I guess, technically. Who even watches trailers? I mean, I don't watch trailers. I'm saying, like, not even a trailer, but like the actual like what is it called? Byline or whatever. Anyway. All right, we're done. We're done talking about that. Other than that, there's nothing else going on in my life. You really should watch Scavenger's Reign on HBO, though. An LDR episode blown up the whole season. Sure. Any Invincible updates? Did you watch the first 2 episodes yet? No. I watched a little bit of the Blue Eyed Samurai. Oh. You said, why is there an empty chair there? Because Felix was here yesterday, if you recall. What arc are you in One Piece? I am in Dressrosa. Shavai's on the horizon? Certainly. Have you seen The Boys on Prime? Yes, I have. Okay. Bro, don't ever debate again. All your haters are having a field day like the Kool-Aid man who hates you. Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Sometimes you got to let it blow off a little bit of steam, folks. It is what it is, you know? Wasn't really a debate, but more so just a shouting match where the dude who covered me refused to hear like any sort of contextualization. He's like, I have preconceived notions about you, and I hope you watch my videos, and I hope that if you tell me something that kind of destroys that narrative a little bit, I'm going to say it's irrelevant over and over again. No, I won't put it on YouTube. He probably will, but I think it basically started and ended at, I don't really know what my gripe with you is, so I have to go back and watch my video to get the talking points that I wrote down originally, while also simultaneously in the most parasocial way being like, no, I know more about your life than you do. After yesterday, I remember how many people don't understand basic use of rhetoric and framing. Yeah. Like, there were moments where, I mean, I'll just tell you this much. Most of my haters, most of the people who hate me are either misguided, misinformed, or have like preconceived biases. I'm sure there's like people who hate me for good reasons, right? Like, certainly. People who hate me for like ideological reasons. But in a lot of circumstances, it goes, hey, we need to have this conversation within the framework of not an 8-hour broadcast or even an hour-long coverage that you've dedicated to a particular matter, but this like specific thing that you said in one moment, I'm going to lock you into that as though your analysis begins and ends there. I'm also going to say there's no analysis or any information whatsoever that you bring to the table when you make an assertion. Sometimes it might be correct, sometimes it might be incorrect. We will never talk about the correct ones. We will only talk about the incorrect ones. And not even incorrect ones, but like statements that you've made where you've exaggerated. I, on the other hand, can exaggerate and lie and say you do on-the-ground reporting, use something out of context to say that you claim that all the time, keep repeating it back and forth to you. A couple things that haters say on a regular basis about me is that I am supposed to be some activist hero, some ascetic lifestyle leading socialist Jesus, if you will. Never made that claim. Don't believe that. I'm not that at all. As a matter of fact, I always say I'm a stupid guy. I'm a dumb guy. I'm a himbo. I'm a Twitch streamer. So oftentimes what ends up happening is like people will associate me with a value that they've ascribed to me, and then they'll yell at that value that they've ascribed to me. They'll be like, why are you claiming to be a socialist revolutionary figure who's LARPing as a hero while also simultaneously buying a Porsche? And I'm like, I'm not a socialist revolutionary hero or an activist at all. But it doesn't matter. My preconceived notion of you is that, and that's locked in. The other thing is I'm a reporter. I'm not a reporter. I've never said I'm a reporter. I've never said I'm a journalist. I'm a political commentator. So when you lock me into that box in your mind and I say, well, that's not the case, well, it doesn't really matter to you, does it? Is you're not in it for the truth, or you're not in it to like clear anything up. Right? So all of that stuff is usually where it begins and usually where it ends, unfortunately. The irony, of course, is that most people, I think that I just like make up stuff because they're only aware of the... most people just don't really watch the entire stream or even a long period of time, or even my YouTube videos, where my thoughts are certainly much more, much more clearly defined on my YouTube videos that are better packaged. They don't want to watch that. They want to lock me into like you saying it's 100%. It's 100%. So here's the problem. I'm just a grifter, Hasan. Yeah, that's what I said. Thank you, Alien Milk. Thank you for your wonderful contribution. So I went back and watched the VOD last night. You said 90% for the most part. When you said 100%, it's like 100% Israel at this point because of the bombings in the area. They lied about being there. They weren't the same hospital and they were going to bomb it. I know, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because like he's like, oh, I got you. I got you. He also lied. Someone on my subreddit, actually, the last remaining debate pervert that we haven't banned in this community, actually put together like a timeline of like why this was so fucking stupid. Because right off the gate, he was like, you lied about... Explain. Oh, with clips and everything. This is like an actual... This is an actual fucking debate lord who like went through it and put it down piece by piece. Instantly lied at the start. Hasan has apologized and corrected himself about Russia's invasion. But then he was like, well, it wasn't good enough, your apology. Second lie, Kyiv was bombed on February 24th. He's using Hasan's commentary on February 22nd. Third lie, October 17th. Originally, BBC said it's hard to see what else could really be the size of the explosion other than an Israeli airstrike or several other airstrikes. It was not hearsay, as he claimed. Fourth lie, Hasan never apologizes to X. If you repeat a lie enough, oftentimes, is it true? So that was the funniest part about this, the hospital explosion category, because he literally didn't even know the BBC had said that the hospital was very likely bombed by the IDF. It's completely understandable that everyone thought at the time that the hospital was 100% conclusively bombed by the IDF. Why the fuck would you not think that? I don't think that it's anything to apologize for, as a matter of fact, especially considering that Israel never disproved that it didn't bomb the hospital. So, important to recognize every single piece of information that they gave, other than the assertion that it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that misfired, was immediately disproven time and time again. Fifth lie, claims Hasan doesn't moderate for Ethan. He does obviously for Ethan, especially so. He admits to lying multiple times. Yeah, he said that I was a reporter. I've never said that. Like, it was most likely a misspeak that he just openly admitted he openly admitted was a... Sometimes I like to exaggerate for fun. He said he was being facetious. Eighth lie, claims to know what mods are banning, clearly clout farming. The meme went from not that much evidence to not 100% basic sophistry. Offended on behalf of Ethan, but didn't watch the conversation. After Hasan explained covering police testimonies, Willie's immediate pivot was towards the chat posting breaking news despite the Fossabot receipt. I'm not 100%, not 99% certain this isn't about ethics of research, but instead drama grooming, edited the 411 lies. So that's basically it. I mean, there's no standard of proof on his side. He can just say whatever fucking fallacious claims he wants to. He openly recognizes that he's a drama farmer and his video is a drama video. But ultimately, it was just, you know, it was good for at least some people to understand that, you know, a lot of these guys and their claims do not come from like a real place of valid concern. They might present it as such. Okay? They might present themselves as doing such a thing, but that's not the fucking case. It's just Keemstar level drama farming. And this is the reason why I usually don't engage unless it's on a particular matter. You know what I mean? If it's Israel Palestine, we could talk about that all day, every day. Ask if he'll be adding corrections like the responsible thing to do. Yeah. That's exaggeration, and that's how you do propaganda. You've been very open about doing propo. No, but that's not like just to simply state that like, oh, I'm a propagandist, which means like I'm going to give you incorrect information is bullshit. I'm not going to give you incorrect information. I'm going to give you correct information, and sometimes my analysis off of that, my analysis will usually be sound. However, I might get something wrong. In most circumstances, I don't, and that's precisely the reason why these guys, after 2,000, 3,000 hours of footage, can only basically find 3 separate instances that they hammer over and over again. Think about that for a second. I've been covering breaking news / news in general and offering political commentary on it because I'm not a fucking journalist. I'm a Twitch streamer for 5 years now, nonstop, but specifically doing it full time every fucking day since 2020. That's 3 years now, about to go on my 4th year. And the only thing they can grab onto is like 3 moments that are entirely out of context when you look at the body of work that I've put forward. And all they have to do is go, la, 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 la. I can't hear you. I do not care about the frame. I do not care about the analysis. I do not care about the information. I don't even have any personal, genuine ideological positions that I care about. You did say you do reporting on the ground. I don't know the context, but it's in his video. Regardless, he's a drama pervert. It has to be a misspeak. I didn't watch the video, and I will not watch the video. But everybody knows that I do not say that I'm an on-the-ground reporter. I'm not an on-the-ground journalist at all. The only time that I've done on-the-ground reporting is from a picket line. That's it. Beyond that, I don't do that at all. I've gone to a QAnon rally, and I've gone to a picket line. But that's pretty much it. So it's either in the context of me talking about that specifically, or it's me basically saying I use on-the-ground reporting and I misspoke, and people are fucking, using that. It was a misspeak. You immediately corrected. It was in his own video. Oh, okay. That's great. Yeah. I use on-the-ground reporting when I am covering the news. That's it. But again, it's very like it's ultimately it's silly bitch shit. So he was literally mad that you speculated on the news, which is literally your job. I know. It's no more speculation allowed. Not allowed. Just to show how useless these kinds of debates are, people are already claiming you didn't debate the right guy. I know. Immediately, when it doesn't go the way that they want, they will find different reasons as to be like, well, that wasn't the right guy. That was the wrong guy. There's a right guy out there, I promise. You'll find the right guy one day, but that wasn't the right guy. There's another guy. Here, let's find another guy. Not, that doesn't change. That's always the same shit. The one he's talking about wasn't a misspeak. I think you were being sarcastic to a chatter when you very openly right after said, I'm speaking to on-the-ground reporters right now, so it's a null point anyways. The guy is just a drama farmer. Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, again, like I said, guys, I speak for 10 hours every fucking day on political issues. I'm sorry, but if you think that like I'm not going to misspeak on any of those moments, or I'm not going to actually fucking say something sarcastic that you can easily take out of context, yeah, you can do that. You can always do that. Part of the reason why I don't usually like debating bad faith people in general, especially those who have no like genuine political perspectives, is because they have no skin in the game. They don't actually care. And ultimately it's just to do shit slinging and to be like, you're a bad guy. You're a bad guy, and here is why, because you misspoke here. Or I found this one clip from fucking 10 hours of coverage where you said something that I can use against you because I have no interest in like genuinely understanding your perspective. That's it. You only do that when fucking 4,500 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered over the course of a month and a half, when you don't really care about anything other than just saying, well, you're a bad guy. And that's it. And if you think that that is the case, then I don't really know what to tell you. All right. These arguments attempt to paint you as a bad figure for people to look up to, when in reality, we aren't rabid morons that will immediately act on your criticism of someone like rabid Trumpers do. Yeah. So. Yeah. It usually revolves around getting tone policed by dudes who will say the N-word, but then will complain when you say cracker. It's the same principle always. You can very easily understand it. I have watched your coverage almost every day since the Israel-Hamas war. Gaza, for the record. It has been unbiased in the facts with historical context. Even on the day of the Al-Shifa hospital bombing confusion, you said you didn't have all the facts and even told Chad not to presume anything, even though all previous evidence made you feel like it probably came from Israel. Willie is a moron. Yeah. The greatest answer to that for someone who truly wants to understand the truth is to just watch a YouTube video of mine. That's it. Just watch, like, unless you're invested in like the fuck Hasan ship at that point, that ship might have been sailed. Maybe you're a former fan. Maybe I banned you. Maybe I said something you didn't like. But beyond that, if you truly are like, well, a lot of these guys are saying these things, let me just take a look for myself. Just watch the video on the subject matter and you will understand that. Also, I've been very consistent for the past 10 years, and I've been very consistent even on my opinion on debates.
The community know your position. If you keep getting stuck on it so much, it shows that you seem triggered, therefore losing in the marketplace of ideas, which, by the way, is also indicative that like most people's understanding of debates are fucking idiotic. Further evidence that debates are not good for arriving at the truth, and just simply about overwhelming your opponent rhetorically.
Yeah. There you go. It's been the case for a very long time and still is. All right. Let's get to the news. Oh, wait. Did I blast off? I forgot to blast off, didn't I? Holy fuck. Been a moment here. Okay. IDF findings from Shifa Hospital. Xi Jinping is in California. Daily Ben Shapiro drama. And more. Get in now. Dude, I'm stoked. The March for Israel was a hate rally? Yeah, of course it was. What do you mean? 1,000%. Guys, listen. I'm willing to make the claim that, like, yes, you can still be someone who's like, yeah, I think Israel's great. It should exist, and be like a nice person. Okay? Or people who live in Israel who are like peace activists and shit. Okay? The problem is, right now, going to a march in the United States of America during a endless bombing campaign, an ethnic cleansing campaign, and turning around and being like, no, we have to do more bombing of children. Well, yeah, of course it's a fucking hate rally at that point. And yeah, they literally had like genuine hate mongers. There were Kahanist, Jewish Defense League people there. There were like actual fucking terrorists at the rally, okay? Not my designation alone, okay? Like straight up. If the government already agrees with you, what the fuck are you protesting? Anyway, here it is. The government already agrees with you. It's just that the overwhelming majority of the public doesn't agree with you, at least not in ceasefire, right? Are you calling Van Jones a terrorist? Yeah, because he's a Maoist third worldist. That's why technically I'm calling him a terrorist, yes. This is real. It's going to happen. We won't be leaving the streets this week, shutting down what we can around APEC here in SF. Can you tell Xi to lean into the mic? I can't hear him. Yeah, classic. They had a preacher who blamed Jewish people for the Holocaust give a speech. Yes, they had John Hagee, which I've talked about before a lot on this broadcast over the course of the past week, for the past couple of weeks, when the fucking UN, the Israel ambassador to the UN went to his psychotic freak televangelist church and delivered a speech to a bunch of evangelical Zionists. You know? Anyway. Wow, I can't believe you were hanging out with Xi Jinping. That's so cool. Thank you. Call Bradley Martin and get him to talk with the Nelk boys and have them talk to Trump to get you an interview with Daddy Xi. This collab at the rally. Damn, all the besties are out today. All right. We'll start off with that one. The Nation wrote an article called "The March for Israel Was a Hate Rally. What kind of gathering against anti-Semitism invites anti-Semites?" True. Oh, fuck. I can't read this. Oh, Kai is back. And my mom is back. Has Xi been viciously attacked? We don't have... Does anyone have the fucking way to avoid this? Okay. Oh, never mind. I got it. Hacker man. So, the final estimated head count of the Jewish... what am I saying? The final estimated head count of the pro-Israel rally in D.C. was 200 fuck, I can't even read, dude. 290,000 people. Sorry, hold on. Let me get Kaya real quick. Makes this the largest Jewish gathering in history since Mount Sinai. I'm like skipping fucking goddamn sentences. So chortled Trump's former ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, about the March of Israel gathering held Tuesday on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. Although Friedman's number appears to be inflated, I saw a massive turnout. Oh, wait. Anne dikkat edin, Kaya'ya dikkat edin yanınızda. Ben yemek yesin diye dışarıya bıraktım. Ya da can you bring her food here? Kaya, come. Kaya. Place? Girl. Good place. She looks like a pony. She's big. Watch Willie clip. This is proof that you're a lazy streamer. Okay, stop. Let's not even talk about this fucking loser anymore. We're done with that. Right here. Does Kaya respond in Turkish? No, I did not train her in Turkish. She doesn't speak Turkish at all. Anyway, I think there's a democracy now. There's a Democracy Now video on this, I think, right? We can get started on that front at least, maybe. Yeah, this is psychotic. I saw this as well. I hate talking to people who are not autistic sometimes because I am, and they always look at me like I got 5 eyes and 2 heads. Annoying, but maybe that's just how it is sometimes. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What? Okay. TikTokers are voting Cenk 2024.
Okay, you guys, listen. Don't fight with me. Don't tussle with me. Okay, I'm just trying to have a conversation. All right, I'm just trying to ask a couple of questions. All right, what are we doing in 2024? Okay, because listen, it's clearly evident Joe does not have another 4 years. Joe barely has another 4 minutes. Let's just be clear. Okay, Williamson, old girl, she didn't secure the nominee last time when she ran. She was talking all types of crazy. I'm gonna say his name wrong. Uyghur. I've seen I've seen things that he said before, like on Twitter, TikTok, stuff like that for years, because I know he's on that show on YouTube. I believe it's called Young Turks. I actually do like him. And then Phillips, if you don't know Phillips actually has a seat, or had a seat, but he is walking away from it because he wants to run against Joe, because he doesn't feel like Joe is fit to stand for another 4 years. Now,
that's crazy.
For the Republicans, you guys, listen, Vivek wants to raise the voting age to 25. He wants everyone to take a civics test. The only way that you can vote is if you pass a civics test. My question is this, are we still going to be drafting for the Army at 18 then? If I can't vote, are you still going to draft me at 18? That's a little crazy. Vivek is also the same person who says that he doesn't believe or support identity politics, yet he took a minority scholarship from a George Soros foundation. Yeah, so there's that. As far as Ron DeSantis goes, you guys, listen, I'm in the state of Florida. That man should never be allowed anywhere near the White House. I don't even want him in the governor's mansion, okay? We have no homeowners insurance in the state of Florida. He's not here. Literally, the Congressional House of Florida wrote him a letter pretty much like, hey, look, it ain't falling through what you're doing, so you need to go ahead and bring your ass back home because we got stuff to do. His own party in the state of Florida isn't even supporting him. If you ask the average Republican in the congressional house in the state of Florida, they all tell you that they're supporting Donald Trump. How embarrassing. Y'all own people are like, yeah, we're going with the other guy. Crazy. Hutchinson, Blinken, Burgum. I don't know who any of those people are. Chris Christie, his only campaign tactic right now is
no! She said, I don't know who Burgum is. Burgomaniacs. We have failed. We have failed. We failed to make Burgum an entity, okay? We have failed. As a Burgomaniac, I take responsibility for the failure of the Doug Burgum campaign.
Going at Donald Trump. That's going to
Us burgerheads thought he would fucking
Scott,
rise.
Hey, Nikki Haley. Trump, really? I mean, everyone wants Trump, to be honest with you. You guys' last hope is Nikki Haley. I'm just being honest. I'm just keeping it a bean.
She's 100% correct, by the way. What profound analysis. God damn.
I need to do more research on Cornel West. I don't really know a whole lot about him. I know some things, but I need to do more research on him. And then as far as Kennedy is concerned, you guys, this man has literally said that transgenderism comes from people licking frogs. So my question is, what are we doing? I feel like for the umpteenth billionth time, we're going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. What are your thoughts? Be respectful.
Yeah, I've seen the memes of like, don't care, still voting jank. She stays spitting, put some respect on my girl's name. I don't know anything about TikTok. I don't watch TikTok, but goddamn, like that was correct. All right, let's get started with my girl, with baby girl Amy Goodman, the
Pastor
goat,
John Hagee, who once said God had, quote, sent Hitler to help Jews reach the promised land. This is part of what he said at Tuesday's march in Washington.
Baby girl, my queen.
Israel is the shining city on the hill. Israel says, God says of Israel, Israel is my firstborn son.
It's pretty funny that people liked what he had to say more than when Van Jones had the audacity to say he likes peace and there should be a ceasefire.
Jerusalem is the city of God. Jerusalem is the shoreline of eternity. Jerusalem is the eternal capital of Israel today and forever.
Other high-profile speakers at Tuesday's protest included Senate Majority Leader Chuck.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking insane when you have like a bunch of Democrats and some Republicans as well side by side at a fucking hate rally where they're standing next to an absolute monster, okay? A complete psychopathic monster. John Hagee is insane. And in every other circumstance, the media would have absolutely covered it. Okay? They would have covered that shit. Look at this. Here, John Hagee on the news. The coverage is lackluster, okay? John Hagee's March for Israel speech was odd given his anti-Semitic remarks. First of all, not even odd. Like, can you imagine Donald Trump side by side with a dude who said Hitler was Jewish and that the Holocaust happened so all of the Jews could go to Israel? Like, can you fucking imagine? There is no way the liberal media would let that go. But Chuck Schumer goes up there and fucking talks next to this dude at the rally. Yeah, he literally, John Hagee has said things like Hitler was half-breed Jew, okay, and that he did the Holocaust and it was like God sent. He also said Hitler was a half-breed Jew just like Karl Marx, and both of them are Antichrist. Completely insane, okay? Completely insane. And of course, he was there. Guess who? You know, of course he was there. Always with the whataboutisms. Yeah, I know. He was too anti-Semitic for the John McCain campaign. Like, John McCain was like, listen, I am aligning with the Tea Party. I am going to make my vice president the stupidest person I can find. And even that fucking guy was like, no, dog, you're out of your mind, actually. What an outrage. Listen to John Hagee, a fucking anti-Semitic, Islamophobic ghoul, address the rally in D.C. Yeah, I don't understand, like, why people say, wow, I can't believe this. I can't believe people are, like, hanging out with John Hagee. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Every fucking Israeli official has like linked up with this dude. Every right-wing Israeli official loves this dude. What the fuck what are you talking about? The guy who is the UN ambassador to Israel was literally in his church, in his mega church 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. He flew in and he went to wherever the fuck this demon lives. I think Texas. 2 weeks ago. In between slapping on the Star of David whenever he's talking, the yellow Star of David patch to invoke the Holocaust to continue defending his baby murder campaign. He fucking turned around, flew to this goddamn psychopath's mega church, and like, and then and was like, you know, defending him. San Antonio, for that matter. Thank you. And it's so shocking to have people go, like, in this entire thread, it's like, what the fuck? Why on earth would they give an anti-Semite platform for Israel? Very confusing. Very confusing. I don't get it. Like, what's happening? What? Meanwhile, remember. You have, like, one fucking guy, okay? You have one guy, not in like an ordained or you know, seriously organized thing. God forbid you have one fucking dude who says something insane. And there are plenty who do. Okay? At a pro-Palestinian rally. Oh my God, everyone goes to jail. Everyone has to go to jail. River to the sea is illegal. Fucking from the river to the sea, genocidal. Genocidal statement. Sorry, can't have that. Meanwhile, how many from the river to the sea, Israel is ours signs did you see at this goddamn rally? Especially when you consider that this rally was for more baby killing, please. Like, that's insane. Why is everybody reading a letter to America? They're getting radicalized. What the fuck is happening to the youth? What are you talking about? What, Osama bin Laden? Like, what letter to America? It's going off on TikTok? Wait, no shot. They removed it. Wait, what? This full page previously displayed a document containing in translation the full text of Osama bin Laden's letter to the American people, as reported in The Observer on the 24th. This document, which was published here on the same day, was removed on the 15th of November. Wait, what? What is happening? Why did The Guardian delete this? It's not even young kids either. It's like people in their mid-20s. I don't get it. What's going on? You do not, under any circumstances, have to hand it to Osama bin Laden. Okay? The fuck are people saying? First of all, he's insane. What are we talking about? He's America's guy. What? To the American people, peace be upon those who follow the righteous track. Hereafter, the subject of my talk to you is the overwhelming control of capital and its effect on the ongoing war between us. By the way, love Osama bin Laden saying the overwhelming control of capital. He's literally like a developer, a real estate developer's son, okay? And not only that, but also just entirely fucking removed from any sort of materialist analysis, okay? His claim to fame was literally fighting socialists. He was armed and trained and given weapons and hailed as a hero for killing communists. Okay? Make no mistake. I direct my talk specifically to those who support real change, especially you. I say from the onset, your former president warned you previously about the devastating Jewish control of capital. Exactly. This is what I mean. Why the fuck would you take this shit seriously? Yeah. Real anti-capitalist hero Osama bin Laden, dude. And about a day that would come when it would enslave you, it has happened. Your current president warns you about, yeah, anti-capitalist hero, but for some weird reason, one, most famously, killed commies. Two, was armed and trained by the American state. Three, had a network of operatives that were CIA, okay, that were either under the watch of the CIA or directly linked to the CIA, okay? And then immediately says, Jewish control of capital. What Jewish control of capital, dog? Fuck you mean? What are you, like a big truther when it comes to just like WASPs owning capital? You're like, only Jews are not allowed to have capital. Is that what it is? Yeah. It's great. Anytime dumb motherfuckers are like, oh, Jews have capital. Ooh, that's weird and scary. I'm like, what are you doing? What planet are you living on? What planet are any of us living on? Okay? Like the idea that like Jews are monolithic and they're operating with a similar interest, a similar goal across the board is utterly ridiculous. And not only that, but Jews do not operate for Jews. They operate just like every other fucking capitalist operates. Jewish capitalists operate as capitalists, not Jews. Just like WASP capitalists. Just like Muslim capitalists. Okay? What the fuck? There might be deviations from the norm, but that doesn't fucking mean anything. Overall, people are self-interested. Jews being a shadow cabal is my favorite brain dead conspiracy. I mean, it's the conspiracy. Anyway, an observer of the policies, blah, 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 blah. What is this? What? God's law. Well, it has happened. Your current president warns you about the enormity of capital control in a cycle whereby it devours humanity when it's devoid of the precepts of God's law, Sharia. The tyranny of the control of capital by large companies has harmed your economy as it did ours. Yeah, he was he was actually trust busting when he busted into the World Trade Center. He was like, it's really bad. Corporate consolidation is creating greedflation in America, and left unchecked is going to really ruin the lives and the material conditions of American citizens. That's why we have to fucking do 9/11. Anyway, tens of millions of you are below the poverty line. Millions have lost their homes and millions have lost their jobs to mark the highest average unemployment in 60 years. Your financial system in its totality was about to collapse within 48 hours had not the administration reverted to using taxpayers' money to rescue the vultures by using the assets of the victims. What is this? As for us, our Iraq was invaded in response to pressure from capitals with the greed for black gold. And you continue to support the oppressive Israelis in their occupation of our Palestine in response to our pressures on your administration by a Jewish lobby backed by enormous financial capabilities. An observer of the policies of the new administration. Is this the part that people are reading on TikTok? Is that what it is?
I need everyone to stop what they're doing right now and go read. It's literally 2 pages. Go read A Letter to America. And please come back here and just let me know what you think, because I feel like I'm going through like an existential crisis right now, and a lot of people are. So I just need someone else to be feeling this too. I'm a big believer.
Bro, people need to stop. What is going on, dude? What? While seeking Allah's help, we form our reply based on the questions directed at Americans. Why are we fighting and opposing you? What are we calling you to? And what do we want from you? As for the first question, why are we fighting and opposing you? The answer is very simple. Because, one, you attacked us and continue to attack us. You attacked us in Palestine. Palestine, which is sunk under military occupation for more than 80 years. The British say, dude, I'm sorry, okay? Saudi motherfucker with a CIA budget turning around and being like, I'm fighting for Palestinians is the funniest thing you can ever say, okay? These motherfuckers literally had backing from the Saudi kingdom, okay? Excuse me, where the fuck are you fighting for Palestinians? I'm sorry. Get the fuck out of here. And Americans read that, and because they have no understanding of, like, Saudi Arabia's relationship with Israel, Saudi Arabia's relationship with America, and they go, wow, that's crazy. He's saying he's fighting, you know, he's fighting for Palestine. He's really mad for Palestine. What the fuck are you talking about? Palestine, which is sunk under military occupation for more than 80 years, the British handed over Palestine. Yeah, like he's patting the deck. Okay? He's patting the deck with, like, things that, reasons as to why he's doing this. Time for a HasanAbi TikTok on this? Yeah, I know. I mean, Jewish capitalists are a bit different in that regard. Their capitals were buying land in Palestine pre-declaration to build early settlements, and Herzl offered to buy land from the Ottoman Empire. Isn't that different? Fuck no, it's not. What are you talking about? What do you mean? First of all, no, it's not different at all. The fuck? Yeah, dude, it's different when Jews want to buy land as opposed to anyone else. Like, what are you talking about? No. Zionism in its inception, and I've talked about this history so fucking much, okay? Zionism in its inception is a nationalist movement. However, it's a nationalist movement on territory, and there were plenty of other territories they looked at as well. It's a nationalist movement on territory where people were living. And the way that it started off was with a colonial Western superpower forcibly displacing people that used to live there. That's the problem. It's funny to think that this is, like, somehow unique. It's unique in the sense that, I guess, it's settler colonialism, but this time the settlers that are settling there aren't coming specifically from one area, but from numerous different countries. But I guess that's not so different than settler colonialism in America either. Anyway, important to say that the letter to American people was found in his compound, released by the U.S. government, not from the 9/11 era. Oh, he wrote this and then he didn't release it. He was shy. He was too shy. He was a shy bean. Small bean Osama bin Laden. Anyway. The creation and continuation of Israel is one of the greatest crimes, and you are the leaders of its criminals. And of course, there is no need to explain and prove to the degree of American support for Israel. The creation of Israel is a crime which must be erased. Each and every person whose hands have become polluted in the contribution towards this crime must pay its price and pay for it heavily. It brings us both laughter and tears to see what you have not yet tried, tired of repeating your fabricated lies of the Jews of historical right to Palestine as it was promoted to them in the Torah. Anyone who disputes them or is alleged fact is accused of anti-Semitism. Yeah, Osama bin Laden was a campus activist, folks. Osama bin Laden was like, I'm side by side with the Jews for peace. I am big on anti-Zionism, and it is not anti-Semitism. It's very fucked up. There is no justification in the Torah. This is one of the most fallacious, widely circulated fabrications of the history. The people of Palestine are pure Arabs and original Semites, is the Muslims who are the inheritors of Moses, peace be upon him, and the inheritors of the real Torah are not changed. Muslims believe in all the prophets, including Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad. I mean, this part is just like true, correct, or at least it is the Islamic interpretation. Most have been promising a right to Palestine and the Torah that the Muslims are not worthy of the nation of this. When the Muslims conquered Palestine and drove out the Romans, Palestine and Jerusalem returned to Islam, the religion of all the prophets, peace be upon them. Therefore, blah, 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 blah. 3, the blood pouring out of Palestine must be equally revenged. You must know that the Palestinians do not cry alone. Their women are not widowed alone. Their sons are not orphaned alone. B, you attacked us in Somalia. You supported the Russian atrocities against us in Chechnya, the Indian oppression against us in Kashmir, and the Jewish oppression against us in Lebanon. Under your supervision, consent, and orders, the government of our countries, which acts as agents, attack us on a daily basis. The governments prevent us, our people from establishing the Islamic Sharia, using violence and lies to do so. The governments give us a taste of humiliation and places us in a large prison of fear and subdual. The governments steal our ummah's wealth and sell them to you at a paltry price. These governments have surrendered to the Jews, handed them most of Palestine, acknowledging the existence of their state, dismembered limbs of their own people. The removal of these governments is not an obligation upon us and a necessary step to free the ummah, to make the Sharia the supreme law, and to regain Palestine. And our fight against these governments is not separate from our fight against you. Damn, he fucking had a typo in there.
My voice just wants to leave you.
Bro, people need to stop. This has 12,000 likes. What is going on? No, guys, I can't believe I'm saying this, okay? Mr. America Deserved 9/11 has to make a statement here. Osama bin Laden was not right. What the fuck are you saying? What is happening, dude? What is going on in the world? Everyone needs to fucking dial it back 1,000 steps. Oh my God, the Zoomers are off the perk, off the bean. What the fuck is going on? Hello? I think a lot of people did not understand. Reportedly, the IDF just arrived at the southern part of Al-Shifa with bulldozers. I don't know what the bulldozers are there for, but if they're going to do some digging or something, thank you, Elon News, for the update. We'll get to Al-Shifa in a second. Turns out we have a situation here. Turns out we have a situation here. What is going on? People act like capitalism depends on religion. All capital owners do the same shit everywhere. All they know is serve ad breaks, obviously. Fuck you. God damn it. God fucking damn it, dude. Oh, yeah. We're going to do the IDF video in a second. We're going to go through the IDF video in a second. What the fuck? Why are there people saying this? This is so crazy. Everybody needs to dial it back.
People reading Bin Laden's letter to America for the first time, and they're feeling like shocked and grossed out that it's as reasonable as it is in comparison to what they were expecting.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what she's about to say here, but part of it is literally because Zoomers are gonna turn you into Sam Harris. No, dude. The issue is when you fucking hit the maximum aggro note on mainstream media to like try and desperately craft a narrative for years and years and years, and then like they meet like an Arabic person who is just normal and chill. They go, what the fuck? I thought you were an animal. I thought you were a violent, rabid animal. And a lot of people don't understand this because the anti-Arab sentiment, oh, by the way, I'm running the ad break now. Fuck you, chatter. The anti-Arabic sentiment, the anti-Arab sentiment, the anti-Islam sentiment in America has always been closely associated with white supremacist values. That's why it's like easy to just like immediately dive into that. Except the problem is they had to teach that quick. They had to really ham that up. They had to dial up the anti-Islam, Islamophobia narrative so fucking quick. They had to crank it so high that there's going to be a whiplash when people realize, like, okay, maybe these guys aren't like brutal, violent barbarians or whatever the fuck across the board. But there is no circumstance under which you go, oh, I thought Osama bin Laden was some fucking, barbarian monster warlord in the way that they presented him. And now I find out that he's capable of typing fucking letters. And all of a sudden that must mean that he's actually a good guy. Like what? Have I been told a lie all along? No, it doesn't work that way. Okay? Especially when you have to analyze the situation and what Osama bin Laden had done even before 9/11. The problem is, when I said America deserved 9/11, what I was talking about was blowback. Okay? Which is a well-established concept that most academics agree on and most people agree on in general. It's a valid concept. It is a very real concept. What's going on? I don't know if she's trying to eat her food or not.
And I'm seeing a bunch of people in their comments being like, did you forget the violence? Did you skip over all the religious extremism? Did you miss that part? Did you forget what he did? And to those people, to anyone who would have that reaction, to seeing that reaction to bin Laden's letter to America, how do you respond to people who support the U.S. military? When you see somebody supporting the U.S. military, openly showing support for the U.S. military, are you vastly more disgusted with them? You ask them if they just haven't noticed all the religious extremism? Do you ask them if they've forgotten about all of the violence? Are you proportionately disgusted? Because you should be vastly more disgusted. If not, why isn't your reaction proportionate?
Okay, I mean, this part is okay. She's not as bad. I don't know why she's framing this in the context of like Osama bin Laden is right. I think the context should be Osama bin Laden is not right, and his justifications are simply a way to galvanize his position, to bring people to his side. But ultimately, it is about meddling in the affairs of the Middle East for far too long and having some of those guys that you fucking trained come back and strike you. This is a well-established concept, okay? This is a well-established concept in the intelligence community, but in general, okay? This does not mean that like what he did was good. This does not mean that he was like an honest, a brave warrior that was like fighting against American imperialism. Okay? It doesn't mean any of that shit. Are these Osama vids on OP to make leftists look bad? No, I don't understand why people are trying to do post hoc justifications for it. I guess like the most charitable interpretation is that if everyone has been told they hate us because they ain't us their whole fucking lives about why like 9/11 happened, all of a sudden they turn around and go, oh wait, what the fuck? These guys actually had like a well-defined, they had like a couple of reasons, some of which I might even agree with personally. And that's because they didn't do any fucking reading leading up to this moment and have been guided by what America has written on the subject, what mainstream media has said on the subject. That's where this comes from. It's a clear-cut lack of education and only being fucking motivated by whatever the fuck you see. Whatever the fuck you see in the media, whatever the fuck you see in television, whatever you see is like being reinforced. So then all of a sudden when you realize like, wait a minute, there are some reasons as to why this happened that like it makes it understandable. You turn around and you go, oh fuck, maybe he was right. He's not. It's the funniest part of, like, obviously the way that the media has presented Arabs in general and Muslims in general, and then, like, finding out that all of those Muslim leaders that don't dress in, like, Western garb and shit have literally gone to all of the best Western universities. You know what I mean? Did you cut ties with Ethan? No. What are you saying? Anyway, the removal of these governments is an obligation upon us. You steal our wealth and our oil at paltry prices because of your international influence and military threats. That's pretty funny to say that as well. Like, come on, dog. Like, he's not writing this in... Guess what? Okay? There was a time and place where some of the stuff, not the fucking psychotic anti-Semitic bullshit, but some of the things he's saying here could have been seen as valid in, like, the 50s. He wasn't alive then, and when he was alive, when he was, like, you know, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, he was too busy killing Soviets. So what the fuck are we talking about here? Okay? Like, you can't write this 40 fucking years into OPEC and being like, they're stealing our oil. Like, brother, go deal with your own fucking people that are doing that then, okay? Because the fuck do you mean? Like, all of this shit has been well established at this point. Was he killing Soviets in Russia or Afghanistan? Afghanistan. And fought in the region anyway. Like, it wasn't just Afghanistan. Hasan talking about foreign policy, random chatter. So what I'm getting from this is you're no longer friends with Ethan. No, I don't know where people are getting that from. Your forces occupy our countries. You spread our military bases throughout them. You corrupt our lands and you besiege our sanctities to protect the security of Jews and to ensure continuity of the pillage of our treasures. You have starved the Muslims of Iraq, where children die every day. It is a wonder that more than 1.5 million Iraqi children have died as a result of your sanctions, and you did not show concern. Yet when 3,000 of your own people died, the entire world rises and is not yet sat down. You have supported the Jews in their idea that Jerusalem is the eternal capital and agreed to move your embassy there. With your help and under your protection, the Israelis are planning to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Under your protection of your weapons, Sharon entered the Al-Aqsa Mosque to pollute it as a preparation to capture and destroy it. By the way, remember when the Hasbara propaganda thing that we were watching? The Hasbara propaganda manual said that, like, Sharon literally fucking goose-stepping at the Al-Aqsa Mosque wasn't a symbolic event that kick-started the Second Intifada. Yeah, dude, this is, you know, yeah, it's definitely important in the Muslim world in general, okay? The idea that, like, that wasn't a flex that would have frustrated the Palestinians is ridiculous, okay? Anyway. The tragedies and calamities are only a few examples of our of your oppression and aggression against us. It is commanded by our religion and intellect and oppose the right to return the aggression. Do not await anything from us but jihad, resistance, and revenge. Is it in any way rational to expect that after America has attacked us for more than half a century that we will leave her to live in security and peace? You may then dispute all of the above does not justify aggression against civilians for crimes they did not commit and offenses in which they did not partake. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Wasn't he dead by the time we agreed to move your embassy there? That was under Trump. Yes, this is written. Like, this was, I think, found after he was Or oh wait, no, this is from 2002. I guess not. This is the full text of the Bin Laden letter to America. This is the full text. This isn't the other one. Anyway, listen. The point is why the reason why I talk about like American interference globally, okay? And it is the exact same argument, okay? American interference globally and American coups globally lead to violence against Americans in general. It breaks our fucking moral core when we constantly live in a cycle of violence that we constantly live in a cycle of violence that we perpetuate and we justify over and over again, okay? This is why I've said that living under an apartheid regime rots your core. It hurts you as well, sometimes through direct retaliation that is often violent, and the subjects of such direct violent retaliation, barbaric acts, are often innocent civilians, okay? But also through indirect ways that you cannot comprehend, like your psyche changing over the course of your existence, okay? This does not mean that you agree with Hamas, love their charter, any of those things. Just like I've mentioned October 7, how it did not happen in a vacuum, I've said the same things about 9/11, how 9/11 did not happen in a vacuum. Okay? You are the last ones to respect the resolutions and policies of international law, yet you claim you want to selectively punish anyone else who does the same. Israel has, for more than 50 years, been pushing the UN resolutions and rules against the wall with the full support of America. As for the war criminals, which you censure and form criminal courts for, you shamelessly ask that you are owned granted immunity. I love how tapped in he is to, like, American politics, by the way, where he's, like, talking about the invasion of the Hague Act and shit, I assume. However, history will not forget the war crimes that you committed against the Muslims and the rest of the world. Those you've killed in Japan, Afghanistan, Somalia, Lebanon, Iraq will remain a shame that you will never be able to escape. It will suffice to remind you that your latest war crimes in Afghanistan, in which densely populated innocent civilians were destroyed, bombs were dropped on mosques, causing the roof of the mosque to come crashing down on the heads of Muslims praying inside. You are the ones who broke the agreement with the Mujahideen when they left Kunduz, bombing them in Jangi Fort and killing more than 1,000 of your prisoners through suffocation and thirst. Allah alone knows how many people have died by torture in the hands of you and your agents. Your planes remain in the Afghan skies looking for anyone remotely suspicious. You've claimed to be the vanguards of human rights in your Ministry of Foreign Affairs issues in annual reports containing statistics of those countries that violate any human rights. However, all of these things vanished when the Mujahideen hit you, and then you implemented the methods of the same documented governments that you used to curse. In America, you captured thousands of the Muslims and Arabs, took them into custody with neither reason, court trial, nor even disclosing their names. You issued newer, harsher laws. What happens in Guantanamo is a historical embarrassment to America and its values, and it screams into your faces, you hypocrites. What is the value of your signature on any agreement or treaty? What we call you to, thirdly, is to take an honest stance with yourselves, and I doubt you will do so, to discover that you are a nation without principles or manners, and that the values and principles to you are something which you merely demand from others, not that which you must yourself adhere to. Like, move on. No one cares what this dumbass said. Clearly, a bunch of people on TikTok have read this, didn't realize that there were, like, didn't realize that, you know, Muslims are capable of forming justifications, okay, for their actions, and it's not out of pure barbarity, something that I've talked about quite literally a million times over, something that I fucking got canceled for saying, as a matter of fact, in 2019, okay, years after the fact. Just because some of his grievances that he is mentioning here are correct doesn't change the violence of his actions and also the real motivations for why he was doing such things, because there are other places that he could be striking at instead of the United States of America. And also there are other additional motivations as well. Now, having said that, does he not care about the Vietnam struggle? Yeah, I mean, it's just, this is like, he's just piecing it together. The point is this. Osama bin Laden was not some like revolutionary figure. He was, again, he was an operator that the CIA gave funds to. His ranks were filled by those who had been trained by the American State Department. Why did they do this? Because he was seen as and don't take my word for it, take the word of the British press at the time, a weapon against the Soviets, okay? Why do I talk about all of these things and how America's actions globally will inevitably have worse consequences back on the United States of America if people don't listen to those takes at all and just simply go, no, this time it's different? Here, dude. This was on the newspaper, on the Independent. Anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace. The Saudi businessman who recruited Mujahideen now uses them for large-scale building projects in Sudan. Robert Fisk met him in Almaty. Osama bin Laden sat in his gold-fringed robe, guarded by the loyal Arab Mujahideen who fought alongside him in Afghanistan. Bearded, taciturn figures, unarmed, but never more than a few yards from the man who recruited them, trained them, and then dispatched them to destroy the Soviet army. They watched unsmiling as the Sudanese villagers of Almaty lined up to thank the Saudi businessman who was about to complete the highway linking their homes to Khartoum for the first time in history. Make no mistake, okay? Offshoots of his militia force, okay, or Al-Qaeda, are still in operation, and they still use American weapons, okay? There are offshoots upon offshoots like Al-Nusra that operates in Syria, which is aligned with Israel. Remember that, just like direct Al-Qaeda members have fought in Yemen using American weapons. We have almost never stopped arming Al-Qaeda. Okay, at no point in our history or time. When you recognize all of that and don't have a way to just like gently tie it all together, you are going to fall for psychopathic conspiracy theories, okay? Or even sometimes end up, I guess, agreeing with Osama bin Laden. There is a reason why I say all the time that, yes, there's a reason why America is bad, okay? When I say America bad, it's not just like, oh, America's so bad. Oh, I'm so woke. There's a reason. This is part of the reason. What is this? It's on the hunt on the big screen today. I don't know where this is, but I'm glad that I'm on the big screen talking about Osama bin Laden's letters. Anyway, I would say America is flawed but has a good heart. No, the American government does not have a good heart at all. and have not done good things in general. Okay? No, not at all. The American government operates as a vestige of the capitalist machine. Its imperialist actions are done at the behest of capital owners. Anyone who tells you otherwise is wrong. Even Jimmy Carter? Fuck yeah, especially Jimmy Carter. With his high cheekbones, narrow eyes, and long brown robe, Mr. Bin Laden looks every inch the mountain warrior of Mujahideen legend. Adored children danced in front of him. Preachers acknowledged his wisdom. We have been waiting for this road throughout all the revolutions in Sudan, a sheikh said. We waited until we had given up on everybody, and then Osama bin Laden came along. Outside Sudan, Mr. bin Laden is not regarded with quite such high esteem. The Egyptian press claims he brought hundreds of former Arab fighters back to Sudan from Afghanistan, while the Western Embassy circuit in Khartoum has suggested that some of the Afghans, whom this Saudi entrepreneur flew to Sudan, are now busy training for further jihad wars in Algeria, Tunisia, and Egypt. Mr. bin Laden is well aware of this. The rubbish of the media and the embassies, he calls it. I'm a construction engineer and an agriculturalist. If I had training camps here in Sudan, I couldn't possibly do this job. And this job is certainly an ambitious one. A brand new highway stretching all the way from Khartoum to Port Sudan, a distance of 745 miles on the old road, now shortened to 800 kilometers by bin Laden, a route that will turn the coastal run from the capital into a mere day's journey. Into a country that is despised by Saudi Arabia for its support of Saddam Hussein in the Gulf War, almost as much as it's condemned by the United States. Mr. bin Laden has brought the very construction equipment that he used only 5 years ago to build the guerrilla trails of Afghanistan. He's a shy man. They're glazing him up, dude. On Monday, the 6th of December, 1993. Why would they do such a thing? Why would the British press write such positive things? Why, oh, why? Why, oh, why would they do that? No, it's not 1995. It's 1993. Yeah, this is the article. The point is, if you are constantly meddling in the affairs of other governments and you use radicalized militant factions in an effort to achieve your goals and to destabilize countries, especially when said countries are also acting in an unruly manner, some of which were not, but the communist Afghan government certainly was. But taking advantage of that and pushing militia forces, the Mujahideen, radicalizing them, arming them in an effort to take pot shots at the Afghan government. And then ultimately, when the USSR invasion of Afghanistan begins, consistently funding them, offering them logistical support, and then just kind of leaving the country to them, is of course going to inevitably turn around and bite you in the ass when you're also continuing your occupation in both the region and even in that country as well. This is not that complex. Okay? This is the American modus operandi. This is what they've done time and time again. A great parallel to this quite literally is what we talked about with Hamas, an Islamist charity that was even originally funded by Israel, that was specifically propped up as the only party to negotiate with because Israel knew that everyone would look at them and go, well, this is just the type of terrorist that we are used to killing. These guys are. So any amount of violence, any untold amount of violence against or done to the Palestinians, as long as we slap the sticker that we're doing anti-terrorist activity in the region, will be considered just and moral. Except when you do that, there's fucking going to be blowback, and there's going to be a very deadly toll. Oh, the Soldier of Fortune magazine. What is this? Projecting so hard, man. No one like the Soviets ever in the region, but sure, any partner with the CIA or USA is just out of convenience. Anyway, let's agree to disagree. Wait, what? I can't tell what you're trying to say. Provably false that no one liked the Marxists in the region. Wait, what the fuck? I can't tell if the dude just said... No, there was definitely a lot of momentum for communists in the region. The problem is the Afghan government did things that even the fucking USSR at the time considered to be insane. Okay? One of the major issues, in my opinion, within the USSR was consistently trying to fucking destroy, desperately trying to destroy any kind of religious momentum, okay? Seeing it as like seeing it as a way to stop social cohesion from existing. It was a massive mistake. But the Afghan communist government worked so aggressively in that exact type of campaign that even the USSR was like, dude, you have to stop. The problem is, people can't look at the concept of blowback and understand it without just like still maintaining this black and white narrative of like good and evil. Okay? That's the issue here. If you are completely unfamiliar with all of the history that led to 9/11, and then everything you knew about 9/11 was that, well, they hate us because they ain't us. They hate us because they're like wild, bloodthirsty monsters, and they're simply operating from that framework, from that perspective. And then you all of a sudden find this secret truth that like, oh shit, there was actually some things that he said in this incredibly violent act that is reasonable from his perspective. Then you magically flip into the other direction and you go, well, America is the evil party and maybe Osama is the good party. That's not how this works. Of course they had fucking reasons. The whole point is trying to eradicate the reasons and not trying to deal with it militarily. That's why I advocate for the things that I do. The idea that like Osama bin Laden hated our free speech or hated our freedoms, all of this shit is so stupid. It was more than that. They wanted to destroy people's cultural histories. They changed the text of Farsi for the Tajiks and told them, no, you're not Iranian, you're a Tajik. No, you don't speak Farsi, you speak Tajik, and other examples. Anyway, please wrap up this Zoomer topic. I'm just saying, this is not just simply like TikTok Zoomers wilding out. There's a reason for why people have this kind of like whiplash. Okay? And I think that whiplash stems from people not really understanding the motivations behind certain actors that are anti-state, terrorists that have done really brutal and violent things. And ultimately, if you don't, if you just only do propaganda and you never show like what the real motivations might be for someone out of fears that you might have a bunch of people not understand, or the fears that you have are like, oh, well, if I fully grasp the situation, maybe I won't be so aggro in maintaining the war on terror. All of a sudden, years later, when people find out, okay, maybe that was a bit of a lie, especially when it's combined with the other lies that you've told to go into Iraq, for example, then you're going to go, okay, well, maybe the other side was right, which is crazy. It's why I get so tired of people trying to shush the conversation around the history around Gaza for decades and acting like it started on October 7th. Exactly. Exactly. I don't think people are reading into this because they agree with bin Laden, but rather most people think that 9/11 happened because you said Arabs hate America, which is absurd. Exactly. That's my fear. And that's why I try to basically fucking describe these kinds of conflicts from the framework of like, it's not just good and evil. There's material reasons as to why these things are happening. And the actions of the American state are gross in most of the circumstance. And it's very radicalizing. It's very radicalizing to the people who are the recipients of said violence. If you want permanent security assurances, if you want permanent security in this region, you can't keep trying to deal with this militarily. Okay? There is no military solution to this. Think about it this way. Think about America's enemies turned allies post-World War II. Like, America did the grossest thing it ever could to another country. Dropped 2 fucking nuclear bombs in Japan. But the permanent security assurances that they got from the Japanese wasn't because the Japanese were just terrified of America. It was also how much America spent on rebuilding the country in its own, obviously, in its own vision. And instead of doing things like that, instead of economic development, if you try to consistently deal with these countries with a military and forcibly keep these nation states undeveloped, if you pick winners and losers, okay, and then the losers, and expect the losers to stay losers forever and not like make that occupation costly or make that violent incursion costly years later, well, you're wrong. Of course it's going to happen. Huh. Anyway, so, yeah, he got a glaze-up job back then. His bin Laden company, not to be confused with a larger construction business run by his cousins, is paid in Sudanese currency, which is then used to purchase sesame and other products for export. Profits are clearly not Mr. bin Laden's top priority. How do you feel about Algeria, I asked. But a man in a green suit, calling himself Mohammed Musa, he claimed to be Nigerian, although he was a Sudanese security officer, tapped me on the arm. You have asked more than enough questions, he said, at which Mr. bin Laden went off to inspect his new road. Having said all of that, let's talk about Joseph Robinette Biden before we get to the Al-Shifa Hospital, okay? Joseph Robinette Biden, or actually, you know what? Let's start with the Al-Shifa Hospital, and then we'll get to the other stuff. Because after multiple days, 2 weeks now, of on-the-ground invasion in Gaza, and multiple days of directly sieging the largest hospital in northern Gaza, Al-Shifa, the Israeli occupying force has finally went inside the hospital. They sniped at a paraplegic person. They sniped at nurses and doctors. They refused to let... Will you go back to Democracy Now! Vid, Israel rally? Yeah, I will. I will do that. But let me do the Al-Shifa one first.
Catherine Biarohanga. We start with the developing situation at Gaza's...
After all is said and done, the Israeli occupying forces finally entered the Al-Shifa hospital.
Largest hospital. In the last half hour, the Israeli military has confirmed its operation against Hamas at the Al-Shifa hospital is still currently underway. Israel says the hospital conceals an underground command center used by Hamas, which is designated as a terrorist organization by the United Kingdom, United States, and several other countries. It's a claim doctors there deny. Meanwhile, in the US, the White House and the Pentagon say they now have intelligence that Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad are operating from tunnels below hospitals, including Al-Shifa, and that they're also storing weapons there. It's the first time they have backed up Israel's claims to this extent. Despite its new intelligence, the US says hospitals and patients must be protected. In a tweet, the Israel Defense Forces said, "We can confirm that incubators, baby food and medical supplies brought by IDF tanks from Israel have successfully reached the Shifa hospital. Our medical teams and Arabic-speaking soldiers are on the ground to ensure that these supplies reach those in need." The Israeli military said its actions at Al-Shifa are precise and targeted. The Gaza Strip has been under siege by Israel Defense Forces since Hamas launched its attacks in Israel on the 7th of October. Our correspondent in Gaza, Rushdie Abu-Alouf, has spoken to an eyewitness at the hospital.
I made another contact with the eyewitness inside the hospital. He said he saw 6 tanks inside the hospital and about 100 Israeli commandos, soldiers. They stormed the main emergency department of the hospital. He said,
if you listened to the actual doctors on the ground, they said they don't need incubators. They have incubators. They need fuel, and they need to be able to access the fuel. Okay, and they can't access the fuel, the little bit of fuel that they put outside of the hospital for Western PR purposes, because they were also simultaneously sniping. After bombing and blowing up the hospital's solar panels. That's the issue. So the reason why I'm mentioning this is because I need you to understand they have no interest in actually saving lives there. They never have. If they did, they would have never shut off the electricity and done a medieval siege on a densely populated urban area that they completely control. Okay? Wait, you said they sniped a paraplegic person? Either the dude was... Hold on. That's what Felix said. They attacked nurses. According to Doctors Without Borders, the threat of snipers, according to Dr. Abu Silmeye, has prevented him and other hospital employees, patients, and at least 15,000 displaced individuals from leaving the facility. We have not been able to go retrieve the 2 dead bodies for fear of getting shot. According to Doctors Without Borders, in the last 24 hours, this was 2 days ago, Israel snipers shot inside the Al-Shifa hospital, killing 2 nurses and 4 patients, including a paraplegic man.
One person of them was speaking in Arabic, shouting at the people, don't move, don't move. And then they entered the hospital after 4 days of besieging the hospitals with tanks from all around it and cutting access in and out. Today, the BBC was told by 2 eyewitnesses inside that the Israeli soldiers are storming 5 buildings of the hospitals. One of the witnesses, he just told the BBC that I saw 6 tanks and about over 100 Israeli commandos unit entering the main department emergency room, and they were shouting in Arabic, don't move, don't move. He said there was some shooting around, and they fire a smoke bomb in the outskirts of the hospital, and then they started to move inside.
Well, thousands of people are believed to be in the complex. Here's more from our correspondent, Yolande, who's in Jerusalem.
We're still relying on some eyewitness accounts from inside the hospital that tell us how in the dead of night Israeli forces entered. There were, they say, 6 tanks that went through into the front of the compound, more than 100 commandos, some of them masked, who were shouting in Arabic, don't move, as they entered the emergency department. This account from an eyewitness whose report we can't independently verify at the moment. But it's very clear that Israeli forces are on the premises working there. There was also someone from the Hamas-run health ministry who was speaking a short time ago in another television interview who said that Israeli forces had gone down into the basement of the hospital. This, of course, is where Israel has been saying consistently that it believes that Hamas has an underground tunnel complex it's been using, as well as some of the buildings of the hospital, it says, as a kind of command and control center. That is denied by Hamas, but also by the medics who work at the hospital. Yes.
Yeah. So there's a couple things we got to mention here. The Biden administration has tried the concealed weapons which it provided Israel for its war on Hamas, whatever. We're going to talk about that. But 2 things. One, visual investigation by the New York Times found that the Israeli shell strikes hit the largest hospital in Gaza. Israel said Palestinian militants had misfired projectiles, which, why did they say that? That's so odd. I thought Israel never hit hospitals. I truly don't understand that. Right? Israel said Palestinian militants had misfired projectiles, but analysis of videos and photos on Friday's strike shows that some of the munitions were likely fired by Israeli forces. So interesting. That's so odd. One, Israel would never strike a hospital. 2, if Israel would never strike a hospital, and also on top of that, it's probably the Palestinians themselves that struck the hospital. And 3, if you claim that Israel actually struck the hospital, and then you conclusively show the evidence that Israel did, as a matter of fact, strike this hospital, as many others, well, then ultimately that hospital deserved it. It had it coming. Okay? Just remember. Am I 100% sure? I don't know. But according to the New York Times visual investigation, they're the ones who, are reporting on this evidence. Okay? Minutes after 1 a.m. Friday, as active fighting raged between Israeli forces and Hamas militants, a projectile streaked over Gaza's largest medical complex and crashed into the center of the courtyard at Al-Shifa Hospital, a place where thousands of displaced Gazans had sought shelter. It landed just a few feet from Ahmed Hijazi, a social media personality who's been documenting the conflict. He filmed a video of the projectile flying in, and then a man of agony, his leg mangled by the impact. It was the first of at least 4 strikes involving multiple munitions on different sections of the sprawling complex between 1 a.m. and 10 a.m. Friday morning. Al-Shifa's director, Dr. Mohammed Abu Salmiya, said in a phone interview that 7 people had been killed and several others had been wounded. Hours after the final blast, the Israeli military blamed unspecified Palestinian militants, saying a misfired projectile aimed at Israel Defense Forces troops deployed nearby had instead hit the hospital. Where have I heard that before? Have you guys heard that before? But, I mean, it seems like they're not using the regular bombs that they use in other circumstances. So, certainly, this is, you know. No, his leg is sliced in half intact, not blown apart. That's not from normal munitions. That's bladed munitions only. Yeah, the RX-9 rocket or whatever. But that's not the only munitions that they deployed or the only munitions that they use on the hospital, just so you understand. Okay? So, that's one of the many. Anyway, but at least 3 of the projectiles that have struck appear to have been Israeli munitions, according to the pictures and weapons fragments collected and verified by the New York Times and analyzed by experts. The strikes did not cause mass casualties, but Israel's under increasing international pressure to avoid targeting hospitals. Al-Shifa has emerged as a particular flashpoint. Israel contends it has evidence that the hospital sits on top of an underground Hamas command center and has been warning those still inside to evacuate, even as its troops have been actively working to surround the facility. Hospital officials deny Hamas operates there and have said patients are dying for a lack of food, fuel, and other supplies. Israel's assertion that Al-Shifa was actually hit by a Palestinian projectile echoed similar and unresolved claims and counterclaims following munitions that hit the courtyard of another Gaza hospital, Al Ahli, nearly a month ago. Wait. I don't get it. I don't understand. I thought that was resolved. I thought that was definitely not Israel. I thought that was definitely Islamic Jihad. At least according to everyone that yelled at me for a month as Israel, you know, continued shooting and blowing up medical professionals all across the Gaza Strip. Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have. Over the 10-hour coverage that I dedicated to the Al Ahli hospital bombing, I should have not said 100% right. I should have said 99% or 90%. Oh, wait, that's right. I did say that, actually. But it doesn't matter because the one time I said 100%, it's over. That's a good clip that you can use to just reaffirm your perspective. Anyway. The evidence, and I will say this once again, I will repeat what I said on the day of the Al Ahli strike. It is my assumption, given the overwhelming amount of circumstantial evidence that points that in the direction of this being an Israeli attack, as they had attacked this hospital 2 days prior. They had used artillery on this hospital 2 days prior, as the fact that they told all the doctors to evacuate this hospital time and time again, that until there is third-party on-the-ground investigations that engaged in chemical testing and looked at the soil to conclusively give evidence as to what kind of munitions was used in this circumstance, I will, of course, land on the side of, once again, this being an Israeli bomb, an Israeli missile, an Israeli strike. And it just, you know, going to say that just like I did back then and have repeated since then. Pedantry is a clip chimp's best friend. Yeah. Anyway. The evidence reviewed by the Times for the Al-Shifa points more directly to strikes by Israel, whether on purpose or by accident is unclear. In addition to the weapons remnants, an analysis of video footage shows that 3 of the projectiles were fired into the hospital from the north and south, contrary to Western trajectory indicated on a map released by the IDF, which it said was based on radar detections. A review of satellite images showed there were IDF positions north and south of the hospital early Friday. Wow. It's crazy. That's weird how that worked out. The strikes analyzed by the Times did not appear to be targeting underground infrastructure. 2 of the most severe strikes hit upper floors of the maternity ward. The IDF declined to comment on the evidence presented by the Times. It said that the Israeli forces have been engaged in an intense battle against Hamas and that because of the specific military activity currently underway, we are unable to address or confirm specific queries. The first projectile, filmed by Mr. Hijazi in the courtyard, was also captured by Saleh al-Jafarawi, a Gaza Instagram personality who has been camped out at the hospital for weeks. Mr. al-Jafarawi has been subject to various internet controversies for his prolific social media posts, which, by the way, that's a gross way to cover that. No, he hasn't been subject to various internet controversies. He's been lied about non-stop and endlessly in a way to reaffirm the horrifying narrative that Pallywood is a real thing, that like Palestinians are faking it. That's what the controversies are. He's been targeted by the Israeli government and has been used as an example of how Palestinians lie about their struggles under the occupation and the bombing campaigns of Israel. They're lying. They're making it up. That Israel isn't simply bombing these places, I guess, and it's all makeup. A review of Mr. al-Jafarawi's video metadata confirmed he filmed the scene immediately after the strike. He was filmed at the scene. In another video provided by Gazan journalist Modasem Mortaja, Mr. al-Jafarawi's videos on the scene match images taken by Mr. Mortaja and Mr. Hijazi and comport with the accounts provided by the hospital's director, weapons experts, and other witnesses. Mark Gerlasco, our GOAT, whose daughter may or may not be in the chat still, a former Pentagon senior intelligence analyst who now works at Human Rights Watch, who is their munitions expert, identified the projectile as the shell of an Israeli illumination artillery round commonly used to identify targets at night. This is the same type of artillery round that they used at the Al-Ahli hospital. At the Al-Ahli hospital, they had also used an Israeli illumination artillery round when they bombed the cancer ward at the Al-Ahli hospital. Part of the reason why I thought that the Al-Ahli courtyard bombing was also the doing of Israel. Richard Stevens, former explosive ordnance disposal soldier with the British Army, also identified it as an illumination round and noted the absence of a high explosive detonation upon the shell's impact. Sometime after 2 a.m., the hospital was hit again, this time explosive rounds that pierced the 5th floor wall of the maternity building. A video filmed in the immediate aftermath showed blankets, chairs, and shoes strewn around the room. Amid the debris were 2 metal fins that Mr. Gerlasco identified as the tails of 120mm tank shells of a type used only by Israeli forces, not by Palestinian militants who don't have tanks. He said the damage to the room was very consistent with a 120mm HE tank shell, referring to high explosive shells. The tail fins you can see in this video right here. This is also the reason why I've said that in the Al-Ahli hospital bombing, it was suspicious that Hamas could not provide evidence of any kind of additional, any kind of like fragments from the type of munitions that was used. Okay? Because there's always fragments. Nothing just like blows up and perishes entirely. The Times has established that these shells were likely fired from a southern direction towards the hospital. Again, contrary to the map issued by the Israeli military. Dr. Abu Salmiya, the hospital's director, said that a 61-year-old man had been killed in the strike and that 2 women had been injured. By 8 a.m., the same wing of the maternity building had been struck again. This time, a section of the exterior wall was blown out and the interior of the building was considerably damaged. This blast, Dr. Abu Salmiya said, ripped through the hospital, killing 3 people who had been sheltering inside and injuring others. Video filmed in the immediate aftermath showed extensive damage and dozens of people leaving the area. The hospital appeared to have been jammed to capacity when it was hit. Since the war began, hospitals in Gaza have been used not just to treat the wounded, but also to shelter thousands of Gazans. Videos filmed by a reporter working with Al Jazeera inside the hospital on October 30th, provided to the Times, showed women, children, and infants filling the corridors and stairwells of the maternity building. One video shows over 20 women and children camped inside the same area that appears to have been later hit by Israeli shells. Interesting. About an hour and a half after the maternity unit was hit for the second time, a projectile hit the other side of the hospital. Anyway, The point is, Israel blew up another hospital and then fucking lied about bombing the hospital. They absolutely target hospitals. They have since the beginning of this conflict, okay? And that they're bombing them indiscriminately. And also, on top of that, there is a very high bar that you have to clear to justify blowing up a hospital, okay? You have to have more enemy combatants inside of the hospital than actual civilians. It is virtually impossible to reach this standard. Israel will say, oh, well, there's weapons inside that hospital, which means it's actually used for military purpose. That is not a high enough standard. Okay? That is not a high enough standard. Remember, there has to be actually like militants inside of the hospital and a gigantic amount of militants inside of the hospital. You have to be able to prove that this hospital is being used for a military operation, not post hoc, as you control the narrative. You blow up the hospital, then you go into the hospital, and then you say, hey, sorry, we found some weapons. Like, you have to show actual intelligence ahead of time. Can you hit a military hospital with only wounded soldiers? No, you cannot. You cannot hit a military hospital with only wounded soldiers. That is also a war crime. Exactly. That's the point. You cannot kill retreating militants that have put down their arms. You cannot kill wounded militants that are in the process of getting medical care and medical attention. You cannot do that. But that is precisely the reason why, and I will repeat this behind the paywall at the top of the hour for all of those who want to see what I have to say. Okay? Wait, what is this? Gaza hospital blast? According to Al Ahly, I don't know if you saw this, but BBC actually got a photo of reportedly of a Hamas EOD teams at the crater impact, and one has their hands in the crater. Okay, I'll look at this in a second. But at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Okay? Okay, but isn't the best defense against virtual war crimes that haven't happened yet just more actual war crimes? Yeah. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I forgot what I was going to say because Elon News sent me a link, and then I clicked on the link, and I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Anyway, according to international humanitarian laws, Article 19 in the Convention relative to the protection of civilians and persons at the time of war, wounded and sick, discontinuous of protection of hospitals. The protection to which civilian hospitals are entitled shall not cease unless they are used to commit outside their humanitarian duties acts harmful to the enemy. Protection may, however, cease only after due warning has been given, naming in all appropriate cases a reasonable time limit, and after such warnings have been remained unheeded. The fact that a sick or wounded members of the armed forces are nursed in these hospitals, or the presence of small arms and ammunition taken from such combatants and not yet handed to the proper service, shall not be considered to be acts harmful to the enemy. It feels like this is, directly written for Israel almost. Yes, you are not allowed to kill fleeing or retreating soldiers. You can capture them regardless, proving that you can provide the medical help they may need. You also cannot strike a hospital if there are actual militants inside of the hospital that are wounded and getting medical care. Now, of course, it's fucking pointless, but I'm just saying, for all the liberal squishes out there, Israel's justifications for why they're bombing the hospital is ridiculous. They do not have enough proof, enough evidence to be able to blow up a hospital. All of the evidence that they've pointed to is ridiculous. It's just suspicions. And in order to blow up a hospital, you have to clear an incredibly fucking high standard. Remember that international humanitarian law that I just mentioned to you as we move on to the videos that they've cut so far.
Today, interestingly, the US, for the first time, came out and said that it had its own intelligence sources corroborating those claims from the Israelis. We haven't seen any sort of visual proof up to now made public that this is the case. But the White House also said that hospitals and patients must be protected. And we think that within the Shifa hospital right now, there are, accounts vary, but between 2,000 and 4,000 people. The biggest number are people who went there originally to take shelter, but there are also, of course, doctors and patients who are being treated, some of them very vulnerable, including more than 30 premature babies who were taken off of the out of incubators because of the lack of power. And that's been a big focus of international concern, with suggestions they could be evacuated that haven't really come to any fruition. Israel has been saying consistently that it is willing to allow staff and patients to flee from the Shifa hospital in recent days, because this standoff has been going on for some time. But what Palestinians have said is that Israeli forces fired at some of those people who were leaving, that it was too dangerous also to move those most vulnerable patients.
Well, that was the BBC's Yolande Nell in Jerusalem. Well, for more on this story, let's go live now to Juliet Tuma, Director of Communications for the UN Works and Relief Agency for Palestine refugees. And Juliet, I just want to start by asking you what you make of events happening at Al-Shifa today.
We are watching with horror. We're watching these reports with absolute horror. Medical facilities should be protected at all times, but this is yet another indication that no place is safe, and no place, including civilian infrastructure like hospitals, like UN facilities, they've not been spared during this war.
And Julius, I want to ask you about something specifically to do with the UN in Gaza. We're getting reports from Reuters news agency that a humanitarian aid source, has said Israel has given approval for 24,000 litres of diesel fuel to be used by trucks for UN operations in the Gaza Strip. Can you confirm this?
No, I cannot confirm this. I, like you, saw the Reuters report, and I can confirm that no fuel has come into Gaza to date. Per the statement that we put out last night, we confirmed that no fuel has come into Gaza since the war began. It's been 5 weeks now. And in fact, we at UNRWA are on the verge of having a significant reduction in our operations. And in some cases, if we do not get fuel, we will be forced to stop some of our operations that are life-saving.
But are there ongoing negotiations? Is there a possibility that an announcement could come soon allowing you to get fuel into the Gaza Strip?
There has been negotiations for many, many long weeks now about the issue of fuel. It is very simple. Fuel has been used as a weapon of war in Gaza. People have been deprived of basic services due to the lack of fuel. We at UNRWA have been calling to get an urgent shipment of fuel for the past 3 weeks, and it has been falling on deaf ears. And this is obviously putting a lot of pressure on us as the largest humanitarian agency to do our work. Without fuel, we cannot work. It's very simple. It's very, very simple.
Is it true that Israel built the tunnels under the hospital themselves in the 80s and 90s? Yes, there's a basement structure and a network of tunnels, just like there's a network of tunnels that exists in every other fucking hospital. There's service tunnels, for example. So like it's not out of the ordinary to have a basement in a fucking hospital. Okay? Yes, this hospital, of course, has a basement and a tunnel structure underneath it. Of course. And yes, it has been documented since the 80s that exists. From what I understand, according to Tablet Magazine at least, like an earlier reporting from years prior, the tunnel structure exists under the hospital because Israel built it. Obviously, yeah, American high schools have fallout tunnels in major cities. American hospitals have major tunnel systems underneath it. If you've ever been to Syracuse, for example, if you go to fucking Syracuse University, for example, there's a tunnel structure in every fucking campus. Why? Because there's 6 feet of snow for like 6 months at a time. There are many different reasons as to why tunnel structures exist, but it's a perfectly valid thing to have underneath a goddamn hospital. Doesn't mean that there's fucking terrorists in there, okay?
Simple.
Just tell us about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. We know what's happening in the north, the ongoing fighting. In the south, we hear it was a particularly rainy night, and it was quite difficult for a lot of people there in Gaza overnight.
Yes, look, the rain is going to make really desperate situation far worse, including for people who have been displaced, which is now more than 3/4 of the Gaza population. They have been forced to.
They built part of the basement under the hospital that will be key if there's any Hamas-style tunnels with the arch roofs and narrow concrete passageways or evidence of new tunnels and bunkers or not.
Leave their homes. 800,000 of those are in UNRWA shelters. They are overcrowded. We do not have fuel, again, so we cannot provide.
That is at the Rochester Institute of Technology, not Q's. No, Syracuse has tunnels too. What are you talking about? I've literally visited the campus. I went from the ER at the University of Chicago Hospital to the OR via underground tunnels. Yep, there you go. A lot of terrorism happening in those tunnels. Now, of course, it wasn't mostly Arabs that were probably, pushing your stretcher from one place to the other.
Things like heating or clean water. This is why it's absolutely critical that fuel comes in, and it's not a one-off shipment, by the way. There needs to be shipments of fuel on a regular basis.
Anyway, very stupid stuff. But here's the Israeli Defense Forces propaganda, which we're going to be looking at now. We took a close look at this one-shot video from the IDF released at the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza and shared in a tweet linked below. Despite stating that this video contains no edits, there's a clear edit in this mark. We have isolated the edit here.
One-shot video. One shot, no editing of all of the evidence that we have found just now in this building.
Now, here's the thing. Before they, went into fucking, before they went into the Al-Shifa hospital, they claimed that there was possibly hostages in the hospital, despite the fact that there was no evidence to state that there were hostages in the hospital. But they said that regardless. Why did they say that? Well, because they wanted to justify sieging the fucking hospital. Now that they've actually entered the hospital and found no hostages, they immediately backtracked on that statement and even said to Israeli outlets that, they don't think that there are any hostages inside of the hospital. But that didn't stop the American government from repeating this statement. Okay? Hold on. I'm gonna show you I'm gonna show you some of this shit. 1 second. I have to pull this up. Well, I'm 43, and this guy's been a spokesperson during every Israeli war crime segment. Check my link for what Norm found. Okay, dude. Norm didn't find shit. Oh, here it is. Tweet from yesterday about there being a headquarter and hostages under the... Yeah, here. Breaking. White House's John Kirby says the U.S. has its own independent intelligence that shows Hamas and PIJ are using Al-Shifa Hospital and other hospitals for holding hostages and for military activities. Breaking 1 day later. Just kidding. One must ask itself why Israel keeps claiming these things and then turning around and having the American State Department independently verify those erroneous claims, only to backtrack 24 hours later. Kirby added that Hamas is a command and control center in Al-Shifa Hospital. He said the U.S. doesn't want the hospital to be bombed and doesn't want to see a firefight at the hospital. Okay? But remember, I am a fucking streamer after all. I can get certain things wrong. But you know who is consistently getting things wrong on purpose? They walked back the proof. Well, 24 hours later, White House's own John Kirby. We didn't give an okay for Israeli operation at Al-Shifa Hospital. Kirby added the U.S. doesn't expect Israel to update it in advance about the military operations in Gaza. There's also another, hold on. There's another update from Barack Ravid that I saw before. Hold on. I retweeted it, actually. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here. Here it is. Breaking. A senior Israeli official said that the purpose of the IDF operation at the Al-Shifa hospital wasn't to rescue hostages, but to locate and expose a Hamas tunnel hub that connects the hospital with other parts of the Gaza Strip. Oh, God. I don't want to... Fuck. Don't give me Max Blumenthal, please. Jesus Christ. But it's on. Please, dude. One last hospital siege, dude. This one is different. You have to let me, dude. Please. Genuinely, why do they even backtrack statements at all? Like, why bother? I mean, at this point, it's just still to maintain a presence of, like, seriousness. Because you still need that legitimacy, right? But the reality is that it doesn't matter because no one fucking punishes Israel nor the American State Department for fucking lying regularly. I mean, look at the hypocrisy here. Here's perfect representation.
Never let the crimes Russia's committing become our new normal. Bucha is not normal. Mariupol is not normal. Irpin is not normal. Bombing schools and hospitals and apartment buildings to rubble is not normal.
Yeah, I mean, when Russia does it, it's not normal. When Israel does it, it's normal and good. When news reporters get things wrong that they were 100% on, no one bats an eye. Dumbass Himbo Tushima gets something wrong, everyone loses their goddamn minds, can't wait. No, that's the other issue. It's not even when I get something wrong on a lot of this stuff. It's just like, if you look at everything I've said about the Al Ahli hospital, you realize that, yes, I'm certain, almost certain, okay? Almost certain that this is yet another Israeli bombing campaign. However, it might not be. And I've told you from day one what my line is, where I can be convinced. But of course, that is considered irrelevant. Meanwhile, the IDF, one of the acting parties here, the one with all the power, as a matter of fact, and the U.S. State Department is regularly just pumping nonstop lies, and not a single media person goes, yeah, what the fuck are we doing, actually? Can we just, like, how am I supposed to believe you ever? Did Hasan cover Israel's retrieving sperm from dying U.S. soldiers? Yeah, yesterday we made jokes about it. Damn, dude, no way. That's crazy. Israel never lies, though. This must be a mistake, is what I said. Ethics and news coverage for HasanAbi is just as bad faith as Gamergate was. They have a conclusion, Assam bad, and they're looking for any excuse to attack. They will never give you credit because this isn't about truth, politics, or accuracy. It's immature man babies that desperately want your attention. I know. I know. They're somehow under less scrutiny than streamers. No, it's not about scrutiny. It's just about using, like, one reliable and not inherently or immediately political statement or sentiment to attack a person that they consider to be bad, a person that they want to vilify. That's all this is. And it becomes relatively difficult to deal with people like this because, like, if you don't have any personal politics here, and we're talking about politics, and if you don't have any interest in, like, understanding the history, you can simply clip anything over the course of a 10-hour broadcast and just run a narrative that, like, I'm just, like, making shit up in my mind. Because you don't show the first fucking hour leading up to me saying something. You don't see the reading that I do behind before I start the broadcast, the conversations that I have with other journalists that are either on the ground or forensic analysts and even OSINT Andes. You don't look at any of that. And you just simply say, oh, he's bad. This isn't fucking the random loser that I talked to yesterday, by the way. This is just a consistent thing that I hear from those who criticize my coverage all the time. Okay?
Shalom, everyone. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan from the IDF here. I am in the Shifa hospital, as you can see from the sign behind me, and as you can clearly see from the building. We are going to do a one-shot video. One shot, no editing, of all of the evidence that we have found just now in this building of the Shifa. So we're inside the MRI center of the Shifa hospital. Israeli troops breached here a few hours ago, and we have cleared the area, make sure that it's safe. And a few of the most interesting things that we have found totally confirm, without any doubt, that Hamas systematically uses hospitals in their military operations.
One must ask themselves, why is this guy speaking in English? What's the real purpose of this video, I wonder? The no edit cuts video has an edit at 626. I mean, it doesn't even fucking matter that there's edits in it, man. It doesn't matter. It's like they literally are going into the fucking video. They literally are going into the video. We don't know what they've done prior. Like, they don't have actual journalists or the ones that they have embedded with them. They don't allow to reveal whatever kind of information they want to reveal. They check everything that, like, Western journals that are embedded with the IDF, who are already probably sympathetic. You know what I mean? There's no way to, like, make an accurate assessment here.
Store inside the hospital.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they make a cut here. Who gives a shit, right? Like, it's all propaganda. To be fair, a large portion of the Israeli population speaks English as well as Hebrew, so it's not surprising to see the English off the cuff. It's still propaganda, but isn't a complete shock. No, brother, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because no Israeli military spokesperson is doing this for the Israeli population. Anytime you hear any kind of sentiment coming directly from Israeli accounts that is not written in Hebrew is because they do not care about the Israeli population hearing that stuff. They are doing it specifically so the Western world reads into it and makes up their mind on it. And the same principle goes for why the aid, the boxes that they had labeled outside of the fucking hospital had been labeled medical supplies in English. $14% of the Gaza, 14% of the Palestinian population of the Gaza Strip speaks English. And I don't want any arguments on this because, like, they already have an Arabic account specifically for messaging that they want to pump out to either the Palestinian citizens inside of Israel or the Palestinians outside in the occupation, in the occupied areas, and the rest of the Arab world. That account is used to antagonize Arabs in general. They also have, the IDF deleted the video. Wait, the video that we're watching right now, they deleted it? No shot. What?
In violation of international law, and what we have found, I think, is only the tip of the iceberg. Let me show you a few examples. Security cameras have been obstructed. All of the security cameras are covered, and this isn't the only one. You'll see the rest of them here. Follow me as we go in, and we will see the MRI center and see the weapons that Hamas has hidden inside.
They are the same boxes the IOF found weapons in? No, I don't think this is the same box, but it doesn't matter. But, like, dude, come on. It's a box that says medical supplies in bold font. Like, get the fuck out of here. I don't think it's the same box there, okay? The conspiracy theory right now that, or I guess the theory right now that they haven't, that no one has substantiated thus far, okay? No one has substantiated thus far is that, like, they actually brought in the weapons with these boxes.
This is where patients come in order to get MRI services. We'll proceed into a more secluded area. And the lighting here is out, so we're using flashlights. We're now, as you can see...
By the way, you can't store weapons next to an MRI machine because, you know, this is what happens. So I don't know why they, like, said that this was, these were weapons being stored in the fucking room or whatever next to the MRI machine. Or I guess, like, it's far enough.
In an MRI room. I don't know when this was used the last time. But it is definitely an MRI machine. And if you follow me behind the MRI machine, I'll show you what our troops exposed just minutes ago. In military terms, this is a...
Bro, this is what I mean. It's like, dude, that's so fucking stupid. Like, just put it anywhere else. Like, what are you doing?
A grab bag, grab and go of a Hamas combatant. And if you zoom in and we get some light over here, what you'll be able to see is military equipment. There is an AK-47. There are cartridges, ammo. There are grenades in here. Of course, uniform. And all of this was hidden very...
The other part of this is that, like, they have uniforms there, right? Palestinian militants don't use fucking uniforms when they're fighting in their own territory. Okay? When they're fighting against the Israeli occupying forces inside of Gaza, they don't wear fucking uniforms. I don't know why the fuck this is a uniform bag here that they found. That also doesn't make sense. One... Under international law, as long as they're clearly defined and armed, spontaneous militia arming in retaliation to an invasion is actually legal. Okay, they wear the Abibas, the Abibas tracksuits in general. They only wear the uniforms when they're shooting fucking propaganda footage. When they're shooting like ads, basically for the militancy. When they're shooting like. When they're shooting like training videos and stuff like that, they don't use, or when they're actually, when they were doing the operation on October 7th. So that's another reason why it's like weird that these guys are like claiming that the fucking uniforms are just like suspiciously right here, right behind, suspiciously right behind the MRI machine.
Very conveniently, secretly behind the MRI machine. On the other side, we found a backpack with what appears to be very important intelligence, including a laptop, and we'll show you that momentarily. Let's go see the next room. So we're still in the MRI center. The backpack was found in here, and it was also hidden behind the MRI machine.
Yeah,
as you can
the
see,
guerrillas, the terrorists are very stupid, and they don't know MRI is a big magnet.
The rest of the equipment here is proper hospital.
Also, the laptop next to a big super magnet is also there. We found it.
Hospital equipment, right? Bandages and medical gear. It seems as if there's no real shortage because there's a lot of equipment here.
Shit, dude. They found medical gear in a hospital. That must mean there's no shortage of medical supplies. Ah! 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 There's fucking babies that have to be operated on without anesthesia. This guy fucking opens up one bag and there's gauze in there and he goes, well, there is no shortage.
Here, but we'll leave that for another discussion.
Okay, well, the video still exists here, so we'll just continue.
Corridor here. Our troops.
Imagine thinking that we can't watch the fucking video. Oh, no. Oh, no. No! Okay, someone give me a re-upload right now. Re-upload right now. No shot! Someone give me the re-upload. Someone give me the re-upload. Someone give me the re-upload. Someone give me the re-upload! Ah! Fuck! I'm so mad. It's on Insta still? No, they deleted the video. 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 They actually deleted the video. Holy fuck, they deleted the video. They did. Here. This is they literally deleted the video. They deleted the video from YouTube and from Twitter. Honestly unsure if it's the idea of deleting a shitty video or just Twitter video being bad. No, they deleted the fucking video. We were just watching it on the IDF YouTube channel, man. It's gone. It's literally gone. The video is now unavailable, okay? Look.
Everyone, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan from...
No, this is... Wait, is it the same length? Okay, there's 18 extra seconds in this video. There isn't in this one.
Inside a hospital facility, backpack with what appears, and we'll show you that momentarily. Let's go see the next video.
I wonder what they deleted. There's like 19 extra seconds on the other one.
So we're still in the MRI center. The backpack was found in here, and it was also hidden behind the MRI machine.
Yeah, though just based off the quick look we get in the video of a walkthrough, at least some of the supplies appear to be fairly basic. Visible box of medical masks and an herbal pain relief ointment. Yeah. No short supply here.
Shalom everyone, Lieutenant Colonel. The closet here, which is in the main part of business.
Okay, this one is the full one. Okay.
Inside a hospital. The only reason they're here. Another MRI machine.
Oh wait, hold on. So they
right? Bandages and medical gear. It seems as if there's no real shortage because there's a lot of
okay, I gotta pee.
Equipment here, but we'll leave that for another discussion. Let's go see weapons and other prohibited items. As we walk through the main corridor here, our troops did a preliminary search of the area. We tried to uncover the cameras, but all of the cameras have been obstructed. You can see there's black tape covering it. And when our troops opened this closet here, which is in the main part of the clinic, this is what they found. These weapons have absolutely no business being inside a hospital. The only reason they're here is because Hamas put them here, because they use this place, like many other hospitals and ambulances and sensitive facilities inside the Gaza Strip, for their illicit military purposes. So there's Kalashnikov rifles here, even ammunition. And let's go see the next part of the of what we have here. Another MRI machine. Another MRI machine where behind it we also found contraband similar to what...
Bro, they literally put things that could be destroyed by magnets directly behind a massive magnet. Why are they doing that? It's like there's so many other hiding places that you could put the weapons at. Like, what do you mean? Like, what is the argument here?
The next part of the of what we have here.
Yeah, they put grenades and live ammunition next to a fucking magnet.
Another MRI machine. Another MRI machine where behind it we also found contraband similar to what you saw in the other areas. And let's go see the last thing, which is more related to intelligence.
Yeah, by the way, can I just point something? Can I just point to something here? I hope you guys understand. And this is the reason why I mentioned this before. None of what they're showing you justifies them bombing this hospital. So, like, the fact that they put this video out there and then fucking deleted it doesn't even mean that this isn't a war crime. It's still very much a war crime to siege a hospital. So for a lot of dumb bitches out there, I may be wrong, but I don't think their magnets, when unpowered and are hard to fire back up if they had to shut them down for an outage, still don't agree with the IDF. The idea that you would hide in a hospital your weapons and your uniforms that you don't even fucking use when you're fighting against the invading army is like the idea that you would put it behind an MRI machine rather than anywhere else in a hospital is so ridiculous. Remember to say that this is only 90% of this stage? Yes, 90%.
Which I think we will be able to extract quite a lot of interesting intelligence from. If you can see, follow me. Up here, on top of a spare part of the MRI department, we found another grab bag. It's empty because we emptied it and cleared it so that we could use and see it. So this is where we found it, and here are the contents of the bag. The contents of the bag are full military kit for one Hamas terrorist. A live grenade, ammunition, fighting vest with insignia, boots, and of course uniforms, and last but not least, standard AK-47. Inside the hospital, hidden in a secluded area, take a look at this door here. Blast-proof door, which is part of the clinic and part of the infrastructure of the hospital. Everything else looks like a hospital, only this part doesn't. Last part. Now we will see something that our intel researchers are looking into. Hold on, before we go on, let's have a look at what we found inside the very...
Whoa! Is that a WD-40? Dude, don't say it ain't so. Don't do that. Don't. Dude, that's fuck, man. Dude, imagine if there are squeaky doors at the hospital. The most dangerous prospect. When you're when your bomb-proof, when your blast-proof door gets squeaky and you fucking use a WD-40, it's ooh.
Same cabinet that houses medical equipment. You can see all kinds of standard military medical stuff. We found another go-to bag, this bag here. And again, we opened it up in order to make sure that it's safe to touch and show. So please don't give me any of that. You opened it up and you placed it there. This is...
He's arguing. He's arguing with people. He's arguing with people that are going to be like, dog, why did you do that?
The bag that we found, and this is the stuff that was in it. Now, there's insignia, military insignia, a knife.
I'm so glad that the Hamas guys were like, this is my Al-Qassam. This is my specific Al-Qassam magazine.
For those of you who read Arabic, you'll be able to understand what it says here. But it's Hamas, the military wing, Kataib al-Qassam, of course a vest with equipment, and as always an AK-47, standard gear, grab and go, which they thought would be a good place to store inside a hospital.
No. That part is true. That is consistent with what they were using on October 7th. By the way, bombing a hospital isn't always a war crime, apparently. During the Geneva Conventions protect hospitals during war, but the safeguard is an absolute. Yes, the standard that you have to be able to blow up a hospital is incredibly high. This article title makes it seem as though it is permissible. First of all, it's immoral no matter what. Okay? But the specifics of the matter, the fact that Hamas headquarters is located under Shifa has been Gaza's biggest open secret for over a decade. It's a military target shielded by a medical unit. That is a war crime. Bookmark this tweet for after the war. You're going to look very silly. It's like, dude, first of all, let me tell you something. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if the Hamas headquarters are underneath the hospital, okay? You, under no circumstances, can fucking blow up the hospital. Okay, you can't do that. Anyway, this is where the cut is, I think. Yeah, see the no cut.
Thought would be a good place to store inside a hospital. And the last item, which I'm sure will be very interesting to analyze, is a laptop. We found it in the MRI room. This is how the laptop looks. I don't know who it belonged to, but now it is being analyzed by our Intel people. Tactical radio communications, which we will analyze. Lots of disks, which will be analyzed. And a computer, which at first glance already provides a lot of incriminating evidence.
Wait.
This is Israeli private Megidish, who was taken hostage by Hamas. She is home with her family because we were able to rescue her. But this picture was found on this computer in addition to...
Dude, they were just looking at it, dude. I can't believe they found... Dude, they were just looking at it, dude. That's crazy. By the way, they don't protect their password. Password protect their laptop found in the Hamas headquarters. They set up a PowerPoint on the laptop before taking this video. Pretty sure that will discredit this walkthrough.
Other interesting documents that will be processed, and we will use them in order to continue our fight.
I hate when I'm looking at my terrorism and I get interrupted by the IDF PR guys. Yeah. Stop. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy that they found... It's crazy that they found he was right in the act, dude. My man was deep in the goon cave, okay? Wait, refresh this page. Did we just lose this video too?
Been obstructed. You can see there's black...
Which channel is this from? Ajax? IDF spokesman Jonathan Conricus. No, it's still here. The video is still here. They deleted the other video, though. Yeah, Capri Sun Poppy is correct, by the way. If that's a Lenovo T490, it does not have a CD drive. Anyway, so Geneva Convention say hospitals have special status. So what exactly do the laws of war say about hospitals? There's a special protection saying civilian hospitals may in no circumstance be the objects of an attack, but should at all times be respected and protected by the parties of the conflict. However, the shield is not absolute. Legal scholars say a Hamas attack from a hospital could make it a military target, though not immediately. The Geneva Conventions add that the opposing side, in this case Israel, must give the hospital due warning and allow a reasonable time limit to see if the attack stopped. And if any retaliation must be proportionate. A lone gunman firing from a hospital wouldn't give an army the right to destroy an entire building and harm large numbers of civilians, according to lawyers. I'm particularly worried about the risk of indiscriminate attacks because of the way the Israeli military is waging this war, said Bashi of Human Rights Watch. So finding a goddamn laptop in a hospital and a bunch of small arms inside of the MRI room for some weird reason still does not justify sieging the goddamn hospital. They struck this hospital, remember, with shells. The Geneva Convention doesn't cover a large population at the time. What? The Fox News reporter reporting from inside the hospital.
Right now, we are in Gaza's...
Yeah, Trey Yinks. This guy sucks.
Al-Shifa hospital. The Israelis raided the facility over...
Fox News has been, like, the most dick riding in this coverage. Like, they literally unconditionally are like they're hitting the... it doesn't even matter if the hospital wasn't a fucking... It doesn't even matter if they don't find guns in the hospital. Like, they should just keep blowing the hospital up anyway for funsies type shit.
Overnight, there are currently hundreds of Palestinians still being treated here and more than 1,000 internally displaced Gazans. The Israelis say none of those Palestinians were killed as they engaged Hamas fighters on the outskirts of the hospital. As we were entering, we could hear those gun battles unfolding between the Israelis and Hamas. Deep in the heart of Gaza City, Israel is looking to hold territory as they search for the hostages currently being held inside Gaza. Right now, we are in Gaza's...
Yeah, so they're slowly looking through the different parts of the hospital, by the way. But anyway, I love that there's this debate of the legality of military strikes on hospitals. She said she could veto planned attacks as legally problematic, though commanders could appeal up the chain of command. All of this is to try and say that, like, sometimes it could be permissible, but in most circumstances it is not. In the overwhelming majority of circumstances it is not, and it is certainly not in this situation. Okay? Little bro was panting because he was deep-throating it, and it's not easy to deep-throat it. Okay? If you find yourself on the sometimes attacking hospitals good side, you might want to reconsider your life. Sometimes attacking a hospital saves lives. Watch the Dershov live on Rumble and YouTube. Leave a question or comment in the live chat. Love that. The Dersh is back. Anyway, so that's fun. The Israeli Defense Force deleted this video for some reason. I don't know why. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Oh, here's the Gaza health director who refused the Israeli army's request during a phone call before the Shifa hospital raid.
أنا بقدرش أنزل، أنا بين مرضاي، كيف أنزل؟ أنت تحت الطائر تحت اللي مسؤول هو أنت بدك تكتبني تحت أنا ما بقدر أنزل أنا بين مرضاي بدك تاخذني من بين مرضاي تعال خذني في الآخر أنا وأنت إحنا وأنت مش الناس اللي موجودين.
Oh yeah, here they're carrying out excavation operations now. So they didn't find anything reasonable that could justify their suspicions or justify legally, make it legally permissible to blow up the hospital, which, by the way, it would still be a debate and one that I do not agree with regardless, even if there was a fucking Hamas command center underneath the goddamn hospital, for the record. Okay? So, just want to make sure that people understand. But yeah, Al-Shifa's emergency supervisor, we have not received any of what Israel claims about baby milk or incubators. The comical all caps medical supplies in English is very telling about the real targets of this propaganda. Israel cut off all food, water, and fuel, and aid to Al-Shifa. You know, just remember that shit. The other problem here is that the Israeli military is, in a very cowardly way, refusing to send troops into tunnel structures that they do find. Part of the reason why is because they're worried about actually dying down there. Sometimes when they do send someone down there, they end up dying. But because they don't want to fucking send any troops down into the tunnel structures because they might have booby traps in the tunnel structures, which has happened before, okay? Or they might have actual militants in the tunnel structures. The reason why they don't fucking go down there is because they don't want any casualties. But if you fucking justify blowing up a goddamn hospital on top of a tunnel structure, you have to inevitably go into the tunnel structure, especially if your goal is to militarily extract hostages. That is the whole point. Even if they find a major tunnel network under the hospital is above ground, and nothing will justify blowing up Al-Shifa, as any Hamas bunkers would not be in the building itself. Exactly. Bro, are you for real? They have a lot of elite troops. What do you mean, am I for real? I know how they operate. What are you talking about? They very rarely go inside of the tunnels. They send a robot down there. They literally send a robot down there and they go, oh, we saw a door. Scary. Remember what they did with the other hospital, the much smaller one, where they said, there's a tunnel. We found a tunnel here. We don't know if the tunnel was like literally on the roof and it was an elevator shaft or not. Okay? It wasn't consistent with other Hamas tunnels that we've seen. And then what did they tell you? That the tunnel connected to the hospital. They never showed the hospital connection. They never showed the other side of the tunnel system. They literally just simply said, how do we know this? Well, it's because this tunnel that we found, this entrance to a tunnel that we found that looks like an elevator shaft or you know, an elevator shaft or like a mechanical shaft of some sort. That actually, we sent a robot down there and the robot saw a door that looked to be in the, you know, in the direction of the hospital. That is an insane thing to claim. Like, you can't go down a service hatch and be like, well, there was a door down there and guess which direction the door was pointing to. Why does it say medical supplies on all sides of this box in English? It's because you are supposed to see it and go, wow, let me forget that. Yeah, I don't know if they're worried that Hamas are using new tactics to blow up tunnels with soldiers in, as in 2014 here. They used to go to tunnels and film. Yeah, here. Wait, is there TOS in this, Elon? Is there actually a TOS in this? Yeah, this is the tunnel.
צד שימין של מי שהוריד אותי, יש כאן כבלים.
Anyway. So back then, they used to go into the tunnels every now and then, and the tunnels would get blown up. But in order not to have any of their soldiers get killed in the tunnel structures, they just don't even go into the tunnel structures at all anymore and simply just fucking claim that, there's tunnels there and let's not look into it further. And I'm sure those tunnels connect somehow. And it's like ridiculous, especially if the standard, the bar that you're trying to clear is like a justification for blowing up a goddamn hospital that is above the tunnel. But anyway, here's Eric Toller, New York Times Visual Investigations, previously Bellingcat. The IDF just released their first photos/videos from the Shifa hospital after last night's raid. I count 10 guns. The IDF has claimed that the beating heart of Hamas operations beneath Shifa. Presumably, they'll release more photos and videos. The second photo is a box of dates that were confiscated and Qurans that have not been opened. Okay, just like, come on, dude. The IDF posted a few videos of their tour through the hospital. No tunnels, command centers, etc. can be found in any of these clips or pictures. Instead, focus on grab bags of some guns and body armor scattered around and a laptop next to CD-ROMs. Here's the IDF map of what they claim are Hamas complexes in Shifa Hospital. Insert all necessary caveats onto that. This mini tour was at the MRI compound. Okay? They were here. The IDF officer mentioned that there was no shortage of medical supplies when rifling through some objects at the MRI room. These are the medical supplies he was referring to. Some medical masks and something like Icy Hot. So, the Pallywood shit is so crazy. Random 50 cal bullets next to AKs and cabinets just feels staged top to bottom. Truly, yeah, I forgot to mention that too. Always insane to see shit like that. Here's a good point as well. There were literally more weapons in Stephen Paddock's hotel room, but nobody in their right mind would have advocated dropping bombs on the fucking Mandalay Bay. Good take. From, I presume, a HasanAbi head, Michael Creans. Wait, what? Elon is saying Jews are flooding the West. Wait, what? Jewish communities have been pushing this exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that actually support flooding the country, they don't exactly like them too much. You want the truth said to your face? There it is. You said the actual truth. Wait, what? Bro, this is just straight Hitlerian propaganda. Like, what do you mean? The idea that to the cowards hiding behind anonymity of the internet and posting Hitler was right. You got something to say? Why don't you say it to our faces? This ad.
I saw what you've been posting. Hitler was right. I didn't teach you that. You hide behind your screen, spewing all this hatred and ugliness. You got something you want to say? Get out of the truck and say it to their faces.
Wait, what the fuck? That's crazy. Dad's like, hey, go do a hate crime directly. What? The typical white dad teaches his 4chan groiper how to be extra racist. He's like, come on, son, don't do it online. Go do it directly outside of a Jewish school. What is happening here, dude? I didn't teach you to hide behind a keyboard. Now get out there and give it to him. He's like, I'm ashamed of you, pussy. He's like, I'm ashamed of you. I didn't teach you to be anti-Semitic behind a keyboard. I taught you how to do it right. You don't understand the video? Man, I'm joking, dog. It's a joke, okay? I'm obviously making fun, okay? Making jokes. Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking dense motherfuckers in the chat. Yeah, he said, go big or go home, son. That's it. Say it to their face so it carries more weight, law. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. I love that. So this ad is about, obviously, like, anti-Semitic hate rising in America, which is very real. It is pretty funny, though, that, like, this ad itself kind of leaves it up in the air. All right, son, let's go home. I got a cool ornament to show you. It's time to show you my gun collection from World War II. Oh, Jesus. The dad did the hate crime equivalent of when Hank made Bobby smoke a whole carton of cigarettes in King of the Hill. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's funny that it like leaves it up to question. Okay. But having said that, so Charles Weber Post is, and then this guy just goes, no, I'm actually Hitler. Like, this guy's response to this ad literally is like, no, I'm the dad actually in the video, and we love doing hate crimes. Okay? His response to this, like, anti-hate crime video was to be like, no, I'm the son and the dad in the video. Okay? To which he replied with, the artist formerly known as Eric, okay, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want the truth said to your face? There it is. Like, he literally took the framing. He took the framing of the fucking ad and was like, no, I am the Nazi in the ad. So some of you might not be very familiar with this. What does the second paragraph even mean? The second paragraph is an anti-Semitic theory that has been around for a very long time. Originally, the fascist movements, the Nazi movement used it. Huh? Ya partisan yerim. Tamam ya partisan yerim. Ne diyeyim? My dad just informed me in Turkish that there's a top of the hour ad break coming. So, hold on. He came over and he was like, it's 3 o'clock. Why didn't you tell me to make you food? Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. So, for those of you who don't know, if you're unfamiliar with the anti-Semitic lore, okay, I, on the other hand, am very well versed in this kind of thing due to the many years that I've spent combating anti-Semitism online and everywhere else. The idea was first popularized by the Nazi movement in Germany, that Western countries Western supremacist nations that are otherwise comprised of white people are purposely being diluted with barbaric hordes, and Jews are the ones who are pushing this. Okay? And it's also pretty sure the Spanish did this too. I mean, there's varying degrees. It's not like exactly one-to-one. But the most modern example of this is called the Great Replacement Theory. Okay? Tucker Carlson promotes it on his broadcast regularly. The idea that Jews, and they often say George Soros does this with the Open Societies Foundation, try to bring in immigrants into the country to dilute the white purity because they are evil, and it's good to have a white majority nation that is pure. And it, of course, has like a lot of these other false premises that like brown and black people are lesser, inferior, lower IQ, and Jews are doing that to destroy the Western civilization. Why are they doing that? No reason, really, just because they're evil, and you have to believe me. That's basically, unironically, the heart of the Great Replacement Theory. And this guy is explaining it. That's why he's saying, I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations, coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. Okay? So what he's saying here is like, you Jews brought the minorities into this country, the hordes of minorities into this country, okay, because you wanted to destroy the country, but those hordes of minorities who are barbaric also, they hate you as well. They're anti-Semitic, and you did this. You did this to yourself. That's he maxed out on the racism stats, is what I mean. Like, he literally maxed out on the fucking racism stats. Also, simultaneously saying Jews are also anti-white. Okay? To which Elon replied with, "You have said the actual truth." To which Charles Weber replied with, the OP here, Jewish conservative from South Florida, "I think this ad is showing a white father who supports Jews lecturing his college-age son not to be an anti-Semite. This ad aired back in March, at a time anti-Semitism on college campuses were on the rise. Nothing to do with the current conflict. The fact that so many people took this as portraying conservatives as anti-Semites is weird to me." Why is it weird to you? Jewish conservative from South Florida, Charles Weber. What is this? Very cool stuff. Elon. Hail Elon, hail our people. Who the fuck is this guy? I'm assuming white advocate. Yep, there it is. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff coming out of Elon, dude. Really cool. Hey, guys. Hey, the ADL should go on MSNBC and talk about like how we should execute pro-Palestinian supporters a little bit more and not focus on this, okay? Don't focus on this because that has nothing to do with Israel, right? Right? Wouldn't be the first time ADL actually collaborated with anti-Semitic, racist South Africans. if you know a thing or two about the ADL history in the United States of America. Yeah. Just saying. Yeah. Ah, yes. An American car manufacturer being deeply anti-Semitic and possibly a fascist. Where have I seen that before? If only there was a famous automobile manufacturer. if only there was a famous automobile manufacturer that also loved his own pamphlets and wanted to give it to people. Oh, that's right, Henry Ford. That's true. That's who the guy is. Medal of Award winner from Nazi Germany, Henry Ford. ADL as it stands now is a propaganda win of AIPAC and the Zionist lobby, basically, but I think it needs to be stated that the ADL was founded for a very, very good reason, which was actually combating anti-Semitism after the lynching of Leo Frank. Yes. However, what you have to recognize is that the ADL in the 90s quite literally spied on Jewish activists, Arab activists, and trade unionists at the behest of and in collaboration with the South African apartheid government. So that's what I was talking about when I said, this is not the first time the ADL has refused to or has turned a blind eye to anti-Semitic, psychotic, fucking great replacement theory promoting South African freaks. Do you even listen to yourself? Medal of Award? A Medal of Honor. Oh my God, I misspoke. Oh shit, dude. I mean, I feel like you can contextually understand what I was saying because I was actually referencing the award that Henry Ford got. The Maximum Anti-Semite of the Year award, okay? Here, dude. Here you go. Here, fucking dumb bitch. Learn a thing or two about goddamn history instead of going, he said Medal of Award. Oh, thank you, man. You fucking really own me on that one. I misspoke. Clip it. Ship it. It's over. It's Jover, dude. Henry Ford receiving the Grand Cross of the German Eagle from Nazi officials in 1938. At a ceremony in Dearborn, Michigan, Henry Ford is presented with the Grand Cross of the Supreme Order of the German Eagle on his 75th birthday. Henry Ford was the first American recipient of this honor, an honor created in 1937 by one Adolf Hitler. This was the highest honor in Nazi Germany could give to any foreigner and represented Adolf Hitler's personal admiration and indebtedness to Henry Ford. The presentation was made by Karl Kapp, the German consul in Cleveland, and Fritz Heller, German consular representative in Detroit. Yeah. The peculiar admiration that National Socialists had for Henry Ford and the supposed sympathies that the Detroit industrialists harbored for Nazism keep attracting the curious, both academic historians and internet readers. There is something irresistible about the connection between the man, taken to symbolize American industrial modernity, and the quintessential villains of the 20th century, yeah. Yes, from the wiki. For nearly 2 years, starting in 1920, the American industrialist Henry Ford published in a newspaper he owned, the Dearborn Independent, a series of anti-Semitic articles that quoted liberally from the protocols. Apologies for forgetting the name of the highest Nazi honor from Adolf Hitler. Grand Cross of the German Eagle from Nazi officials. Mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben, how did he forget this? He said the name wrong. He said the name wrong. He must be stupid. Dummkopf, I tell you. Hitler Twitter about to eat you up for this mistake? Oh, you mean literally the dark side of the commentary communities? Yeah, I know. They already are. I mean, that is the Hitler Twitter, straight up. Oh mein Gott, ich kann nicht glauben, I'm about to get the tone policing from people who say the N-word. Once again, they're going to be like, Hasan, why are you making fun of the Germans? Why are you making fun of the white population that is under attack? They're eating you up on Twitter? Yeah, on Twitler. Is it weird that every single person that like made think pieces on the usage of the word cracker has very openly said the N-word? Like in the same time frame? No. But of course, if we're talking about Twitler, here is Twitler's very own owner right here. Fucking saying, you've said nothing but the truth to the fucking great replacement theory that like Jews are responsible for tainting the pure bloodlines of white Americans. All right, we're speaking of Hitler. What am I saying? Hitler Twitter or Twitler. Hitler's very own bravest, most loyal soldier, Candace Owens, is fighting against Benjamin Netanyahu's greatest fan, Ben Shabibo. Yeah, we're going to talk about how the girly pops are fighting. Being the father to a daughter who's laying right there, you can't really see, has made me extra gay. I do say girly pop a lot. That's what I call her now. I don't even know how it fits, but it doesn't matter. The father of a girl. Anyway, getting back to it, but the let's talk about the idea of carrying out the excavation operations at Shifa Hospital compound.
אנחנו ממשיכים ופועלים בליבת העיר עזה, בליבת בירת הטרור. אנו נמצאים בעומק מחנה פליטים שתי, עליו השגנו שליטה. כוחותינו. I don't know what he's saying, so. IDF is carrying out excavation operations at the Shifa Hospital compound. Earlier, bulldozers were reported in the hospital yard. So they're trying to find the tunnel systems. Terror. We'll give you updates from that as the day goes on. But so far, not necessarily great information. Also, the video is not related. Oh, okay, got it. Peace in Israel's Haaretz from 2012 on Israel's military headquarters being intentionally located in the middle of civilian areas in Tel Aviv, which by Israel's regime's own standards and actions in Gaza makes all of those legitimate targets to mass kill as human shields. Does the presence of the IDF's HQ in Tel Aviv endanger the city's population? No one has ever seriously addressed the possibility of removing the base from the heart of the city. Haaretz investigates the legal and historical complications of the Kiryah's location. I've talked about this quite a bit. Over the past couple of weeks now, that there is an IDF HQ in the middle of the fucking city, but that, of course, does not, in my opinion, under any circumstance, mean that you could just, like, nuke Tel Aviv, okay? You can't do that. It's ridiculous. Of course, you also, under the same principles, can't nuke Gaza. Yet that hasn't stopped Israel from doing that exact same thing and using idiotic justifications to do so. So something to always consider when people say like human shields or yada yada. These are, once again, another stupid fucking moment where all of the accusations are confessions. It's all projection. The commander of the Israeli army is telling Dr. Munir Albrush, the director of health inside of the Shifa hospital, to go outside, to which he responds, "Do you mean to kill me there? I can't go anywhere. If you want to take me from among the patients, come and take me." I don't understand. What do you want to do? You could kill me if I go down there. There's a chance you might do something to me. I can't trust you. No, I won't do anything to you. I care about the welfare of the people and your patients. I want the safety of the people. Like, dude, why the fuck would this guy ever trust you when your units have sniped motherfuckers in the hospital? When you've blown up hospitals, when you've threatened medical professionals. Does anyone have the World Health Organization's updated numbers? The World Health Organization keeps a tab on every single incident against medical professionals in conflict. Every single phone call that is threatening to a medical professional in times of conflict is technically an incident that would be a war crime. Okay? When you look at their comprehensive list of all of the actions that they've taken against medical professionals inside of Gaza over the course of the past month and a half, it's in the thousands at this point. Oh, Elon News says the Kyria is also the government ministry of the defense building for context. Yeah. Why the fuck would this guy think that you're not going to kill him?
هذا الموضوع مطلقا انا انسان مدني صحي تعال انا في المستشفى موجود ثاني في قسم القلب بدك تعتقل خذني من هذا القسم لكن انا لن انزل ولن اذهب الى اي مكان رجاء انا لا استطيع التعاون انا هذا الكلام مرفوض بالنسبه لي لا انزل تحت لان انا اخاف ان تقتلني.
Because I will not cooperate because I fear that you will kill me. Yeah, I wonder why he thinks that. It's so strange. It must be anti-Semitism. Guys, I just figured it out. The Arab doctor must be anti-Semitic, that he doesn't believe the Israeli army commander, who I suspect is Jewish, actually doesn't have his best interest at heart. Why do I feel this way? Well, because I've only watched Jake Tapper since the beginning of this conflict, which is very complicated as a matter of fact. It's a very complex conflict where 4,500 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered by a nuclear superpower in the fucking region at the behest of the United States of America. And yet for me, it's a very complex situation. I can't tell if those children deserve to be fucking wiped off the planet or not. Very complex situation. And this doctor must be reading Mein Kampf in between surgeries that some people are telling me is conducted without anesthesia on children. But Jake Tapper said that there's tunnels there. So these guys are probably being human shields, and they're doing it because of the deep anti-Semitism that they feel in their hearts. That's probably the reason why this guy is afraid of the Israeli army commander, and not because, like, I don't know, the Israeli army has been blowing up the hospital and many other hospitals and ambulances for the past fucking month and a half. But of course, when I say this with no uncertain terms, I'm a bad guy. I'm radicalizing. I'm radicalizing my audience in the same way that maybe this guy is a part of my audience too, this doctor, you know? We're radicalizing people into thinking that blowing up hospitals is wrong and defending it is genocidal. Fuck. Insane, dude. On the 12th of November, 2023, over the past 36 days, the World Health Organization has recorded at least 137 attacks on healthcare in Gaza, resulting in 521 deaths and 686 injuries, including 16 deaths and 38 injuries of health to workers on duty. Those are direct attacks. There's also, like, recorded incidents as well, which is much larger than that. This is the direct attacks. The World Health Organization also features, like, every hostilities in the Gaza Strip in Israel. They consider, like, threatening phone calls to, like, evacuate a hospital to be a incident. That number is literally I think that number's in the thousands at this point, I assume. Because last time I checked, it was like during the Al-Ahli strike, which at that point there was like 420 incidents or something like that. Another fake video posted not by the IOF, but Israeli journalists. This isn't a Hamas tunnel. It's an old transmitter facility in Sweden. Great eyes from folks on Project Owl server with this too. And I learned a lot about Swedish Cold War bunkers. This is some random guy, though. He's an expert on Arab affairs and a journalist and a PhD. He might have been just joking. Our soldiers are inside Hamas tunnels. Where are you? Island? I don't know what this guy was saying. I mean, even I deleted a tweet that I made a joke because people like fucking don't understand. I showed, you know, the classic fucking meme of like the New York Police Department or whatever, the American police that sprayed out like $38 in dollar bills, like single dollar bills and like 3 pistols. Oh, Island, Jazeera. Oh, he means where are you, Al Jazeera? Okay, got it. Anyway, yeah, I posted it, and then I realized like quickly after, I deleted it 5 minutes after because like people thought that like those were actually IDF or something, and I was like, no, motherfucker, that's not. I very clearly said it in my tweet too. I was like, you know, every time I see like the IDF do these spreads, it gives, it reminds me of that like. It reminds me of that spread that the police department became a meme. Yeah, this meme. Yeah, the Tannaha Police Department. Here, this. And I posted the photo. And I think people just like literally thought this was like IDF or something. They didn't even think about it. You think the world will see this whole thing in retrospective badly like the Iraq War or even a genocide, which it is? Yes, but it doesn't matter because what you have to remember is like during the Iraq War, there were a lot of naysayers as well. People who protested the Iraq War, took it to the streets, yelled at their government. They were called terrorist supporters. They were called people who love Muslims, people who love Arabs, and that's a negative thing in the perspective of people that were saying this. They were the dick riders of terrorist. They were terrorist lovers. They were Muslim lovers. They were dick riders of terrorism. All this shit. There are members in this community that are old enough to have participated in the anti-Iraq War protests. Now, problem is, yeah, I hate when Zionists say Hamas doesn't discriminate. They kill many more types of people besides Jews, as if Israel doesn't kill hundreds of journalists and UN workers that come from who knows which countries and ethnicities. Yeah, and Hamas doesn't kill them, too. So that's the other thing. But anyway, Saddam apologist, that kind of thing. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. It doesn't really matter because they'll say you hate the troops, that you hate democracy, that America's simply doing a democratic operation, Operation Iraqi Freedom, that Iraqis are actually welcoming them as liberators. Like, I've heard all of this shit, right? I didn't cover this, but I read all of this shit. I heard all of this shit, and I saw all of it as I was watching Jon Stewart, as a matter of fact, as a young boy in Turkey, and then also as a young boy in America. And the thing is, nothing changed. The very same people turned around many years later and were like, yeah, actually, that stuff sucked. Yeah, you're right. But this time it's valid. And they've done it time and time again. If you've been a long enough active member in this community, you've probably seen the narratives changing in Ukraine. Hey, Wallah, Saul. The narrative shifting in Ukraine, right? Think about over the course of the past almost 2 years, or over the past year, I spilled. Anyway, you saw this exact same thing happen with people that didn't tout the State Department line across the board. Okay? You saw this exact same thing happen in that situation as well. Were there people who were pushing Xi? Absolutely. Was I one of those people? Fuck no. But it didn't stop people from literally categorizing me in the exact same way with like erroneous claims and suspicions that I actually had a secret, deep desire to defend Vladimir Putin over and over again. Okay? Why did they do that? Well, it's a very old tactic. It's to fucking constantly go, oh, you have a different opinion than me? Well, that must mean that you are actually aiding and abetting the enemy. It's not new. It's the oldest trick in the book. Damn, dude, how dare you call for a ceasefire? Do you not care about the Ukrainian autonomy? Where's the Ukrainian autonomy now? Do you not care about the sense of agency for the average Ukrainian? They want to fight till the very last person. Can't believe that you would ever dare claim to do a ceasefire with Vladimir Putin. Why would he even follow a ceasefire? All of those narratives abso-fucking-lutely existed in Ukraine, and they exist in the same capacity here in Israel. And yet, my perspective on it has not shifted. This person, a writer for the Washington Post, is saying, judging by the amount of weapons they found at the Al-Shifa hospital so far, in that now deleted video, they found more weapons on a fucking random day in Iraq from an average cache than these guys did at the supposed headquarters of Hamas. Now, they might actually find more weapons, as he also mentions. Where's the protein? This is literally an entire fucking plate full of chicken. Anyway, the point is, they haven't found enough arms to say that this is like the actual headquarters of anything, really. But maybe they'll find more. But regardless of how many weapons exist there, or whether or not there's literally a fucking Hamas headquarters underneath it, that doesn't change the reality that you can't bomb above the fucking Hamas headquarters when there's a hospital above the Hamas headquarters.
أنا أخاف أن تقتلني. الهدف كذا ليس المعتدين الموجودين، ليس الخلافات، ليس الوسطين. أنا دكتور في المستشفى، ما لي دعوة. اسمعني يا أخي، اسمعني يا أخي. في معي منطقة حساسية عشان المستشفى. أنت وين هلقيت؟ وين هلقيت؟ أنا أطلب منك مساعدة عشان يحمي حياة الأبرياء الموجودين. السبب الوحيد تضحيتك يعني شو المطلوب؟ المطلوب لو تنتهك مع القائد المسؤول الموجود. أنا أنزل تحت للقائد عشان يقتلني القائد، أنا ما أستطيع. أنا قلت لك الهدف الوحيد تبعنا من حياة المواطنين والإجازة والمساكين. هاي الهدف الوحيد تبعنا.
The funniest thing is when they say protect lives. Like, protect them from you? Like, I don't understand. Who's harming their lives, brother? Like, do you think he's patching up people in there that have been shot by, like, Hamas militants or something? Motherfucker, you did this. He's like, our target is Hamas, not the citizens. But also, the way you're speaking to me right now makes me kind of feel like you might be Hamas yourself. I'm just saying. I don't know. You got me acting different, dog. What's happening? Don't make me fucking pull the trigger right now.
أنا مسؤوليتي مع الجرحى هنا، مسؤوليتي مش في البدروم مع مرضاي الآن جالس بعالجهم. بدك تيجي تاخذني تعتقلني تقتلني ما في مشكلة عندي أنا، لكن لا وأنا واحد تحت كمل وأنا قاعد بشيل الجثث والقتلى. بتقول لي أنت تحت تتعاون معك، كيف أتعاون معك؟ أنا بخاف منك، أنت ممكن تقتلني تحت. أنا ما في أمان، ما في أمان مطلقا. الهدف الوحيد تبعنا تحميل حياة المستشفى. الهدف تبعنا هو الحماس فقط ولا غير. أنا لا أستطيع التعامل، لا أستطيع أن أنزل.
It's so funny to be like, our only target is Hamas, but also simultaneously, they keep saying that healthcare professionals are literally Hamas and you shouldn't listen to them. Like, what do you mean? IDF just reposted the video. Why did they delete it? They reposted it with like 18 seconds taken out. What is the 18 seconds that they took out? We have enough dudes with broken brains in here.
أنا موجود بين.
Anyway. Ooh, Owen Jones versus Piers. Nice. I haven't gotten into the Candace Ben Shabibo arguments yet. Let's watch this for now.
Joining me now is the socialist commentator Owen Jones. Owen, you've been sitting there patiently. Your response to Mark Regev there?
A grotesque inversion of reality. I mean, the thing about Israeli spokesperson like that is if I was told the sky was blue, I'd go out the window and check just to be sure.
What did he say that's wrong?
For one thing, talking about the hospital being used as a terror base. Now, let's just bear in mind that Israel's spokespeople have a long track record of lying through the back teeth. When they shot in the head, for example, Shireen Abu Akleh, they said for months and months and months it was Palestinian gunmen. It wasn't. They shot her in the head. James Miller, a brilliant British documentary filmmaker, shot dead 2002 by the Israelis. Years later, of course, after they denied it.
You wouldn't believe Hamas and their version of events either, would you?
Well, that's why I depend on what aid agencies the United Nations are saying on the ground, which is that collective punishment is being unleashed against the Palestinian people. I mean, look,
you should also mention that, like, the Hamas-backed Gazan Health Ministry has, and I will say this with my entire fucking chest, a longer track record of consistently telling the truth than the IDF does. It's not even a question. Yeah, they took out the last 15 seconds or so with the Israeli soldiers shown on the laptop. I think that's why they took it out, to hide her identity or something.
We can see already the evidence they've been unveiling for what they said was a terror hub, including showing CDs and a computer. What they've done to that hospital is, firstly, because they cut off energy in a total siege, which they justified by saying they were fighting human animals, which should be considered genocidal rhetoric, has been condemned as such.
Well, it should certainly be condemned, and they should not have the ability, Israel, to cut off water and power and fuel.
That is collective punishment. Can we agree? Under Article 33, that's against the law. It's a war crime. Can we agree? I think we should have some consensus.
I would argue you're heading towards collective punishment when you do that.
You're not heading towards collective punishment when you cut off energy or water to the entire civilian population.
Except to play devil's advocate and to give their side of it, which I've heard repeatedly, take the issue of fuel. They want to try and get fuel in, the Israelis, as they've said, to the hospitals, to the humanitarian side of this, but they know that Hamas are taking that fuel and using it for their military.
The hospital authorities, who we should listen to, have rebutted those accusations. Look, what's happened here is babies right now are gasping for breath and suffocating We've had several nurses and patients shot dead. In fact, this whole hospital has been described by medical staff as a mortuary.
But you don't know.
Just quickly, when a hospital,
a
hospital becomes a mass grave, when dozens of decomposing bodies have to be buried in a mass grave in a hospital, we're talking. What you said. Can I just quote something you said about Putin? And I think this was very wise. You said in March 2022, I'm seeing a genocidal monster killing women and babies in maternity hospitals as we sit back and let him do it. Why was it so disgraceful? But you were right. You were right to be emotional.
Here's the difference.
Why when you see this hospital, is there not the same fury?
Let me explain.
Let me explain. Here's the difference. The babies, did they have a copy of Mein Kampf? Here's the difference. The babies were Ukrainian and one.
Because the two are, in my opinion, morally very different. In one case, Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine, he was committing war crimes, having illegally invaded wait a second, let me finish. Having invaded a sovereign democratic country. Here, it was Israel that was invaded by a vast number of terrorists who murdered over 1,500 innocent men, women, children. They kidnapped 240 people, including babies, children, Holocaust survivors. So my point is, morally, there is a massive difference.
Hold on.
Morally, it's a massive difference. Now, the question of the hospital, wait a sec. The question of the hospitals is this to me. They have so far produced some evidence of Hamas.
Dude, what the fuck are you saying? You goddamn charlatan. That's insane. Hey, dumbass. War crimes are war crimes. It doesn't matter, like, who struck the first shot, even though to say that October 7th is the first time anything happened in the apartheid regime is ridiculous. God, he's so annoying. Get his ass.
Operating inside the hospital. For me, so far, as a journalist trying to be fair and impartial, I don't think, as you've heard me say to Mark Regev, I don't think I've seen enough evidence here, which says to me this was a sprawling command centre. But there is a moral difference between what Putin's doing in Ukraine and what Israel's doing to defend itself against Hamas, isn't there?
Hold on.
Isn't there?
No, sorry, this is the difference, okay, if you want to talk about that or trying to separate them. For a Ukrainian ordinary civilian being killed or for an ordinary Palestinian child being killed,
both equally awful.
None of them did anything wrong.
No.
We agree on that, don't we?
Yes, we do.
We absolutely agree on that.
Yes, we do.
Now, when you repeatedly denounced Putin for his genocidal behaviour in Ukraine, do you stand by that? Do you think that's a genocide?
Absolutely.
Well, it doesn't matter what the basis for what the operation...
Of course it does.
No.
It does.
No, Piers, in terms of what actually has happened...
Piers is such a dumbass because he acts like this is the limitation of liberalism, okay? If you do good and bad politics, you will get fucking destroyed by someone who at least knows what the fuck they're talking about. Dog. Putin has made justifications as to why he needs to invade Ukraine as well. Okay? Whether it be NATO incursion or Ukraine being in the Western sphere of influence or my favorite, the denazifying Ukraine strategy. Okay? That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it righteous, and that doesn't make it correct. So you can't fucking turn around and be like, but Israel's invasion protocols are actually totally justifiable. Because they said that they are denazifying Gaza. You can always say this. The idea that, like, we don't believe Russia when they say they're denazifying Ukraine, but we do believe Israel when they say they're denazifying Gaza is ridiculous. No, this is not sticking up for Azov. I have covered the Azov battalion and us arming them and training them for years, okay? Years prior to Russia invading Ukraine, as a matter of fact. Something that liberals conveniently fail to mention whenever they shit on me for my coverage over Ukraine. Oh, I'm doing pooty-poo Vladimir Putin propaganda. This does not justify invading Ukraine. My position on this is clear.
happening. We can talk about the massacre, the obscene massacre of 1,000
What Israel's doing is not genocide.
Piers.
You can't keep saying no.
Let's talk about genocide. Let's talk about genocide.
Yeah.
Why is it?
Let me tell you the difference between genocide. Let me put something to you, and you come back at me and tell me if I'm wrong. Hamas, from its charter onwards, and from the spokesman said last week, is dedicated to the eradication of Israel and killing as many Jews as it can possibly kill. That is the purest definition of genocide intent that you will ever see. And they executed it on October the 7th as best they could. Now, what Israel's doing in response, and they've been very firm about this, and the international courts...
I hate this. I hate this. Like, how can you point to the fucking Lebanese Hamas guy saying Israel's occupation on the Palestinians makes it so that 1,000 fucking October 7th is justifiable, which is not a statement I agree with, by the way, mind you, and is a very violent statement for the record, okay? That is indicative of someone's genocidal intent, but the Likud party's charter or the many members that have democratically been elected into the Knesset to hold a tremendous amount of power in Israel and all the genocidal intent and statements that they've made while engaging in the act of ethnic cleansing, that's fine. That's justifiable. Just say, oh, fuck. These
are very long questions.
They're not. I'm answering a point, and I'm putting one to you, right? In my estimation, they are qualitatively different. What Hamas is publicly what it's doing is genocide. What Israel's doing is not genocide.
There's a difference between what Israel, you could say both Israel and Hamas have engaged in genocidal and murderous rhetoric.
No.
And I'll give you an example. Yes, they have.
No, you can't.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
No,
I can. Is it uncensored or not?
Yes. You can say
Let me quote what the Israeli authorities have said.
Go on.
Benjamin Netanyahu, when he quoted Amalek, the scriptures, what does Amalek say? He quotes Amalek when they attacked the Israelites. And what God told the Israelites to do was to kill every man, woman, child, and livestock. If, I would put it to you, an Islamist leader was quoting a similarly genocidal passage from the Quran, you would not, I would say, hesitate.
Can I respond?
We haven't, but you've had a lot.
Respond to that
I'm going
point.
to respond just quickly. Israeli officials said that Gaza will end up being a city of tents with no building standing, that they are attacking for damage, not for accuracy. The agricultural minister, Avi Dikti, he said we are rolling out a new Nakba. A Nakba is the mass expulsion, 700,000 Palestinians in 1948. This is why hundreds of genocide scholars, people who are actually, unlike you and I, experts in the field of genocide studies, fear that a genocide is taking place. So the difference between Israel and Hamas is Hamas does not have the capacity to wipe out Israel.
Russia is objectively less brutal with just as much potential to enact harm. Israel is far worse than Russia enacting an actual genocide. This equation is ridiculous. Fuck Russia, but be fair. I said this before. If we're doing lesser evil politics, Hamas is less evil than Israel, okay? With the amount of civilian to military casualties that they engaged in on October 7th in comparison to the fucking month-and-a-half-long bombing campaign and subsequent 2-week-long boots-on-the-ground invasion, Israel has done far worse. Like, just looking at the numbers on the board, nothing else. That's just a factually accurate statement. The debate bro response to this is to point out genocide can't be justified. Ask Piers if he thinks Jews had actually been controlling the media and if that would justify the Holocaust. I mean, basically, yeah. This comes from this comes basically from the endpoint for liberalism is that, like, because there's no materialist analysis there, you ultimately have to go back to, like, good and evil and, like, spiritual things, idealisms. And you have to say things like, well, actually, Israel is the good guys here and Hamas is the bad guys here. Okay? Problem is, when you say that, see, look, this guy went, then Nazism is less evil than communism just by the numbers. First of all, the numbers
of directly murdered under Nazism versus the numbers directly murdered under communism are not comparable. Over the time, you have to look at the murders done by the state per the time frame that they engaged in it. That is why the double genocide theory is inherently anti-Semitic and also a type of Holocaust revisionism that weirdos in the West engage in. You can't come in here and be like, actually, what about 100 million killed by communists? When the 100 million dead literally features those who could have been born, who weren't born as a consequence of famine, Nazis that were literally killed in the hands of the Red Army, and pretty much everything, like unborn Nazi children as well. When you look at the actual, I'm not saying it is both bad. No, shut the fuck up. There's no both sides in this circumstance. Get the fuck out of here. Look at the fucking allied military and allied civilians as a percentage of total deaths. Fuck out of here with this bullshit. So you're already wrong. You're already fucking wrong on the numbers, and you tried to do it in a way where you're like engaging in Holocaust revisionism. And it's it's an idiotic assessment. The correct one you could have made is like, well, look at the German casualties in Nazi Germany, right? Look at the German civilian population casualties in Nazi Germany. Was that not justified? Well, we did the Geneva Conventions afterwards, so I feel like the people who carried out those acts don't consider it to be justified. I'm just saying. You don't have to literally point to the one part of World War II that is like, you know, questionable. Oh, you didn't see the pie chart? Here. It's also ridiculous to compare Hamas to the Nazis in this circumstance. You have to be the most disingenuous person to make such a comparison, because the militarized death machine, the machine of death in this circumstance, if we're looking at the two parties, and whichever one is like both ideologically, for like whatever religious or ideological reasons as to why they're committing these atrocities, and also has the capacity to commit atrocities and has a machine that is committing such atrocities, if we're looking at these two parties, the one that's closer to that comparison is Israel, not Hamas. Get the fuck out of here. One has an apartheid state. The other one is a reactionary, retaliatory, militant faction that has been born out of the violence that people have been subjected to under such gruesome and violent conditions. It's fucking so stupid. One has nukes. Shut the fuck up.
Israel is wiping Gaza off the map.
But
that's the point.
But no, you've actually exposed the weakness in your argument. Israel does have the ability to kill everyone in Gaza tomorrow, and they're not doing it.
Oh.
In fact, well, hang on. What they're doing, and it's indisputable, they are issuing a number of warnings repeatedly to people to go south. Wait. And stay out of northern Gaza, right? And then they're pulverizing it with airstrikes, and now they've gone in on the ground, and they're waging battle with Hamas fighters, terrorists, right? No, hang on. So my point is this.
Yeah, they're pulverizing babies with airstrikes, weakening the Palestinians and their defenses. They fortified their defenses with baby bodies.
Israel could, if they wanted to, kill everyone in Gaza. They decided not to do that.
Is your definition...
So they're not, genocide is where you want to kill everyone.
Sorry.
So you're not considering Hamas a terror organization? Hamas has a civil governance faction and also paramilitary units. Depending on the actions conducted by said paramilitary units, it can be an organization that conducts acts of terror. October 7 is a great example of this. That is an act of terror. Okay? 100%. I can't believe that it's been literally a month and a half and motherfuckers and you know, so many dead in the hands of Israel. And people still turn around and go, oh, well, you know, you should condemn Hamas. I have 1,000,000 times over. Terrorism is a political designation. It is a political designation given to non-state actors in an effort to deny them any kind of habeas corpus protections. That's the real reason why people are considered terrorists. That's the reason why Israel, even though Israel deals a tremendous amount of state-sponsored militarized terror upon the Palestinian population, both in the maintenance of the apartheid state, but also in the sieges that it conducts in Gaza, is not considered a terrorist organization.
Your definition of genocide, because in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin hasn't killed every last Ukrainian.
Oh,
that's simply not happened. No, he hasn't. And nor has he stated his intention to do so, and nor as brutal and barbaric.
Vladimir Putin, absolutely, by illegally invading a sovereign country and indiscriminately bombing anything in front of him.
Indiscriminately bombing.
Is waging a form of genocide.
Wow. Indiscriminate bombing. Gaza, more than 2 Hiroshima bombs.
Yeah. Also, wait, I don't get it. Like, is he saying Israel is demonstrating restraint because they have nukes? Okay, so does Russia. Like, I don't get it. Like, in the eyes of Piers Morgan, like, I guess, you know, not all nukes are considered the same. Like, at the top of the hour, there's a nuke. It's a 3-minute ad break. Now, that can be avoided. It's like a fallout shelter, maybe more than a fallout shelter. It can be avoided by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Well, yeah, ultimately, Russia has fucking nukes. They could have nuked Ukraine. They could have nuked Ukraine, but they didn't. Are we going to celebrate their fucking restraint? That's ridiculous.
Bombs worth have been dropped on East London in the space of 5 weeks.
Okay, let me ask you two questions.
No, you said Ukraine. No, I'm going to have to put this to you.
Okay.
15,000 people have now been killed now by the Israelis, estimate, in Gaza. 1 in every 200 people in Gaza have now been killed. If you were to adjust for population in Ukraine, that would be 300,000 Ukrainian civilians. 300,000, there's been a terrible death toll. It's estimated by the UN, 10,000 civilians have been killed since February last year. In the space of 5 weeks, a country with a much, much smaller population has had a much higher, has had a death toll higher officially than that in Ukraine. So how can it be?
I'm going to answer.
How can it
God, he's so British. Like, even the way he goes,
be that you call that genocide, but when you have nearly half the entire civilian death toll of the Bosnian War in a country which is twice the size in terms of population, why isn't that genocide, Piers?
Well, I've just answered your question by saying if Israel wanted to commit genocide, they would simply
So would Russia.
They would vaporize.
So would Russia. They would nuke Ukraine.
Russia wants to take over Ukraine.
Yes, and they want to take over Gaza.
And it will kill any number of Ukrainians, men, women, and children in that process.
The death rate
is able to.
Death rate in Gaza is much higher.
The only reason it hasn't is that actually Ukraine has a large military supported by countries like the United States and is putting up one hell of a fight.
Russia has nuclear weapons.
Okay. And by the way, Ukraine gave theirs up.
Russia has an armed force.
Let me ask you.
Yeah, me and Piers actually agree with this. That's crazy. Yeah. Ukraine, never give up the nukes, dog. Fucking told you, son. Never give up the news.
No, you've got to accept this.
Hang on. No, I'm going to accept anything.
A far lower death rate in Ukraine.
I've explained why. I've explained why.
You haven't explained
why. Yes, I have. Well, let me explain
Israel
again.
have made it clear.
You didn't hear me.
Israel have made it clear that they intend to occupy Gaza permanently.
Yeah, which they should not be allowed to do.
And what did
we can agree on that.
What did the Israeli ministry leaked intelligence? What did the intelligence ministry
leak? It's my interview of you. I know, but not your interview of me.
Well, I think you need to be held to account on that.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Well, let me ask you two questions, which I asked Jeremy Corbyn. Sure. Let's get these off the table. Do you believe Hamas is a terror group?
Yes, if you engage in violence against civilian population, that's terrorism.
Okay. Wait, don't do supplementaries. Let me just ask you this.
What do you mean don't do supplementaries? What the fuck does that mean? No. This entire conversation is once again immediately revealed. Like, the goal of this conversation is immediately revealed when you go, don't add any qualifiers. Why? What do you mean don't add any qualifiers? Don't add any additional context to the fucking violence. What's the purpose of having a conversation then? What's the purpose of having this conversation? It's so stupid. Yeah, no, it's just to be like, yeah, Hamas is terrorists. That's why everything you do to Palestinians, because they're technically Hamas or might be Hamas or Hamas in training, Hamas in the making, is justifiable.
Second question, which I asked him and she couldn't answer. Should Hamas remain in power?
If I could wave a magic wand, then no. Obviously, there'd be an independent. No, let me finish.
Okay.
There'd be an independent Palestine, free of Israeli rule, with a secular democratic movement in power. The difference.
I agree with you.
When you courageously stood against the Iraq war, and you were courageous for doing so. So what was the argument put against you? That you wanted to keep Saddam Hussein in power even though he gassed his own people, the Kurds, and committed genocide, many would argue, that he had invaded his neighbour, and that he had massacred the Shia when they rose up in 1991. Now, your argument against that was that what could happen next would be far, far worse. And you were right.
That wasn't my argument.
Well, that is the argument. So did you want to keep Saddam Hussein in power?
Don't tell me what my argument was. I know what it was. I was editor of the paper that waged the campaign.
Did you want Saddam Hussein to remain in power?
I did not believe that they had produced any evidence that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. I thought he had nothing to do with 9/11. Therefore, we were waging a completely irrelevant war, which I thought would stir up absolute hell in the Middle East. And you know what? I was right.
Yeah.
And actually, most of the architects of that war now concede they were wrong.
Yeah, they were wrong.
It was a horror story from start to finish. But what it did do is spark the rise of ISIS. And what the world did with ISIS was say, this crosses a moral line. We have to get rid of them. And we went after ISIS in places like Iraq and Syria and other countries. And in bombing the hell out of ISIS, a lot of civilians got killed.
You just skipped a lot of very important history.
Wait a minute.
No, that's not what happened.
Well, that is what happened.
No, that's not what happened.
One of the consequences of the Iraq war was that ISIS became a very powerful, for a short period of time, global terror force committing atrocity.
Can I just correct your version of history?
But in wiping out ISIS pretty effectively, we also killed a lot of civilians.
No, what actually happened?
What's the moral difference between that and what Israel's doing in Gaza?
You just revised history. We were told that Al-Qaeda was perhaps in league with Saddam Hussein. That was one of the justifications of invading. What actually happened after the invasion was that it became a playground for Al-Qaeda, who you've missed out, I've noticed.
No.
And what happened...
We know about Al-Qaeda. I'm talking about ISIS.
What happened, for example, is Fallujah, the city of Fallujah in Iraq, the Americans went in and they massacred people protesting against their rule, and many of those Sunni populations ended up driven into the arms of Al-Qaeda. A brutal counterinsurgency program then resulting in mass slaughter of innocent Sunni civilians, and from that fury and anger, something even worse than Al-Qaeda emerged.
Piers Morgan at this moment has very successfully shifted the conversation's main focus away from Israel's horrific, historic war crimes against a broadly civilian population full of women, children, and the elderly. 73% of the people that Israel has killed has been women, children, and the elderly. Okay? And he did it. He did it very successfully. Now, Owen Jones took the bait and is going along with it and arguing against him on those conditions.
Just as...
ISIS.
Yes.
So you agree with
that was... No, I'm saying that's exactly what we're seeing today.
I didn't give every detail of the journey.
No.
I just said, out of the Iraq
You've misunderstood.
War...
You've misunderstood. Right. They engaged in a brutal counterinsurgency...
No, I know the story.
...offensive against Al-Qaeda, and that caused something worse to emerge. Just as in Afghanistan... I know. Just as Afghanistan, we had 2 decades of occupation.
Listen, we're running out of time.
2 decades of occupation, and the Taliban emerged stronger than ever. The same applies to both what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan.
It seems to me...
Because if you brutalise a population,
talking, Owen.
you will turn them into terrorists.
Stop talking.
Or extremists. Listen, drive them to their arms.
You make a lot of good points. I agree with a lot of things you say.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of things you say, but also I'm going to still keep saying I'm fair and balanced while simultaneously defending Israel by going, Israel has a right to defend itself, and also it's very different when Israel bombs a hospital. They are defending themselves from Hamas babies, whereas when Russia bombs a Ukrainian hospital, well, they are defending themselves from the Nazi Azov brigade is what they say, but of course I don't believe that, because it's fucking bullshit. But I can't have that same level of cynicism and criticism when Israel is doing it, because, it's Israel is our ally. It's an ally of the West, and its enemies are seen as enemy combatants, Muslims.
Right, always have done, actually. I find the way you say them, as you do with me, quite annoying. But that's fine. You're allowed to, and we're uncensored. Come back. I want to end, if I can, with some kind of... Look, we've agreed Hamas is a terror group. We've agreed they have to go. How do we actually get peace here?
Well, firstly, we have to deal with the underlying causes of what's driven the Palestinian people in the case of Gaza into the hands of Hamas, which is, starting in 1948, the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population in the Nakba, with 700,000 driven from their homes, murderously, I might add. Then...
And hundreds of thousands of Jews were driven from their homes before that.
In Palestine.
Bro, stop it, dude. Stop. You can't... Dude, I hate this. I hate this argument always and forever, dude. It's just like... Oh, well, the Nakba happened, but here is why it was permissible. Yes, what I think is there's horrifying violence occurring in Gaza right now, but, of course, here is why it's permissible. Like, you can't always try to contextualize Israel's first strikes, okay? At a certain point, you have to be like, all right, well, the disproportionate violence only seems to go in one direction. So fuck. It's so funny that, like, the Zionist crimes against Palestinians are always contextualized as, like, well, Arabs attack them in other countries. Whereas the Israeli crimes against the very same Palestinians are always contextualized in that way. But Hamas, which is one fucking militant faction, okay, will never get the same comprehension as to, like, how that violent retaliation occurs, how that violent retaliation directly is at least targeted towards the perpetrators and civilians that live under that banner, but still the perpetrator being the state of Israel and its apartheid regime. There is no fucking Hamas and no militant retaliation without an apartheid state. It doesn't work that way.
Palestine.
Well, they were driven away from Arab countries.
Hold on.
They were driven away from Arab countries.
Yeah, from Palestine.
Jonathan Friedland wrote a very good piece about this, saying, you know what, if you go into history, there's just cause on both sides.
The Palestinians were driven from their homes, 700,000 of them. And then we had the illegal settlements and colonisation, including in the West Bank, were completely unremarked upon.
And I've already condemned
there was mass terror,
settlements as well.
Illegal settlements, and as well as Amnesty International, as Human Rights Watch and B'Tselem describe it, the Israeli Human Rights Organization, a system of apartheid. But if you keep brutalising the Palestinian people, ridding them of their freedom, and you end up now in Gaza with parents picking up the burned, dismembered remnants of their children,
Owen,
there will never be peace.
I agree. What I would say to that is that on the Arab side, they have had multiple opportunities to do a peace deal, not least in 2000 with Arafat, and he walked away.
No, what happened there? Go on. What were the concessions?
Well,
because
this is shrouded in myth. The truth is, Bill Clinton, who helped forge peace in Northern Ireland brilliantly with Tony Blair and with the others involved there, that actually Arafat, they had peace in their grasp, and as Bill Clinton said to him, I'm going to end up being a failure because of you and looking away.
And that revision of history, again, not just from you on this program, but by Bill Clinton, because they demanded, for example, land swaps for a ratio 9 to 1 in favour of Israel.
Come back again.
I'd love to.
No, seriously, this conflict's not going away.
No,
it's going to continue raging the war. I think you're an important voice in this. We should keep talking about it.
Okay, we'll chat.
Anyway, so Piers needs to condemn something once. He must be superpowered to condemn that hard. No, it's just... Here. Does Israel has a right to self-defense under international law? No. A UN Special Rapporteur, Francis Albanese, explains.
With your permission, I will clarify what is self-defense under international law, and so that everyone can understand, well, there is not such a thing that Israel could claim. So, in common language, self-defense might be understood as the right to protect oneself. But however, Article 51 of the UN Charter that Israel has invoked is not just the right to protect itself. It's a self-defense under international law. It's a legal term of art and means the right to wage a war, which Israel doesn't have. And this is consolidated jurisprudence of the supreme judicial organ of the United Nations.
Almost had a fucking Freudian slip there. Little slip of the tongue there, calling the United Nations United States. Because it is. Because it is.
And I understand that the state practice might diverge, United States and Iraq, but the law remains the law, and this is what we should follow. So the right of self-defense can be invoked when a state is threatened by another state, which is not the case. Israel has not
Ukraine has a right to defend itself.
Claimed that has been threatened by another state. It's been threatened by an armed group. Qualify it the way you want, but it's an armed group within the occupied territory. And frankly, even saying the war between Gaza and Israel is wrong, because Gaza is not a standalone entity, it's part of the occupied territory. But so, in particular, Israel cannot claim the right of self-defense against a threat that emanates from the territory it occupies, from a territory that is kept under belligerent occupation. And this is not only this exists in the jurisprudence of the ICJ in general, it's also been said in the case of the occupied Palestinian territory.
Great stuff. Love that. Francesca Albanese, UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories, made the comments yesterday in a speech in the National Press Club of Australia. BBC is reporting younger men were ordered into the courtyard and told to strip down their underwear for interrogation. Wait, really? Send me. I'm not going to watch the 1 hour video. What is wrong? Chat. Israel might be a belligerent occupier, but some of y'all motherfuckers are belligerent stream watchers if you think I'm going to watch a 1 hour video. In the midst of this shit, okay, where there's so many updates that I have to give and can't get to everything on time. And you're over here being like, watch a 1 hour video. What the fuck? IDF raided Gaza hospital on the 40th day of war. This is from 1602, 10 minutes ago. It's hard to know what's going on in Gaza City, but we're hearing occasional explosions over a live video feed from the area, which is shrouded in darkness. On Wednesday, the IDF said they were launching a precise and targeted operation at Al-Shifa Hospital. During the raid, journalists inside the hospital told the BBC the commandos had entered the main emergency department. Soldiers moved from room to room, questioning patients and staff, while younger men were ordered into the courtyard and told to strip down to their underwear for interrogation. Oh, my God! 14 hours later, reports reached the BBC that the troops were beginning to withdraw. The IDF then published a video on Wednesday evening, which is said showed weapons and equipment stashed inside of various departments by Hamas. Israel has repeatedly accused Hamas of housing a command and control center in a tunnel network underneath the hospital, claimed the U.S. says its own intelligence supports, but Hamas denies. In Gaza's south, the onset of torrential rain and colder weather is compounding with the suffering of the tens of thousands of displaced people sheltering there. In Rafah, Israel has allowed the delivery of 25,000 liters of fuel to cross into Gaza for the first time since the start of the war. It's disgusting. God, I fucking hate this shit so much. It's so disgusting.
Ay, ay, ay. All right, let's get back to this. Tens of thousands of Israel supporters rally in Washington,
This conflict,
D.C.
there have been rallies in support of Israel, in support of Palestinians, and in support of peace. An event called March for Israel drew tens of thousands to Washington yesterday, calling for the return of hostages taken by Hamas and condemning the recent wave of anti-Semitism. Our Christina Ruffini was there and has the report.
Tens of thousands of people, some literally wrapped.
Bro, did they do this for the Palestinian? I want to see if the CBS Morning Report. I want to go to their website. I want to go to the CBS. Maybe they did, and I didn't see it.
But let's get right into it.
I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to be charitable. I want to see. They must have, right? I mean, it was huge. Wait. No. Here's CBS Mornings. Jewish man dies after altercation at a dual Israeli-Palestinian protest. At least 60 Palestinians killed in the Gaza border protest. No, I want to see, like... No, this isn't all the new ones. Hold on. Free Palestine, maybe? Let's just go to the latest videos. And let's sort through the latest videos, right? So they have the tens of thousands of Israel supporters rally in Washington, D.C. We might have watched it, and I might have missed it, actually. When did the Palestinian protests happen, the major ones? 2 days ago. That's like, it was like a week ago, right? Catastrophic conditions of the hospital, stranded fathers of Gaza. On the 18th of October. No. I'm sure they've covered it. No, I'm not even being sarcastic. I'm sure they've covered it. Like, they must have. What is this? 4 weeks ago. This is CBS News. Protesters on Capitol Hill call for Israel-Hamas ceasefire, hundreds arrested. No, this is not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. No, we're talking about the massive protest that took place on November 4th. Israeli troops around Gaza City. Okay, we've passed it, I think. 11 days ago, this is it. Pharmacy workers walk out. American citizens able to leave Gaza early. It's 11 days ago. What about maybe 10 days ago? War in Gaza intensifies. To be fair, these are just simple clips off of the broadcast. I'm sure they covered it. I'm sure CBS Mornings covered the massive Palestinian protest that happened. This is from CBS New York.
Tens of
ABC News has covered it. Okay, that's cool. 1,000 pro-Palestinian demonstrators protest in D.C. Interesting. So CBS Mornings didn't cover it, I guess.
here at home, 10.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess they missed it on CBS Mornings, which is, it wasn't that big. It happens. They probably forgot about it.
Wrapped in the Israeli flag, descended on the National Mall Tuesday.
Oh, they covered in the context of no, they didn't. This is just White House supports daily pauses and calls for civilian protections in Gaza amid protests. This is from 4 days ago. This is just more so within the context of the White House's actions. Anyway,
I wish they will rape you alive. They will film you.
Why don't you get kidnapped by them in Gaza and see if people come and save you? Because we should have a ceasefire and negotiate with terrorists. They're just going to say, oh, you stop bombing us, we'll stop bombing you. Here, take them back. Yeah, they'll just stay here. Take them back.
Israel controls whether they have.
Dude, this is pretty funny because it's like, God forbid someone says from the river to the sea on a fucking placard at a Palestinian protest, then everyone is Hamas-loving, anti-Semites. But you have thousands of people marching at a let's keep bombing babies further protest. Okay? And they say some of the most unhinged shit. And it's like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, this is just like genocidal stuff, but it's like totally permissible, totally allowed. Yeah, no, Fido rules. We were looking for a CBS Mornings coverage on it, but there isn't one. It's fine. You found CBS New York. We saw it. Some of the outlets.
Water, where they have
No. We generously give them water. We generously give them
electricity. It's their land, my dear.
They have access to it.
It's their land that was taken from them.
It's not their land. Jesus was a Jew. Do you know that? He was born there. The Jews were there first.
Oh, there's over 400 Palestinian villages that were destroyed.
I don't know who this person is. Medea Benjamin, co-founder of peace group Code Pink.
1948 was called the Nakba.
Who was here first?
Indigenous people.
Right. So should we all be kidnapped and tortured, our babies put in an oven because we took it from the Native Americans? No. But yet you're living here. I think we should torture you and your family. Let's cut open your stomach, take out your fetus and throw it in an oven and then smell it.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. When you're saying that as someone who's like supporting Israel, that's more so that goes beyond a threat because like, you know, you're basically describing things that happened in Lebanon that the IDF not only allowed to happen but like refused to let the Palestinians inside of Sabra and Shatila leave, and Lebanese people too. So that's like that literally happened to a Palestinian woman. So I don't know why you're saying that, because that's like, is that a threat or is that a promise at this point? Like, what's happening?
While they torture you and cut off your body parts and rape you, make you naked and drag you through the street.
I just wish your kids gonna be there.
Also, it's wild to say this because this woman has a Jews say ceasefire now. Like what's happening here? Like, this is the smoke you have for this old lady, this old Jewish lady who says, hey, perhaps there should be a ceasefire. And then her response is, we should cut you up and torture you and smell your baby that we threw in an oven.
I just wish your kids gonna be there.
Yeah, you are fucking so stupid.
I wish they will rape you alive. They will film you. And if your mother will be alive, they will send the video for your mother to see how you burn.
Wait. I'm an Israeli. What she said, although disgusting, is Israeli propaganda. She means it rhetorically because she believes it really happened and that the pro-Palestinian woman is protecting those acts. I hear this stuff all the time here. No, I know. It did really happen. It happened in Sabra and Shatila. It didn't happen on October 7th, which is, you know, obviously it's going to happen if like the asymmetry is on the Israeli side in whether it be Lebanon, where they sicked the phalangist Christian fascist militias on the unsuspecting Palestinian population, or whether it be people posting photos from Gaza in the West going, wow, I can't believe this is what they did to like the Israeli children, when in fact it was actually Israel doing that to the Palestinian children. Of course, it's hard to find instances where it isn't Israel doing the acts of barbarism because Israel is the state power here. I don't agree with the Israel lady. Also, could you please ban me? I don't like being here. What? Abi banlar mısın amına koyayım? Şu anda lütfen uyuyayım.
Burn. That's what they wish. And this is, if this is okay for you, so I don't know what you made from.
To wish that anybody
terrible.
be treated.
No, he's not a hay watcher. He wants to go to sleep. That's why he wants to be banned.
It's terrible that people had it.
I know.
People burned alive.
And it's
The
terrible.
mother watch it on
the bomb-
TV, on the video,
you know
on
what
the
a bomb-
video.
You know what a bomb
They
does?
film it.
It burns people alive.
They didn't. Why don't you go to Gaza?
We should extend it for hostages.
Why don't you go? To Gaza to live there. Why don't you go there?
Like a
Why don't
Read the Bible. The land of Israel belongs to the
you
Jews.
go there? It's like
That's my favorite counter from like ultra Zionists is like, what? Why don't you go to Gaza? It's like, well, I don't know. You like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I would love to, except it's shit. You want to know why? Because the country that you're defending is bombing it. The fuck do you mean? Hey, why don't you go to the open air prison that we're bombing currently? Huh? If you like it so much, why don't you go to the place that we've destroyed? Hey, Kaya, come back. Over here. On the place. Girl, you're so wet. She's so wet. She was outside. It's raining. Also, if I showed up with press gear or medical gear, I'd be scared of my life because Israel continuously treated those things as targets. Yeah.
Let's be very clear. My ass, your ass. You don't know nothing.
Peace and love. Let's all live together.
Let's be very clear.
That's insane. He's like, why don't you go to the open air prison that I'm defending the bombing campaign of? Yes, I made it. Like, what the fuck?
We wanted to be here and sort of be a part of the community and a part of the efforts to free hostages and to just hope for peace.
With pro-Palestinian protests popping up in cities across the U.S. and around the world. Jewish.
Yeah, they literally the JDL there. The Jewish Defense League is classified as a right-wing terrorist group in the U.S., a hate group by the SPLC. They were behind bombings and assassinations. Mass murderer Baruch Goldstein in '94 shot and killed 29 people in a mosque in the West Bank. He was a Jewish Defense League member. These guys are also brandishing the insignia too, like without any fear whatsoever, no repercussions whatsoever. This is literally like, this isn't like seeing someone, you know, wear a T-shirt that says like Hebrew shit on their T-shirt and going, oh, they're JDL. Like these are dudes who are literally like the, you know, Jewish Nazis. And it's wild because like on the other side, motherfuckers literally turn around and they see like someone wearing a green headband and go, oh dude, that must mean Hamas. Like these guys are Hamas. These guys are definitely Hamas. Everyone here is pro Hamas. Well, these guys are unconditionally in support of a terror group. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now, of course, not a single motherfucker is going to turn around and be like, well, I guess the entire, the entire group, the entire people here, every single person here is obviously in support of JDL, right? Just yesterday, the New York Daily News published an op-ed calling for the formation of a new Jewish Defense League. Here it is. Confronting bigots for Jew hatred. A new Jewish Defense League is what's needed. Daily News wrote this. Rabbi Meir Kahan, leader of the Jewish Defense League, is shown outside of the Board of Rabbis office at 10 East Street. That's crazy.
Celebrities, civil rights leaders, and even the Israeli president took to the stage, albeit remotely, to voice solidarity.
Together
Oh, dude, dude, he's back. He's going to be like, listen, these are terrorist babies. We found another manual underneath the crib of a terror baby.
We grieve and together we shall overcome. Am Israel Chai.
They were joined by Jewish and non-Jewish members of Congress from both parties.
The survival of the state of Israel and her people unites us together.
And both chambers.
Today, all of you are here showing we will not hide in the face of adversity.
But in a sea of demonstrators, it is the faces and names of the more than 200 people being held hostage that Gal Gaboa Dalal hopes they will all remember.
I mean, we're living.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, don't show. Hey, guys, don't you dare show the fucking other guy that was there who also spoke, prominent feature,
So
John
you're
Hagee.
violent,
You know, classic John Hagee, anti-Semite, Holocaust
Gal
revisionist.
says he and his 22-year-old brother Guy took this selfie minutes before Hamas attacked a music festival near the border with Gaza on October 7th. They ran but got separated. The next time he saw his brother was in a Hamas hostage video.
We want to live in peace. We don't want to live in a war. We don't want to fight. We just want it to end. We want him back home.
For CBS Mornings, Christina Ruffini, Washington.
Yeah, in the same rally they were chanting no ceasefire when fucking Van Jones was talking. But hey, dude, listen, there's a very clear way that you can do this for every protest, okay? You can do this for every protest, which is why I often don't just like simply look at the protest and what like individuals are saying, and instead look to what the goals of this protest movement are. If you're doing a protest, it's oftentimes to accomplish a certain set of goals, usually protesting against the government because the government is not doing something, so you have to do a show of force, a demonstration, right? To say, hey, you know, there is a popular movement mobilizing that wants this thing to happen. If you're doing a protest when the government is on your side, well, I can think of a couple people that used to do stuff like that. They do it in Israel, as a matter of fact. The Flag Day protest, what they do, it's a show of force to be like, we will fucking kill you. Nazis regularly do this kind of thing in America as well. Charlottesville was a great example of this. They get police protection, and then they demonstrate through the streets, and they say, the white supremacist criminal justice system is killing you, but we want to kill you extra hard. And that's what that demonstration usually works for, okay? It's to reinforce the white supremacist attitudes. So in this circumstance, that's precisely what's happening. The government already is in support of Israel unconditionally. 4,500 babies have been, 4,500 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered by Israel. More than 11,000 people have been ruthlessly slaughtered by Israel. And this protest is demanding for more. As a matter of fact, the very same protests that feature the hostages and their family members in Israel are demanding ceasefires. Those very same protests that cynically show the photos of said hostages under Hamas are literally advocating for the exact opposite. Okay? Just thinking about that for a little bit. Just, place. Just saying. Because I didn't hear any calls for ceasefire in the same way that Jews and Arabs in Israel alike are protesting for a ceasefire and start the negotiations process. Here in America, Zionists, Christian Zionists, Jewish Zionists alike are protesting for the continuation of the bombing campaign that's going to inevitably kill all of the hostages. It makes no fucking sense.
Israel, we in America have your back.
Speaking to you from the single most sacred site in the Jewish world.
Our attempts to reside. We echo our founding father unequivocally.
Let's take a stand here against anti-Jewish bigotry. Let's take a stand against Muslims. Let's take a stand here against hatred.
With Israel, we stand with Israel. We stand with Israel.
I am here.
Yeah, whenever you see this shit, know that it's just bipartisan. It's bipartisan. It's bipartisan. Mike Johnson, Richie Torres, Chuck Schumer, you know? Bipartisan. Not because, like, Jews have outsized control or anything like that. It's bipartisan because Israel is an American state. Israel's policy in ethnically cleansing Gaza is one that benefits America's interests in the region. Or at least they don't give a shit if Israel does this. They give a shit as far as how people get upset, as far as their actions drawing ire from others, okay? From America's own population. And when the commotion gets to a point, when people get so mad, what is this? They're making an absolute mockery of our sacred traditions. Are you not supposed to put a knife on it or something? What does that mean? On the Torah? They're reading the Torah with a knife. When you read the Torah, you're supposed to use a pointer called a yod. Isn't that the pointer? Right there? You are not allowed to touch anything on the Torah that is not a sacred yod. That's not the yod, it's a knife. That's a tent string. Oh, okay. The pointer is usually the size of a pen. No, this is a yod. Oh, shit. This is the... What the fuck? It's got a finger on it. Yo, this is fire. This is the drippiest motherfucking wand I've ever seen, dog. This is also very Ottoman looking, for the record. I must admit. A yod anne? It's the finger pointer that Jewish people use when they're reading the Torah. Never seen it? No. It summons an invader. They get more dripped out? God damn. Okay, anyway, listen. What the fuck was I saying? I got sidetracked by the Jewish traditions being destroyed. I forgot what I was talking about. What? I was saying Israel is a state? I don't remember what I was saying about.
I am here. We are here. There's no greater and more just cause than this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is bipartisan. This is bipartisan because it's America's foreign policy. America's foreign policy is always bipartisan.
The mayor, the most important person I've ever had the honor to play. Wow. Wow. I think Golda may be here today.
Bring them home. Bring them home. Like so many Jewish people.
These children of God range in age from 9 months to 87 years. They are Christians, Muslims, Jews, Buddhists, and Hindu. Why are they being left underground in the dirt?
The calls for a ceasefire are outrageous.
Did anyone have the list of posters that people saw? You did not inform us before attacking Israel. Now don't expect Iran support. Khamenei complained to Haniyeh for keeping Tehran in the dark. Iran will not intervene in Hamas's war with Israel. What is this? Is this it? Many signs in the crowd. Oh, here, yeah. Christians stand with Israel. Here, let's look at some of the signs. One Christian campus organizer for Stand With Us estimated 3,000 to 4,000 Christian Zionists are there, mobilized by groups like Passages and Christians United for Israel through church. Place. Mobilized by groups like Passages and Christians United for Israel through churches, campus, and online networks. Meanwhile, the signs I'm seeing with racist Islamophobic caricatures from the river to the sea, pro-Israel messaging ironic, given the slogan is falsely maligned as anti-Semitic when voiced by Palestine solidarity activists. From the sea to the river, Israel is forever. Fuck. Stand with us, the West is next. A group called David's Tent DC is operating a prayer tent at the rally where Christian Zionists are arriving from across the country. Flyers and pamphlets advertise a Christian nationalist agenda to influence U.S. government, disciple the nations, and exalt Jesus over America. Yeah, just cool stuff. Many signs in the crowd championing belligerent bombardment, collective punishment of civilians in Gaza, bomb the shit out of Hamas. Civilians who praise the slaughter of Jews are not innocent. Many Gazan civilians are Hamas in training. I'm saying, listen. All Jews are responsible for Israel is demonstrably a anti-Semitic statement. Okay? And not only that, but Palestinian activists have to be extra careful in order not to, one, say anything anti-Semitic because, that's not what the movement is supposed to be about. And two, definitely not say anything anti-Semitic because people will absolutely cynically use that against the entirety of the movement. Okay? But once again, the All Lives Matter crowd in this circumstance, the Black Lives Matter crowd, doesn't have to be careful. They don't. We had weeks and weeks of discourse. A Palestinian congresswoman was censured in Congress for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free. Meanwhile, Islamophobia is never centered at the heart of any kind of Zionist movement. There is no proportional response to Hamas. Some of the loudest cheering I've heard yet from the massive crowd and chants of no ceasefire as Christian Nationalist House Speaker Mike Johnson announces the calls for ceasefire are outrageous. Moments of silence before heartbreaking testimony of families of Israeli hostages. Massive crowd remains almost totally silent. It's sadly lost upon many speakers today and some of the crowd that we need an immediate ceasefire to bring the hostages home. The most powerful anti-Semite in America, Christian Zionist leader Pastor John Hagee, channels his triumphalist, war-hungry imperial theology before a massive crowd of Jews whom he views as canon father for the end times. Truly a chilling moment.
Israel is my firstborn son. Jerusalem is the city of God. Jerusalem is the shoreline of eternity. Jerusalem is the eternal capital of Israel today and forever.
Egypt, open the gate. Your brothers and sisters await. From the river to the sea, that's the flag you're going to see. Yeah, cool stuff. It was refreshing to see this. I also know there was a small peace block, and just like any rally, including pro-Palestine, the handful of grotesque signs don't reflect everyone. But make no mistake, this was a pro-war rally. Very sad to see my people's real pain channeled in this way. That guy's shirt says revenge and blood. Oh, nice. So yeah, I mean it's a pro-extermination rally. Why wouldn't they fucking behave like this? Here, let's take a look at this lady.
So you're non-violent, but you don't believe in a ceasefire.
Yeah, we're non-violent, but what we believe in that is for Israel to stand its ground, because what happened on October the 7th was very, very sad and sick. And in the times of biblical times, Israel has always stood its ground, and the God of Israel has always fought with them. And I know that the God of Israel is with them, so I want Israel to stand its ground against the...
I really do hope hell is real, because all of these motherfuckers are going there, okay? Straight up. Straight up. I'll go too. Fuck it. YOLO. I'll be there. Watching these motherfuckers get damned to hell, burn in eternal hellfire. I'll be sitting there going, fuck it. I'm here. This is giving me a little bit of happiness.
Devil and the devil, because this battle that we're fighting is not a battle against flesh and blood. It's a battle against the rulers in dark places, the demonic spirits in dark places, and Satan the devil will be defeated. So Israel has to stand its ground, because Satan the devil has to be defeated in Jesus' name. That's what I believe.
Hamas is a Hebrew word. It means violence.
It does. It's demonic. They're demonic. They're very demonic. Hamas is demonic, and they'll be defeated. Hallelujah.
Hamas!
Yes.
So you're
Okay. Israel supporters flood D.C. Warn Americans about Hamas. It's coming to your neighborhood. Yeah, March for Israel Speaker Hagee once said, God sent Hitler to help Jews reach the promised land. We were going to watch that here.
Jerusalem is the city of God. Jerusalem is the shoreline of eternity. Jerusalem is the eternal capital of Israel today and forever.
Other high-profile speakers at Tuesday's protest included Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and the new House Speaker Mike Johnson, who has ties to the Christian Zionist movement.
As Prime Minister Netanyahu says so well, this is a fight between good and evil, between light and darkness, between civilization and barbarism.
For more, we're, in addition to Rabbi Alyssa Wise, joined by Sarah Posner, who's long covered Christian Zionists and is the author of Unholy, How White Christian Nationalists Powered the Trump Presidency and the Devastating Legacy They Left Behind. She's an MSNBC columnist. Her recent piece, titled The Dispiriting Truth About Why Many Evangelical Christians Support Israel. If you can talk about that, Sarah, and also specifically talk about John Hagee addressing these tens of thousands of people, and then the House Speaker.
So Hagee has long walked this line between seeming like he or pretending to a Jewish audience like he's really only
Yeah, the funniest part about like the evangelical Zionist movement is that like all Jews end up going to hell in that program. Like, it's so funny to be like, I mean, look, here's the thing. Of course, Zionists know that it's not like, this is not like a real allegiance. They just, you know, this is a conditional one. It's a good one because, you know, they are a massive voting bloc. They're a massive constituency, and they pump the West Bank full of dollars. Like, holy shit. They are, evangelical Zionists, as I said this before, are the largest constituency of pro-Israel voters in the country. Much, much larger than Zionist Jews. There are not that many Zionist Jews in this country, just like there are not that many anti-Zionist Jews in this country. Why? Because there are not that many Jews in this country in comparison to Christians. Evangelical Christians, on the other hand, far outnumber both Zionist and anti-Zionist Jews, and they make up the largest block of Zionists in the country. Okay? They also are the biggest donors to Israel. American Jews are not the biggest donors to Israel, specifically in the West Bank. Zionist evangelical Christians make up the overwhelming majority of donations going into the West Bank from the United States of America. Okay? The reason for why they do this is because they believe, timestamp to skip the violent parts.
Why a bunch of born
Here, I mean, they believe, evangelical Christians in the United States of America believe that when Israel, or when Jews control that entire plot of land, the chosen sons and daughters of God, the rapture will happen. That's right. The rapture will happen. Jesus Christ will come back to earth and fight the devil in Megiddo. And that all of the evangelicals will be sucked into the heavens during the rapture process. And of course, all of the Jews and Muslims and Catholics and those who do not believe in evangelical Christianity will die and burn in eternal damnation, eternal hell. So, you know, something to consider. But that is a major guiding principle behind evangelical Zionism.
Born-again Christians from Texas are so in love with the nation of Israel.
This may be the most important prophetic spot in the entire Bible, because the final act of the book of Revelation is going to begin right here at this place. The Bible teaches that Russia, Iran, Ethiopia, Libya, Turkey.
זכור את אשר עשה לך עמלק נצטווינו. אנו זוכרים ואנו נלחמים.
This is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu defending Israel's current war on Palestine's Gaza with biblical reasoning. Netanyahu invoked the notion of Amalek in reference to a holy war between good and evil cited in the Torah.
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu knows that he depends heavily on the United States to veto any UN resolutions critical of Israel's behavior. And he needs US military support to counter any threat from Syria or Lebanon.
But it's not just Netanyahu.
What do you think about this take? Vast majority of people who actually care about Israel are Jewish. No getting around that. I know it feels comfortable to focus on end times evangelicals, but get real. I love that this guy's name is One True Scotsman. Christian supports Israel mostly because they're racist imperialists, not because they believe the dispensationalist theology. Oh, yeah, I agree with this. Wait, oh, sorry. I think that the dispensationalist theology is an additional reason that there is an active voter bloc and an active fucking field of support for Israel. But yes, the broader majority of American Christians who are still Christian Zionists do specifically think like, yeah, they're fucking allies. Who cares? I think that this is very important, though. The dispensationalist theology is still important. Absolutely. They're the freaks, but I think a lot of people forget how active of a voting bloc the evangelical Christians are. The vast majority of people who in this country who actually care about Israel are Jewish. No getting around that. I don't agree with. That's not true. Also, like, if you don't share someone's beliefs about the end times, why would you care what they think will happen to them? I'll take your support in this lifetime, sucker. Yeah. There you go. There are literally 40x as many evangelicals as Jewish people. If half of them were premillennials versus post-millennialists, that would still be 20 times as many Christians who were Zionists versus Jewish people in the world. The idea that like evangelical Zionism does not play a major role in the defense of Israel in the United States of America especially is ridiculous. The broad majority, however, is still obviously white supremacist Christians in general who are just like, yeah, fuck it, YOLO. Yeah, America's interest. American television man told me, Jews are my allies. I've heard a lot of anti-Semitic stuff. Maybe I don't believe that they have horns and a fucking a tail like the psychopathic evangelical Christians that might believe that and still be the largest Israel supporters. But like ultimately they just think, who gives a shit? Yeah, these guys are our allies. You have to remember, the average American has probably seen a Jewish person on television, okay? And in the Western world, the Jewish person on television that they see is an Ashkenazi Jew who looks, not that different than a Polish person that they've seen on television that might be Christian, okay? Or a German person on television that they see that might be Christian. Like, it's not Ashkenazi Jews are European, so they look at that and they think, oh, like that's the white guy in the equation. That's part of the reason why a lot of American activists who don't know anything about fucking Israel, but they have their hearts in the right place, will oftentimes try to reinforce that same like white versus non-white dynamic when talking about Israel and Palestine. And it's always really funny because like, no, it's a little different. Like most Israelis and most Palestinians just look the same. They are very diverse. Some of them are white. And some of them are the same kind of brown. They're fucking Arab. Like the Israeli government might not make that distinction. The Israeli government might say, well, Arab Jews are different. They're Jews, whereas like Arab Palestinians are different. They're Arab and Christian and Muslim. But the reality is, yeah, if you looked at a lineup of dudes from Israel and Palestine, you would not be able to differentiate who's Jewish and who's not Jewish in that equation. But yeah, ultimately, when you look at the equation here in America, we're analyzing it from the American sentiment. Yes, white supremacist values backed by the fact that like a lot of the examples of like American Jews that the average person sees in their completely segregated communities in the South and the Midwest is going to be a white guy, and the examples of what they assume are Palestinians is going to be fucking brown guy who they've seen in every movie in the aftermath of 9/11 blow themselves up with a fucking suicide vest, so they know exactly which side they align with on this equation. They've been primed into thinking that, brown people bad, Arab equals brown, Arab equals terrorist. Jewish guys, in their opinion, look like this dude. That's not the case in Israel, but they don't see it that way. And they're Christian. They don't give a fuck. They're like, if you're a Christian Zionist, you're shaping your ideology off of what you've seen on television. If you're an evangelical Zionist, which still is significantly larger than Jewish Zionists and Jewish anti-Zionists, obviously, then you have the psychopathic, like theological Armageddon justifications for why you must support Israel unconditionally.
Such references have been echoing in the US for decades. In 1978, then President Jimmy Carter mentioned that the establishment of Israel was the fulfillment of a biblical prophecy.
It actually goes back to the
To be fair, with Jimmy Carter, like I don't think he knew anything about fucking Israel except for like in the beginning. Anything he knew about Israel came from like, biblical prophecies.
1960s, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan. With the Six-Day War, it was kind of the wake-up call for evangelical, Bible-believing Christians, particularly in America. And it was exploited as the fulfillment of Bible prophecy.
Amid Israel's current bombing campaign in Gaza, the rhetoric has turned more vile. American evangelical pastors who are staunch supporters of Zionism just can't stop repeating biblical prophecies.
Israel, fasten your seatbelt. You're seeing Bible prophecy fulfilled in your lifetime, in real time, before your very eyes.
We shouldn't be shocked and surprised that Satan...
Are you saying all Christians in the USA are racist? I'm saying most Americans are, yeah. To varying degrees, of course. But yeah, not like just Christians. America's a very racist country. Bro, black people demonstrate anti-black behavior from their own conditioning and from going to going to public education, going to get a public education in an American white supremacist, in a school where you're learning from white supremacist curriculum, or at least like white apologetic curriculum. Hasan, isn't TRT Turkish state propaganda? Yes, it's true.
Satan is still at his same goal, because prophecy talks about how Messiah will come back again.
So, what is Christian Zionism? Christian Zionism is centered around an end-of-the-world interpretation of Christianity, the belief in the return of Jewish people to Israel, leading to the second coming of Jesus Christ. It is one of the common factors that binds Christian Zionists with Zionism.
Christian Zionism predates Jewish Zionism by at least 50 years, and today dominates the Zionist movement at least 10 to 1, probably nearer 20, 30 to 1. For every Jewish Zionist, there are 20 or 30 Christian Zionists. And therefore Netanyahu knows he needs the Christian, particularly the Christian right in America, Canada, Sweden, Holland, much of Europe, in order to maintain his position.
What do you mean this makes no fucking sense? Bro, I'm no r/atheism Andy. But please tell me you've seen the Pew Center research studies conducted on, like, Americans and their beliefs, right? Like, what is it? 52% of Americans think that Jesus Christ is going to come back to earth in their lifetime? Like, get the fuck out of here, dog. That's crazy. That's not just, like, evangelicals either. Like, a shit ton of Americans believe that angels are real and existing on the planet. A shit ton of American Christians believe that Jesus is going to come back to earth in our lifetimes, in like the next 50 years. Come on, dude.
And to continue the expansion of the Zionist agenda in Palestine.
And over the decades, this influential movement has dictated U.S. foreign policy when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict. Remember when former U.S. President Donald Trump made a candid confession during a rally in 2020?
And we moved the capital of Israel to Jerusalem. That's for the evangelicals. You know, it's amazing with that.
So, why do you want to disable America's war machine? Dude, think about it a little bit harder and you'll understand. Okay? I'm Mr. Harm Reduction. I want to disable the top of the hour ad break for you, which you can only do by subscribing or by getting gifted a sub by Jesus Harrier. Or by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You know what I mean? Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
The evangelicals are more excited about that than Jewish people. It's really, right?
Wait, I want to run that back.
You know, it's amazing with that. The evangelicals are more excited about that than Jewish people. It's really, right? It's incredible.
Currently, more than 100 members
Miss Susie B, thank you for the 5 get the subs, and top of the hour ads, thank you for the 5 get the subs,
of the U.S. Congress can be identified as evangelical. Joe Biden, the current U.S. president, has openly identified as a Zionist.
You need not be a Jew to be a Zionist.
And this motherfucker is Catholic, dog. That makes it even crazier. He's not even evangelical Christian. Shame on you, Joe.
There are hundreds of organizations in the United States founded by Christian Zionists that call for public support for the state of Israel, the biggest among them being Christians United for Israel, with 10 million members led by the evangelist John Hagee.
God is getting ready to defend Israel in such a supernatural way. It's going to take the breath out of the lungs of the dictators on planet Earth.
Evangelical support for Israel does not just stop at political lobbying, influencing foreign policy, and mobilizing public opinion, but also fundraising and organizing tours of the occupied West Bank, including funding settlements in the occupied territories which are illegal under international law. Evangelicals also oppose the two-state solution, believing that dividing the land will incur God's disfavor.
It's Israel's strategy in the occupied territories and in Gaza. It is to depopulate them and steal more and more land. And if you believe that there's going to be a war of Armageddon, that we are on God's side, Israel's on God's side, and anyone who opposes us is on the enemy's side.
And this bias is reflected in the polls, where a majority of Americans are supporting Israel over Palestinians amid the current conflict.
So there is absolutely no justification for the killing of civilians, for genocide, for the kind of saturation bombing we're seeing in Gaza at the moment.
Bro, she tried it. Y'all see that? She tried it right as I was coming back from the bathroom. She tried it.
And Netanyahu knows that. And so he's pulling out of scripture a verse here, a verse there, to try and placate his main constituency, which is the Christian Zionist movement.
I grew up in an evangelical household in the southeastern U.S. I was taught all these Christian Zionist beliefs as a small kid. I didn't even realize these beliefs are unusual until I got out of high school and entered university. Basically, I've been working to unlearn all the crazy racist beliefs for the past decade. It's bananas, all the things I was taught as a child. Yup. People greatly discount the momentum and the outsized political power that the American Zionists, the American evangelicals have. It's so weird. It is the most important voting bloc, dude. They dominate the Republican Party. Like almost single-handedly dominate the Republican Party. Since Paul Weyrich, since the moral majority, the white evangelical base of support has been the most important support for Republicans. That's why they fucking hammer on the obvious culture war narratives over and over again. Anyway, I'm not sure you're going to have volunteers for Palestinian-led governance of post-war Gaza, warns former negotiator Daniel Levy. I don't think it would be wise for any Palestinian movement to say, we will do this under the watchful eye of Israel. Watch our full conversation.
Here in the studio,
Daniel Levy also was like in the room in the negotiations
Daniel
process.
Levy, the president of the U.S. Middle East Project, as a former Israeli peace negotiator with the Palestinians, he worked under two prime ministers, Yitzhak Rabin and Ehud Barak. And he's joining me now to discuss the plan now, but really for post-war. So first and foremost, what did you make of what we just, the discussion we've just had about the hostages, for instance? Unclear from Mark Regev whether there is as much optimism as President Biden has suggested.
Well, we heard something which gave me a tiny bit of encouragement, which is, from everything we know, the kind of deal that's available now to get the hostages out was available 3 weeks ago, and perhaps some of the hostages have subsequently lost their lives in the Israeli attacks. However...
Damn, bro, this guy... I don't know, man. This guy, he's being quite anti-Semitic, I feel like.
That's the victory narrative that the advisor to the Israeli prime minister, and by extension, Israel needs. If they need to say, despite what we know that it's not the case, if they need to say that only because of the ground incursion do we now have the ability to get them out, I think most people would say...
He didn't say just that, he said the entire campaign, the pressure.
I think he said the intensification of the pressure. There were a couple of other things that I found interesting. He acknowledged that prior to the ground invasion, they were not using surgical strikes, which is, of course, something that we've all seen. I think it's a shame when you hear the question, the numbers being questioned. Mm-hmm. We've all seen the images. We know that in previous rounds, the numbers that the Hamas-run health ministry, Israel and the UN have put out are all very, very close, aligned plus minus 5%. So we rely on the UN, the humanitarian agencies, the human rights organizations, as we do in Ukraine and Syria and elsewhere, and they're pretty confident in those numbers.
Can I ask you, Daniel, because you wrote an important piece for the New York Times, and you laid out a couple of things. One, definitely you called for a ceasefire, but partly to get hostages out. Tell us how you mean and why that would work, or how that would work in the middle of something like this.
So I think what we're seeing at the moment is that the potential on-ramp to a full ceasefire probably runs via a time-limited cessation of hostilities that allows some of the hostages to get out, perhaps then leading on to getting a deal for the rest to get out. I think once it comes to the soldiers being held by Hamas, that will be in a more significant prisoner exchange. And I think what we are perhaps moving towards is that there would be, I think we're now talking possibly 5 days, a 5-day cessation, get out a significant number of those being held, possibly have Palestinian women and children being held in Israeli jails, released in exchange, get a much bigger...
All right, this is boring. Let's get to the fucking Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens drama. I mean, this guy's very smart, but also... So I unfortunately can't see all of Candace Owens' tweets because she blocked me a long time ago because I am an anti-white racist and she is a pro-white, anti-black racist. Despite the fact that I'm white and she's black. Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens are fucking fighting, dude. Candace, if you feel that taking money from the Daily Wire somehow comes between you and God, by all means quit, is what Ben Shapiro snarkily said when Candace Owens posted "Blessed are the peacemakers" to 48,000 likes. The girlies are fighting. And God, am I here for it. I fucking love that. Let me tell you. To which Candace Owens replied with, "You have been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now. And we have all had to sit back and allow it and have all tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion. But you cross a certain line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it. I will not tolerate it." That's right. Candace Owens called Ben Shapiro a woman, which is the worst thing you can call a conservative. She said, "You are emotional like a female," absolutely destroying Ben Shapiro with her argument. Now, for me, obviously, these guys are both awful in sometimes very similar and oftentimes very different ways. Actually, mostly similar. This is the one issue where I think Candace Owens is like anti-Semitism hits a higher note than her Islamophobia. Like, do I think Candace Owens unironically, legitimately has it in her heart to feel like Palestinians are real human beings? Fuck no. Because I wasn't born yesterday and I'm not a fucking dumbass. Okay? Do it. I say you can go. Go. Release. Okay. Okay. Come here. Come. Hiya, come here. What are you doing? Why are you crying? Why are you complaining? Why are you complaining? I said you can release hours ago. I said you can release. Why don't you release yourself from the prison that you have made for your own mind? Okay. Pick her up? I can't. She's got period blood all over. Anyway, oh, did she get Tucker to turn on Ben? Tucker Carlson doesn't like Ben because Tucker Carlson is like also kind of anti-Semitic. Like, he likes Israel because like Israel is very racist, but I don't think Tucker Carlson is like too fond of Jewish people personally. He's like one of those, he is one of those guys that's like, I mean, I don't know what his like personal beliefs are, but he certainly channels a lot of the same Nazi conspiracy theories that you hear from straight up out and about weirdo fucking Nazi groypers that make up a big chunk of his fan base. Yeah, but he don't like Candace because she's black? No, he doesn't give a fuck about that. What? Tucker Carlson has black people on his show all the time, as long as they say whatever the fuck he wants black people to say. Tucker Carlson is exactly like that guy who was replying to like the fucking the Hitler ad. He legitimately, in my opinion, thinks that Jews are broadly progressive in America, which Jewish people are, and gets annoyed that like the progressive Jews are pro-immigration into the country, which is like, you know, teetering on the Nazi propaganda, if not directly a Nazi propaganda. Like, I think he is exactly like that other conservative guy in the sense that he also believes, I mean, we know he believes the great replacement theories and shit like that. What is this? What's going on with Ben?
Why? There are so many people who think that the Republican Party is a bunch of rubes and morons. Why? Why would they think that? I don't know. It's so confusing. What should we do? I don't know. Oh, my God. I want.
He's losing it. But I guess Candace Owens and America's favored fascist WASP nationalist and most likely anti-Semitic WASP nationalist, Tucker Carlson had a conversation, it seems. Candace Owens responds to a clip of Ben Shapiro criticizing her.
Wire, I think it's fair to say, attacking you. Here's the video. I just want to get your reaction to it.
Yes, the question is about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful. Without attack.
He looks so cute in this. I'll say it. I'm going to come out and say it. He looks very cute in this. He looks like a little boy. A little guy. Defending small bean Israel, you know? Small bean genocide.
I think she's been absolutely disgraceful. I think that her faux sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
So maybe there's a point in the video where he explains what exactly you did wrong and how you were wrong. I haven't seen it. But to call somebody, quote, absolutely disgraceful, particularly a coworker, seems like a pretty big step. What? And I really don't know the background here. What is that about?
You know, there isn't much of a background. I saw the video when everybody else saw it when I woke up.
No one warned you about it.
Nobody warned me about it. It looks like maybe he didn't know he was being recorded. It looks like it was some sort of a private event. I got no clarity on the issue that he was particularly speaking on. And in what was said, I can't respond to it beyond what he's saying because it's just ad hominem attacks. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's not, you know.
Dude. Fucking owning my boss by saying it's an ad hominem attack.
We disagree, or yeah. I don't think she's correct, or maybe she doesn't know what she's talking about. It's absolutely disgraceful.
Yeah, exactly. And so I can't respond to it on a level of intellect because there's nothing that he has expressed in that, at least in that short clip, that he fundamentally disagrees with in terms of what I said. But I will say that I'm not going to respond with the same ad hominem attacks. Yes. I don't think it helps further discussion. And if that was me that was caught on a video saying that about colleagues that I work with, I would be embarrassed. So I think that the video speaks more to Ben's character than it speaks to mine.
Has he texted you to apologize or explain or anything?
No, nothing. I haven't heard a single word. It just was sort of something that he said. And you know what? Ben and I have many disagreements, so I don't think that that's particularly something that's interesting. We disagreed on the COVID vaccine. We disagree on Ukraine and Russia. He has taken virtually every stance that has been the opposite of mine on every issue over the last 5 years. So I don't think that that's particularly remarkable.
Damn, they're saying Ben is a phony, dude. They're saying, yo, word on the streets is that Ben, you might not be a real conservative. I'm just saying, dog. That's crazy. He likes vaccines. Yuck. That makes you a gay liberal. Everybody knows that. You like Ukraine. Also yuck. Double yuck. Ew. We're pushing Z around these parts. And now you like Israel, which, you know, I guess That one is a little bit crazy because like it's like 80% support by the Republican Party for Israel. So
really, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, he was pro the COVID vaccine. I was anti the vaccine. You know, we were all idiots for not getting the vaccine. So that's totally fine. I am totally open to people having a difference in opinion.
Right.
I would hope that amongst colleagues that it would always be a civil disagreement. And I would never in a private event stand on a table and talk badly about Ben.
It's just it's a little weird. So he was on the left on those three biggest issues of our time, is what you're saying.
Dude, I love conservatism. Dude, there's only the left and the right on the three biggest issues of our time.
He has converted his opinions. He's accepted responsibility. He said, you know, I was wrong about the vaccine.
Oh, good.
He is, you know, obviously pro-pharma. His mom's a doctor. And I say to people, I'm very aware.
His wife is a doctor. His mom is a doctor too?
My perspectives on big pharma, and
Yes.
I talk about it on my show openly. And I think that that's a tremendous credit to the Daily Wire that they allow a difference of opinions. But I would, as I said, hope that it would remain respectful and that you wouldn't throw your colleagues under a bus, so to speak,
I think
in a private setting.
I think that's fair. And
I like that she said, this is pretty funny. Of course, he's pro-pharma. His mom is a doctor. Like, somehow these two things are related. Like, also pro-pharma, or do you mean like pro-big pharma? Like, are you... I can't tell if Candace Owens is like now moved on to Christian Science. You know what I mean? Where she just thinks that all matter of pharmaceuticals is bad and we must pray in times of need. Like she's anti-medicine?
just for clarity, because I really don't know, is he your boss? Does he?
I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about Ben's involvement. He's not the CEO of the Daily Wire. He is not making the day-to-day decisions at the Daily Wire. And I do want to make it very clear because people are like, how could you possibly stay at Daily Wire after this? I have a very good relationship with the co-CEOs of the Daily Wire. Especially right now, the acting CEO is Caleb Robinson. He's a wonderful person. He's worked very hard to be where he's at. We have a lot in common that we connect on. And so people don't get to see that, which is unfortunate. Ben lives in Florida. He's not a part of the day-to-day movement of the Daily Wire. The rest of the hosts have their shows situated in Nashville. So we see each other every day. We talk. There's great camaraderie. And there's actually more agreement. There's actually a lot of people that are, as I describe myself, just pro-America first. And I think I've been that way consistently throughout my political career. Whether people agree with it or not in different moments is up for debate. But I don't want that video to become a reflection of how the Daily Wire works and the Daily Wire operates, because I have had a very good experience with the CEOs and, love Michael Knowles, love Matt Walsh, Andrew Klavan. We all get along really great.
Well, it certainly speaks well of the Daily Wire then. So it's not, a clip like that on the internet, oh, Candace Owens is out or something. That's not, doesn't sound like that's what it means at all.
Yeah, no, it's a small group of people. We see each other every day.
Right.
Brett Cooper is another one who just joined about 2 years ago. She's great. She's up and coming. And there's
like, I love how much they hate. I love it. We can all get along. We can all unite on our mutual hatred of every marginalized community. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there's one thing we can do, we can always get along. That's just how it is out here. That's just how we operate. This was sweet. Oh, the little baby Zoomers protesting. Respect.
there's a lot of stuff that we're working on. And that's why I think this video is even more unfortunate, because people see him as a figurehead, rightfully so, of the Daily Wire. And it allows people to, speak energy into the Daily Wire that isn't necessarily there because he's not there on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, that's very
Talk down fascism all the time. Why do people hate fascism? You can come back from that? Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Yeah, bro, I saw the letter from the letter to America from Osama bin Laden is going viral on TikTok, okay? This is what happens when you don't fucking actually teach people the concept of blowback or why certain things have happened in American history, and you just kind of keep cutting fucking propaganda, And then when people for the first time see like the unfiltered version of someone else doing their own propaganda, they're like, oh my God, it turns out that Arabs weren't operating on like, or Muslims weren't operating on like pure hatred of America due to our freedom of speech, like people told me. That's what happens. And then they're going to fucking ban it. Biden presser live after Xi meeting, expected to take questions on Israel too.
We maintain the agreement that there is a one China policy.
Oh!
And that I'm not going to change that. That's not going to change.
Yo,
And
Hasan
so,
haters in the dirt, dude. Hasan haters in the dust.
Next question, sorry.
Wait, you mean to tell me that we're not changing our one China policy that has been the case since Nixon? That's
It
crazy.
appears, among other issues, that your agreement with President Xi over fentanyl will require a lot of trust and verification to ensure success, curbing those drug flows. I'm wondering, after today and considering all that you've been through in the past year, would you say, Mr. President, that you trust President Xi? And secondly, if I could, on Taiwan, you and your administration officials have warned President Xi and China about interference in the upcoming elections. I'm wondering, what would the consequences be if they do, in fact, interfere in those elections?
Well, I had that discussion with him too, made it clear I didn't expect any interference, any at all. And we had that discussion as he was leaving. Look, do I trust you? I trust but verify, as that old saying goes. That's where I am. And, we're in a competitive relationship, China and the United States. But my responsibility is to make this rational and manageable, so it doesn't result in conflict. That's what I'm all about. That's what this is about. To find a place where we can come together and where we find mutual interest but most importantly, from my perspective, that are in the interest of the American people. That's what this is about. And that's exactly what we'll do. We're in a situation where we agreed that fentanyl and its precursors will be curbed substantially, and the pill presses. That's a big movement. They're doing that, and by the way, I guess I shouldn't identify where it occurred, but John, I know 2 people near where I live. Their kids literally, as I said, strange, they woke up dead. Someone had inserted in, whether the young man did or not, inserted in a drug he was taking, fentanyl.
Damn, dude, Biden. Dude, I think Xi gave Biden some of that good fent.
With knowing anyone, but this is the largest killer. People in that age category.
Bro, he's like, listen, Jack, I'm off the sauce right now, brother. Brody, it's 8:30 my time right now. This is bed by time.
Is that since I spent more time with President Xi than any world leader has, just because we were vice presidents. His president was President Hu. I'm not making a joke. President Hu and President Obama thought we should get to know one another. Wasn't appropriate for the president of the United States to be walking with the vice president.
Yeah.
So we met, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was 68 hours of just face-to-face, just us and a simultaneous interpreter. So I think I know the man. I know his modus operandi. He's been, we have disagreements. He has a different view than I have on a lot of things, but he's been straight. I don't mean that it's good, bad, or indifferent. It's just been straight. And we, as I said, the thing that I find most assuring is he raised, and I fully agree, that either one of us have any concern, Mr. Ambassador, any concern about anything between our nations or happening in our region, we should pick up the phone and call one another, and we'll take the call. That's an important progress. I'm embarrassed. I think it's CBS, but I can't remember who is CBS. I'm sorry.
What?
Mr. President, that day.
Sorry. I apologize.
You continue to stress the need to ensure competition with China does not.
Oh my God, bro. Fix the microphones, dog. What the hell's happening here?
Conflict or competition. The past 2 years, there have been 180 incidents of Chinese aggression against U.S. aircraft in the Pacific, and of course ramped up military activity in the South China Sea.
I think she's saying there's.
Then what does? I think we should be warning against that.
Well, first of all, none of it did end up in a conflict, number one. Number two, you may recall I did a few little things like get the Quad together, allow Australia to have access to new submarines, move in the direction of work with the Philippines. So our actions speak louder than our words. He fully understands.
Question about the idea of trade on the Shifa hospital, as it tries to contain and take out the Musk that is there. This week, you also said that we must protect hospitals. So when you weigh the target against the number of civilians by the hospital, is the operation underway just?
Well, look, we did discuss this, by the way, but we can't let it get out of control. Here's the situation. You have a circumstance where the first war crime is being committed by Hamas by having their headquarters, their military, hidden under a hospital.
Dude,
and that's a
what
fact.
the
That's what's
fuck?
happened. Israel did not come in with large number of troops.
Bro, Israel's largest defender, dog. Straight up.
They've gone in, and they've gone in with
He
their
is such a
soldiers
freak,
carrying-
dude. He's doing tricks on it. Blowing bubbles on it.
Told,
Boo this
to be
man.
precise. We've discussed the need for them to be
The first
incredibly
and foremost war crime, Jack, is the
You have a
beheaded
circumstance
babies
where
under the headquarters of Hamas.
There is a fair number of Hamas terrorists. Hamas has already said publicly that they plan on attacking Israel again, like they did before, do everything, cutting babies' heads off to burning women and children alive. And so the idea that they're going to just stop and not do anything is not realistic. This is not the carpet bombing. This is a different thing. They're going through these tunnels. They're going in the hospital. And if you notice, I was mildly preoccupied today. I apologize. I didn't see everything. But what I did see, whether I haven't had it confirmed yet, I am asked my team to answer the question. But what happened is they're also bringing in incubators. We're bringing in other means to help the people in the hospital. And they've given the doctors and, I'm told, the doctors and nurses and the personnel an opportunity to get out of harm's way. So this is a different story than I believe what was occurring before with indiscriminate bombing. What do you got? Washington Post. I think that's right.
Mr. President.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, I couldn't see in the light.
Mr. President, Israel's war in Gaza, more than 11,000 Palestinians just for a month, and
I'm
created.
sorry, you're breaking up. I didn't. We did.
Israel's war in Gaza has killed more than 11,000 Palestinians just over a month and created a humanitarian disaster. Israeli officials have said this war could take months or even years. Have you communicated to Prime Minister Netanyahu any sort of deadline or time frame for how long you are willing to support Israel in this operation? Are you comfortable with the operation going on indefinitely, and is there any deal underway to free Hasan? Thank you.
Yes, no, working backwards, forward. Look, I have been deeply involved in moving on the hostage negotiation. I don't want to get ahead of myself here because I don't know what's happened in the last 4 hours, but we've gotten great cooperation from the Qataris.
Yeah, no, we're voting Cenk.
With them
We're
as
voting
well,
Cenk.
a
We're
number of
voting
times.
Cenk.
I think the pause, and that Israelis have agreed to, it's down to, well, I'm getting too much detail. I know, Mr. Secretary, I'm going to stop. But I am mildly hopeful. I'm mildly hopeful. With regard to when is this going to stop, I think it's going to stop when Hamas no longer maintains the capacity to murder and abuse and just do horrific things to the Israelis. And and they still think that, at least as of this morning, they still thought
I
they
mean,
could.
it spells trouble that like the most ultra-Zionists, some of the biggest ultra-Zionists in the country are both like brain dead. Okay, like literally. I'm talking leaking out of the ear shit. Like you got John Fetterman on the one side, you got Brandon on the other. They're both struggling so hard.
As much caution as they can.
But they're like
going after
unconditional
their
Jack
targets.
support.
It's not like they're rushing to the hospital, knocking down doors, and pulling people aside and shooting people indiscriminately. But Hamas, as I said they plan on attacking Israelis again, and this is a terrible dilemma. So what do you do?
This guy surely will be president for another 5 fucking years, dude. He'll definitely do a great job.
About their folks being killed and one-to-one going through these hospital rooms, hospital halls. But one thing has been established is that Hamas does have headquarters, weapons, materiel below this hospital, and I suspect others. But how long it's going to last, I don't know. Look, I made it clear to the Israelis that to Bibi and to his war cabinet that I think the only ultimate answer here is a two-state solution that's real. We got to get to the point where there is an ability to be able to even talk without worrying about whether or not we're just dealing with, they're dealing with Hamas that's going to engage in the same activities they did over the past, on the 7th. So but I can't tell, I'm not a fortune teller, I can't tell you how long it's going to last. But I can tell you I don't think it ultimately ends until there's a two-state solution. I made it clear to the Israelis, I think it's a big mistake for them to think they're going to occupy.
He means he's going to keep bombing Gaza until there's a two-state solution, which will never happen, so it's fine. They'll just keep
I think
bombing
you're going to
Gaza.
see efforts to bring along, well, I shouldn't go into anymore because that's been things I've been negotiating with.
Bro, you can't control the situation, and you can't control your bladder, it seems. What is happening here? Why is this...
Anyway,
oh, God, this is
thank
so
you all
bad.
very much. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. This ends the press conference.
When Hamas said they plan on doing the same thing again, what they did on the 7th. They're going to go in, they want to slaughter Israelis. They want to do it again. And they've said it out loud. They're not kidding about it. They're not backing off. And so I just asked a rhetorical question. I wonder what we would do if that were the case.
On the hostages, though, you said we're coming for you. What do you mean to the American hostages when you said, hang tight, we're coming for you?
What I meant was I'm doing everything in my power to get you out. Coming to help you, to get you out. I don't mean sending military in to get them. Is that what you thought I might mean? No. I was not talking about the military. I was talking about you're on our mind every single day, 5, 6 times a day. I'm working on how I can be helpful in getting the hostages released and have a period of time where there's a pause long enough to let that happen. And there are somewhere between 50 and 100 hostages there, we think.
And sir, one's a 3-year-old American child.
You're darn right it is. That's why I'm not going to stop till we get her.
Who can hold the hours? Can you detail for us what kind of evidence the U.S. has seen that Hamas has a command center under Al-Shifa Hospital?
No, I can't tell you. I won't tell you.
Do you feel absolutely confident based on what you know that
Yes.
that is the truth?
Yes.
And Mr. President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that you used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country that is based on a form of government totally different than ours. Anyway, we may
All
All right, you just heard the president addressing the nation after his summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping. President Biden made significant announcements on reestablishing military-to-military communications with Beijing, new cooperation on the flow of drugs to the United States, and on artificial intelligence. Here's part of what the president had to say.
Nope. Even NBC News now is
Okay, we don't have that at this moment, but for now, let's go to Jake Ward in San Francisco. Jake, give us your thoughts on the president's remarks. He led off speaking about fentanyl.
Yeah, police is going nuts on protesters at the DNC right now. By the way, guys, remember, China is authoritarian, of course, like in the way that they deal with their protesters and the way that they don't allow free speech, which is true. I agree, you know. Except America would never do such a thing, especially against like peaceful protesters that are, demanding a ceasefire in this endless bombing campaign that has killed thousands of children so far over the course of the past month and a half with our weapons.
Get back, guys.
Young chat, this is how they got consent in Iraq, watching Biden lie like a demon. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I know you like to criticize capitalism all the time, but have you actually ever considered that it might be good? I have, actually. I have, and I came to the conclusion that it's not. So what do you have to say to that, chatter? Fucking owned, dude. Capitalism destroyed. To be clear, I'm not calling for anything, but like, what would the DNC do if Brandon does actually pass before the next election? We're so cooked. I don't know why people ask me 1 year out if I'm voting for Joe when we don't even know if he'll be alive a year from now. You know what I mean?
So a big change there. And then, of course, talk turned to artificial intelligence.
Don't care. Voting for Cenk.
His agreement in this particular conversation, but we do know in our briefing from administration officials that there was a great deal of conversation, a balancing act trying to be struck in this conversation across that great table between both the desire on the part of the United States to continue to be a leader in the advancement and the creation of new artificial intelligence technologies and their incredible commercial applications, and a desire to agree with one of the great military superpower rivals we have on planet Earth not to use that kind of artificial intelligence in order to drive and guide things like weaponized drones or civilization-ending nuclear weapons. And so the fact that those two things were the top of mind to him as he came out the door suggests to me that those were probably the ones that he had the most concrete agreements on at this hour here, Valerie.
Okay, and NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins me now. Peter, the president answered several questions about the Israel-Hamas war and hostages. There were several questions about that towards the end. What were your takeaways from the president's remarks?
Valerie, I think you're exactly right. I think that was one of the key takeaways from the president's conversation here with reporters, specifically as it relates to the situation taking place on the ground in Gaza. Even as we speak right now, the president was specifically pressed for his views, his reaction to Israel's, as it has described it, targeted raid on Al-Shifa hospital inside Gaza. The Israelis today providing what they called evidence that there were military operations taking place inside Al-Shifa hospital. NBC News has not been able to independently verify that, but we did see AK-47s, grenades, other weapons inside an MRI unit at the hospital there. And the president, coming into today's news conference, coming into this day, had said that the hospitals must be protected. But when pressed on this specific issue, he was not particularly critical of Israel, saying that they didn't go in there guns blazing, so to speak, that they did have their weapons, but that there was not a firefight, as the White House has been saying. There must not be in that area. And the president said very clearly that the U.S.
Chatters, remember, the dick riding will continue, okay? The dick riding will continue. Everyone will still lap up unconditionally Israeli propaganda over and over again. as Israeli propaganda will get disproven over and over again, Brandon will still say it regardless, and everyone will forget about it. Now, it is your job to not forget about it. It is your job to remind people about that over and over again, okay? Throughout this past month and a half, you have seen time and time again official state mouthpieces lie about the active ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign that they are engaging in with our weapons. You've seen our government lie on behalf of the Israeli government time and time again. And they get disproven 1,000 times. All they need is to be proven one time. If by some magical situation tomorrow it comes out that there's like something that they can even point to say that's a hospital tunnel, okay? Not like the tunnel system that they already have, which they will most likely use to say that that is actually the Hamas tunnels or whatever. But tomorrow they will fucking turn around and go, see, told you, we were right all along. We need to kill 10,000 more children, okay? Like you. No, it's just, it doesn't matter. Throughout my endless coverage afforded to not only this, but to every other conflict that I've covered, time and time again, I have been correct. I stand corrected over and over again, except we completely forget, whether it be the Bolivian coup, whether it be the Nord Stream pipeline bombing, whether it be a bunch of other different kinds of propaganda that began in the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. None of it fucking mattered. None of it fucking mattered. Throughout the past month and a half, you have seen like 1,000 instances. I don't know the exact number, but so many instances, okay? So many instances where the Israeli government has lied. I stand corrected would mean you were wrong, just FYI. Sorry. I am correct. It's an ESL. I know it's an ESL thing, but I stand corrected means not correct. My bad. I am correct. I stand correct. I've been vindicated. History has absolved me time and time again. But it doesn't fucking matter. Because, hey, guess what, dude? There's like 2 times that I can point to completely and utterly devoid of context to say, hey, you were very sure. And I'm still sure, bitch. I still am.
With the Chinese in a visit that was so highly choreographed, an effort to reduce tensions between the two countries. Every detail here was prepared in advance from what President Xi would see out the window of his motorcade.
What is this? Can you at least watch my video before you make accusations? What did you... Does every dumb motherfucker have a video now? What's happening?
Literally the camera angles that would be used by television crews inside their meeting today. Those final words from the president, the last ones before he departed, may not sit well with the Chinese leadership.
Okay.
Anyway, in terms of Israel's situation, you think Trump would be worse? Yes, of course I think Trump would be worse. What do you mean? The problem with the Biden administration is that they're completely following the Trump administration's preset deals. That's the issue with the Biden administration. The Trump administration greatly accelerated the problem, made it much, much worse. It was already horrible, but the Trump administration doused it with accelerant. Okay? Indonesian president tells the Biden's face that there must be a ceasefire in Gaza for the sake of humanity, and Biden just ignores him.
Indonesia appeal to the U.S. to do more to stop the atrocities in Gaza. Ceasefire is a must for the sake of humanity. Once again, thank you for your invitation, President Biden. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we met outside, as you got out of your automobile, we had a very important discussion on climate.
Oh, damn. He said, yo, fuck Gaza. Let's talk about climate, Jack.
Yield the floor to my friend.
Japanese media is uncritically going along with the U.S. narrative. That is so frustrating. But damn, that's crazy. The Japanese media is also another arm of the American dominance. That's so shocking to me. That is a big surprise to me. The country whose constitution we wrote. Wow. Yeah, Indonesians are pissed since Israel also bombed the charity hospital they have in Gaza. Yeah. Well, they're also Muslim, too. This is like a Muslim nation. That's like saying British media is following through on everything that the IDF is saying. You know, of course. Anyway. Another shocking news. Germany's towing the American line as well. Yeah, for sure. You actually think Cenk is qualified, or are you memeing? Dude. Don't care. Don't care if he's qualified. Still voting Cenk. There's also another reason why it's not surprising that Japan is so pro-Israel, and that is because, you know, one ethno-state to the next, right? One ethno-state built on supremacist beliefs.
We will never let you die! Gaza, Gaza! You cannot do this genocide in front of our eyes or ever again. We don't want a dirty war! We want to free Palestine! Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine!
Damn, dude. What the fuck are they doing at Roblox, dude? Holy shit. Oh, no.
Care for the children! Kids die and die and die. They get trapped under the rubble, and they're bombing hospitals back to back, like it's Call of Duty. No more money for Israel's crime. If Shifa was in front of me right now, I would ask him, why are you supporting killing children? Stop Israel from attacking them and bombing the shelters. People are holding their kids. Body bags, exactly like this one. What do we want? When do we want it? Come on,
That's so sad.
We cannot stop until Palestine is free. Israel cannot just come and steal their land. That is not right. I'm here today to free Palestine.
Our family was impacted by the Holocaust. My grandparents, their great-grandparents, survived the Holocaust. They were German Jews, and we grew up being taught never again, not for anyone. They need to know what we do to other countries.
People are standing for humanity, has nothing to do with religion. We've said that from the beginning. It's all about greed and power, and American government is all about greed and power.
This has been going on for 75 years, and Israel just kept on doing it, and they went under the scenes, and they just kept on killing and killing and killing. Israel is gonna keep on doing it, but we're gonna keep on protesting for them until they're free.
No, I'm not going to say the kids are all right, dude. This is like a fucking edge case, all right? Like, it does make me happy. It brings joy to my soul. The little kids. Kid knows more about Israel Palestine than most Twitter libs. Yeah, these kids are these kids know more about Israel Palestine than fucking no opinion, dude. Israeli Prime Minister Ben Gvir proudly admits that they torture Palestinian prisoners. He says 8 handcuffed terrorists put in a dark cell, iron beds, toilets, and a hole in the floor, and the anthem of hope constantly played. He said. Nice. What is this? For every kid, there's 10 more who are getting IDF propaganda pumped to them through Angry Bird. Wait, what? Really? Oh. Okay, we're gonna. Oh, this was funny. Janet yelling, ordering in and out before heading to the airport to greet Xi Jinping. I wanted to watch this. Why are young people so pro-Palestine?
Brought to you by Nebula. This video is brought to you by Nebula. Ever since the Hamas attack on October the 7th, social media has been filled with videos of pro-Palestine protests in city centres and university campuses across the West.
Okay, right off the bat, this framing is wild. Like, what? Yeah. Yeah, people are pro-Palestine because of October 7th is like weird, but okay.
What makes these protests so striking is not just their ubiquity and frequency, but also the fact that the protesters are so young. This bears out in polling. To a historically unprecedented extent, young people today are way more likely than older generations to support Palestine.
By the way, that means that millennials are, they still, like, this is the only fucking generation that now has a net negative sympathy for Israel. Every single generation overwhelmingly has net positive sympathy for Israel. Okay? It's just ridiculous. And even then people are so mad. Like, I looked at the latest polling results. There was a Reuters poll that came out yesterday. It said that 68% of Americans want a ceasefire. Okay? 68%. The pro-Israel sentiment had dropped to 32%. Historic lows. Okay? 32%. The pro-Palestinian sentiment had gone up to like 4%. Okay? So the idea that you know, this is a situation where like people are pro-Palestine is not true. People are just saying, you know, we're pro-Israel, but goddamn, you're going too far. Okay? That's it. Make no mistake.
Over Israel. So in this video, we're going to have a look at how the younger generation's opinions of Israel differ not just from today's older generations, but also from previous young generations, and try our best to explain why this might be. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. So let's start by looking at the polling. The first thing to say is that the fact that young people are more pro-Palestine than older people isn't an entirely new phenomenon. Gallup polling suggests that younger Americans have always been slightly more pro-Palestine than their older counterparts.
Also, young people in general are always going to be more pro-peace. Like this, you know, it was consistent for like all of these people, especially like the baby boomer generation and the Gen Xers and shit, also personally grew up against whatever fucking war that America was waging when they were in that age group.
Or at least since Gallup started measuring sentiment by generation in 2001. In 2002, for example, net sympathy for Israel, i.e. the percentage of people saying they were more sympathetic to Israel minus the percentage of people saying they were more sympathetic to Palestine, was 36 for Generation X, which is 23 to 37-year-olds, 43 for baby boomers, which is 38 to 56-year-olds, and 48 for the silent generation, which is anyone older than 56. In other words, back in 2002, every generation was broadly pro-Israel, but older generations were slightly more pro-Israel than their younger counterparts. However, today, two things have changed. First, the gap between younger and older generations has widened significantly. While in 2002 there were only a couple of points difference between generations, Gallup polling, conducted a few months before Hamas's attack, found that there's a more than 30-point difference in net sympathy towards Israel between millennials and Gen X, with a nearly 50-point gap between millennials and baby boomers. But second, younger people are, for the first time in American history, more likely to be pro-Palestine than pro-Israel. Gallup polling suggests that millennials today have a net sympathy towards Israel of -2, which implies that more millennials sympathise with Palestine than Israel. It's pretty safe to assume that Gen Z are even more pro-Palestine, given the dominance of pro-Palestine content on Gen Z's favourite social media platforms. And the fact that more recent polling by Harvard Capps Harris has found that 18 to 20...
This isn't the only reason. I don't know why people don't fucking recognize something that is very important. I think that overall, trust in mainstream media has gone down, and also the consumption of mainstream media has gone down in general as there are more alternative platforms out there. And I think this plays a role there too. There are so many people, for the record, there's so many people, even in this community, that normally fucking despise me, like the Andrew Tate fans and shit, right? Or even anti-vaxxers who like hate the media and have developed this like weird contrarian attitude towards whatever the fuck mainstream media is saying that will unironically turn around and go, oh, well, okay, in this situation, Hasan might be right because he's going against the mainstream media narrative, some of which is also, you know, born out of genuine anti-Semitism, conspiratorial anti-Semitic perspectives. Okay? But the other part of this that people don't understand beyond like a loss in confidence in mainstream media due to some pretty important historic moments like the media collaborating with the State Department in promoting the Iraq War and going into Iraq and numerous other circumstances, is that Israel's actions, in my opinion, have gotten dramatically worse in the last decade. Like, they've gotten far more violent in their maintenance of the apartheid regime, which is, you know, inevitably going to cause people to see it no matter what happens. Like, that's the reason why you're seeing so many people be pro ceasefire in this circumstance, where they're just like, dude, stop. Like, this is crazy. Like, I'm pro-Israel, but what the fuck? And of course, the other part of it is, yes, cell phone videos, democratizing the information coming from the ground. And this is something that they know, something that Israel understands and recognizes. It's something that they've been trying to combat as best as possible, which is why they literally shut off internet anytime they want to do their worst incursions, or arrest journalists, kill journalists, that sort of thing, and only allow one-sided coverage coming out of Gaza, specifically embedded reporters that they completely control the narrative on. So, you know, there are definitely, regardless of like Israel's goals here, there are definitely people out there who recognize that this has gone on for far too long, and at the top of the hour, there's a real brutal thing that happens. It's called the 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free.
24-year-olds are likely to be significantly more pro-Palestine than 25 to 34-year-olds. According to this polling, 52% of 18 to 24-year-olds don't think that Israel is justified in trying to eliminate Hamas, compared to just 21% in America as a whole and 64% of 18 to 24-year-olds who say that both sides have equally just causes, compared to just 39% in the wider public. Interestingly, while 29% of 18 to 24-year-olds back Hamas, way more than any other age group, young people also favour non-involvement more than their older counterparts, with a plurality of 18 to 34-year-olds favouring non-involvement, but a plurality of every other age group advocating standing with Israel. This isn't just an American phenomenon either. Polling conducted by The Economist has found that young people across most of Europe are not just significantly less pro-Israel than their older counterparts, but also generally pro-Palestine in the aggregate. In the UK, for example, the latest polling from late October suggests that 18 to 24-year-olds are 4 times...
Yeah, backing Hamas is an insane way to fucking frame these questions, by the way. Stand with Hamas is such a psychotic way to fucking frame this question. And it's literally, I mean, it's deliberate, which is why you see younger generations, even with that insane framing, go, okay, well, I have no other option here to say I'm pro-Palestinian, so I'm just going to fucking stand with Hamas, I guess, which is ironic because, like, you're kind of, I guess, in a weird way, creating sympathy for Hamas. If your goal is the destruction of Hamas, it's like a wild way to go about it.
But a plurality of every other age group advocating standing with Israel. This isn't just an American phenomenon either. Polling conducted by The Economist has found that young people across most of Europe are not just significantly less pro-Israel than their older counterparts, but also generally pro-Palestine in the aggregate. In the UK, for example, the latest polling from late October suggests that 18 to 24-year-olds are 4 times more likely to be pro-Palestine than pro-Israel, which is pretty astonishing given that the UK has historically been pretty pro-Israel and that Britain as a whole is net pro-Israel. So why is this? Why are young people so pro-Palestine? Well, while a total explanation is probably beyond the scope of a TLDR video, we see at least 3 possible reasons. The first is that Israel-Palestine has become a left-right coded issue. Young people are more left-wing, and the left are more likely to be pro-Palestine, so young people are more pro-Palestine. This bears out in polling. Democrats are far more likely to be pro-Palestine than Republicans, and support for Israel drops as people become more liberal. Something similar is also true in polling. Democrats are far more likely to be pro-Palestine than...
Oh, they're still showing net sympathy for Israel. Got it. Wait, what? Net sympathy for Israel? Why is the Republican net sympathy for Israel at fucking minus...
Republicans, and support for Israel dropped.
Yeah, I think the graph... Oh, labels on the graph are wrong. Blue line represents Democrats, while the red line represents Republican. Yeah, but that still doesn't make sense. In 2023, there's less sympathy for Israel. There's minus... net sympathy for Israel is not at 10 for fucking... for the Democratic Party.
Are more likely to be pro-Palestine than Republicans, and support for Israel drops as people become more liberal. Something similar is also true in the UK. According to YouGov polling from early November, Labour voters are far more likely to support Palestine than Conservative voters, and young voters are far more likely to both vote Labour and support Palestine. This has a lot to do with the fact that, at least since the 70s, and especially since Netanyahu's return to power in 2009, Israel has become an explicitly right-wing political project. Netanyahu actively campaigned against Clinton, and even visited Congress to give a pro-Trump speech without Obama's approval in 2015. This wasn't always the case. Back in the 50s and 60s, Israeli politics was actually dominated by the left, but it drifted right after the 1973 Yom Kippur War. The second reason is social media. Young people are far more likely to get their news from social media, and far more distrustful of established media. A majority of young Americans think that the media is biased towards Israel, and 32% of young Americans even think that the official narrative about the October the 7th attacks is false, compared to 17% in the wider public. Data suggests that social media is significantly more pro-Palestine than traditional media. Analysis from The Economist found that, while pro-Palestine and pro-Israel posts were roughly...
God damn, son. Yo, fucking YouTube, by the way. Dog shit. My videos have been in algorithm hell, okay? Like, I've been nonstop covering this, and holy moly, dude, my videos have been in the fucking pooper, okay? It's crazy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not getting put on the algo as hard when you're talking about Palestine. Yeah, we already went through Eric Toller's picking apart of all these like silly little things that they posted. Oh, this is new. Never mind. He added new parts. The IDF deleted and now reposted the video with the Shifa walkthrough of their Twitter and YouTube. The new versions are shorter. They cut out the part at the end where the laptop was displaying a picture of Ori Megidish, a rescued Israeli soldier. I have no idea why this was redacted. The IDF the official actually mentions our name in the original video, pointing it out. Trying to figure out the chronology of these weapons. IDF video in daytime. Photos of new weapons laid out with file names showing 1753-35. Fox News crew at nighttime at MRI machine. Can we trace the same weapons in each three of these shots? Strong indication from this Fox News report that the IDF is moving guns around in order to prove that Hamas was using Al-Shifa Hospital. IDF video claims that minutes ago they found a single gun behind the MRI machine. Same spot in the Fox report. 2 guns were added. Oh my God.
Into the ground operation, we are with the Israeli military in the dark of night, headed into the heart of Gaza City. The Israelis have been fighting block by block and street by street against Hamas. They recently gained control of the Al-Shati camp and the Al-Shifa hospital.
Stay with us.
You can hear the Israelis are engaged in gun battles here with Hamas.
The guys, this isn't some fucking Twitter detective, okay? The guy who posted this is Eric Toller. He's now with the New York Times. He's like a fucking forensic analyst, and he's a pretty solid one too.
Hamas. Right now we're in Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital. It was raided overnight by Israeli forces who were looking for Hamas infrastructure and weapons. They are still searching at this hour for the tunnel.
Damn, bro. They still haven't found these massive tunnels? What the fuck's going on?
That they say are beneath the hospital, but they did recover weapons they say belong to Hamas in an MRI room here on one side of the facility. And when you look behind the machine, you see the weapons and ammunition.
Yeah, that wasn't there. We saw that shit wasn't there, dog.
The Israelis say Hamas had ready to go so that they could continue engaging Israeli forces in the heart of Gaza City.
What we have here is professional Hamas literature, all of it with the official insignia of Hamas. And we have here really a mix of tactical
terror handbook
brochures for command.
Dude, look, dude, prayer beads, dude.
How to attack a tank and what type of ammunition to use in what kind of situation.
The Israelis did not show us any of the tunnels they say are underneath the hospital. However, they did show us weapons in the radiology building. They also say they've learned more tonight about the hostages being held inside Gaza from the raid that is being conducted at Al-Shifa Hospital. I also questioned the Israeli military about the criticism they've faced about raiding a medical facility. We'll have more of their answers tomorrow.
Yeah. Declassified by the Israeli military spokesman's professional Hamas literature, part 1, basic course in the recitation and tajweed of the Holy Quran. Part 2, Palestinian Authority President Abbas's military intelligence. Part 3, card of the Qatari Representation Office in Gaza Reconstruction Committee in Gaza. Part 4, laboratory results for a patient in English with a referral recommendation to a local hospital transfer. Part 5, this is not a book, it's a napkin package. Part 6, these are not only military handbooks, but an encyclopedia on military tactics. If Hamas knew that they will enter the complex, they could have easily burned them. Am I wrong? Isn't that something you can do if you want to hide something? This book looks untouched. Part 7, these pamphlets consist of du'as and Quranic verses for you to read. If the Hamas logo is present and they were the ones who put it, I highly doubt they distribute it as a symbol to let the people read the Quran and dua and doesn't contain any political or military content. Part 8, these are passports, not books. See below. I like that the Western propaganda is so directly lasered and so incredibly flagrantly obvious that it is designed for an audience that doesn't speak Arabic. Like, it just relies on you thinking, oh, spooky, I don't like that. That looks Arabic and scary. You know what I mean? Ooh, spooky, scary. I don't like it. I thought we were in the golden age of propaganda. No, honestly, dude, the American media did shit like this too during the Iraq War, during Afghanistan. Like, they did this nonstop. The difference is there wasn't as much of a diverse media diet that one could actually engage with. Like, we are definitely in a unique time for that. They said Gaddafi was giving Viagra to his soldiers to do rapes. Yeah, exactly. And then they openly were like, yeah, we lied about that, actually. I've been shot twice. I have a bullet in my neck and one in my back. I cannot have an MRI because of a giant fucking magnet. It would rip the bullets out of me. Explain how you can hide guns in a room with an active MRI machine. I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I guess their argument would be like the MRI machines are not being put to work because there's no power or something. I don't fucking know. I didn't really like this Why Are Young People Pro-Palestine video. No, you're wrong. The soldier said, nobody fight me on this before the start of this video, so we have to follow his orders. Got it. Hamas bullets are not metal. Hamas bullets for terror are not metal. Very different usage for Hamas bullets. Anyway. Let's watch a one-dime video from 1 day ago about the separation of powers is bad, and here's why. Or 3 days ago. Holy fuck.
The last thing before we go tonight, protecting our democracy.
And our democratic institutions threatened like
we have to
before.
Defend our democratic institutions against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
We cannot take our democratic institutions for granted.
What is at stake in all of this is nothing less than our democracy.
And we will protect our democracy.
The Supreme Court is considered a sacred component.
Just want to say I appreciate your work. Not gonna lie, I grew up during the 9/11 era with Islamophobia trained into my brain, but all of this has totally shifted my mindset. What we in Israel are doing are indefensible. Hell yeah, dude. Proud of you. Now let me tell you something, okay? A lot of the fucking losers that you see online, if you're in this community, you're probably frequenting a lot of spaces online, okay? A lot of those places online have been born into their own very specific version of Islamophobia. A lot of the dudes that are in like the debate space, for example, they all grew up in the 2013, 2014 Gamergate era where, especially under the Obama administration, the atheism, the r/atheism type commentators directly turned away from the George W. Bush defense of the Iraq War, like, because they were critical. A lot of people were critical of George W. Bush by the end of his, a lot of people in independent media or whatever was considered independent media at the time were very critical of George W. Bush. A lot of people, including Sam Harris, for example, would even go so far as to like yell at George W. Bush for like stem cell research and things of that nature. But under Barack Obama, every single person who was like supposedly a liberal centrist slowly started shifting against Muslims in a more aggressive tone, I would say, and started criticizing Barack Obama and became more and more right-wing. Yeah, the skeptic community flipped hard fucking right under the Obama administration. Some of the most common things that they would yell about is like the designation of Muslims from Pakistan being considered Asian. Like, they thought, American skeptics thought that this classification was a way to shelter the Islamic crimes that were occurring in European countries, and not because people from Pakistan are Asian, technically. Like, they used to say shit like that. Yeah, why doesn't Obama say Islamic terror was a common point? That was a big point of contention. Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, and the like. A lot of those guys ate good off that Islamophobia. You had different seasonings of such Islamophobic sentiment, of course, that popped the fuck off. For example, what was another one? Let me think. There was dude, my brain has fucking ceased to function. Technically not even Asian, we're literally South Asian. Yes, I know, but Bill Maher too, but what was I gonna say? I'm not remembering now. I forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck. Yeah, but there was a lot of panic about the Iran nuclear deal. Why won't you say Islamic terrorism? That was a big point of contention. And a lot of those guys like basically became the foundations of the Gamergate community. Slowly but surely pushing further and further to the right. Some of them have like snapped out of that under the Trump administration. But I do think that Ayaan Hirsi Ali is what I was going to say. There's varying degrees of like Islamophobia. My favorite was always was it God Saad and Ayaan Hirsi Ali of like the former Muslim, the ex-Muslim anti-theists that are so fucking annoying. Ayaan now has moved away from being atheist to being Christian now because the grift must continue. So, Imam of Peace is another one. So yeah, those guys all popped off. They're super fucking racist. They're super Islamophobic. They're fucking insane. They said a lot of, psychotic shit. Wasn't God Saad also ex-Muslim? I don't know. But regardless, it was a Majid Nawaz, not God Saad. Sorry. Your broadcast taught me that the Islamic world was way less fundamentalist prior to Western intervention, an idea that very quickly debunked Sam Harris and Bill Maher ideologies. Yes. I've talked about this quite a bit. One of the main things that I used to do when talking about like Islam was like talking about the golden age, which would really break a lot of the edgy debate lords' brains early on when I first started on Twitch. Was it Majid Nawaz? I don't know. There's another guy. There's a bunch of like former Muslim guys. Majid Nawaz is the former extremist. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone used to, that would make them malfunction. I would always show Americans that like white evangelical Protestants were less tolerant than Muslim Americans were to like LGBT community members and stuff like that. And all of these fucking debate lords would lose their minds. They'd be like, no, that's not true. And then I would fucking show them the stats and they would still cope and seethe. Another classic from that very same communities of people that like had these preconceived notions despite the fact that they thought that they were progressive when they clearly weren't, was... What else was I going to say? Fake study? No. The thing was Nigerians having the highest population density of like higher education in the country as far as like ethnic groups goes. Like that's another thing that fucking breaks the minds of people who have like remnants of white supremacist ideology built into their very existence without them recognizing it. Like you can be a liberal, but when you say something like that, they go, "Whoa, what the fuck? That can't be true." But, you know, all of that stuff's coming back, it seems. It's because it's related to a Eurocentric conception of reason and civilization, Dawkins, Darwinism, and bullshit. It's no wonder they support colonialism today. Yeah. So, that's where we're at. It's coming back. It's coming back in a big way.
of the United States system of checks and balances, which is considered to be one of the most democratic features of American democracy. Though in recent times, the Supreme Court has come under fire for the Roe v. Wade decision that allowed states to outlaw abortion and contraception. The US Supreme Court has also recently rejected President Joe Biden's extremely moderate climate change policies to regulate emissions, and they also struck down his very modest plan to relieve student debt. Why does the Supreme Court, a supposed bastion of US democracy, frequently go against the will of the majority of Americans? Is it just because the Republicans under Donald Trump stacked the Supreme Court with ultra-conservative judges? Well, yes, but the problem runs much deeper. What if I told you that the US Supreme Court was designed to be a check against democracy from the very start? And not only that, the even bigger pill to swallow is that the United States system of checks and balances as a whole is structured to be undemocratic.
What? No. Our fucking slaver brigade of petty bourgeois and bourgeois tyrants that did a bourgeois revolution against the English monarchy certainly would not have tried to maintain their power structure. No. That's crazy. Can't believe that. What? This is a false video. Stop watching now. By the way, one dime is great.
Now, some of what I'm about to show you in this video is already fairly well known by many critical historians, but some of which...
Yeah, when I say like a bourgeois revolution, I mean like they weren't just like aristocrats and shopkeepers and shit. I'm talking, they literally owned humans, okay? They were slave owners.
What you're going to hear in this video is fairly unknown to most people, especially Americans.
Yeah,
now, for starters, it's worth considering the class interests and openly anti-democratic sentiments of the American system's founding architects, which should at the very least make you a little bit skeptical of the system they designed. The framers of the US Constitution made no secret of the fact that the American political system was designed to divide and conquer the working majority. James Madison, key architect of the US Constitution, literally called it divide et impera. In the Federalist Papers, Madison was quite explicit that the US electoral system was deliberately structured to preserve the spirit and form of popular government, but to take away its substance so that a, quote, unjust and interested majority could not, quote, discover their own strength and act in unison with each other, and invade the rights and freedoms of the propertied classes. This method of dividing and conquering the population has been well documented by historians, but it is rarely emphasized just how much the decentralization of political power can actually serve an undemocratic function itself. When it comes to the undemocratic nature of the United States and other countries, most people solely focus on the concentration of unaccountable power in the hands of the central government, especially within the national security agencies. Okay, unless you're already in the know, prepare to have your brain explode. The separation of powers, widely seen as one of the most democratic features of US democracy, is actually one of the system's most undemocratic features. Decentralization is typically assumed to go hand in hand with democracy, and the separation of powers sounds like quite an appealing concept, even to those on the left, as it coincides with the common sense notion that power corrupts. According to most mainstream conceptions of the US government, the purpose of the separation of powers is to prevent a monarch, dictatorship, abuse of power, or the tyranny of one faction.
Yeah, except if all of the members within the separated powers is either A, working at the behest of the capital owning class, or B, directly a part of the capital owning class, then there is no separation of power in a class-based society. Because then all the rulers are either directly capitalists or working for the capitalists, working at the behest of capitalists, so it doesn't fucking matter. Oh yeah, the guy in the Supreme Court also working for the capital owning class. The guy in the legislative body also working for the capital owning class, or directly is a capital owner himself. So there is no real process there where there is like genuine workers that have any kind of control or say in the government.
But in reality, the main tyrant that the US founders of the Constitution were trying to protect against was none other than their own people, or as James Madison called them, the quote, tyranny of the majority. Contrary to the famous dictum of "we the people," the real function of the separation of powers is the separation of the people from power. Democracy is supposed to be about power to the people, but the separation of powers in practice actually takes power away from the people. Far from preventing the tyranny of any unaccountable state authoritarianism, we know that doesn't work, or the protection of minorities.
Also, like, this is shit.
Unless you're talking about the rich.
Okay, there's a George Floyd post there. Okay, let me say something. As far as, no, I won't get banned for that. It's not excessive gore. Shut the fuck up. But that is something I don't show out of respect. But the thing I forget what I was going to say. God damn it. American Republicans especially still channel this concept. Even liberals themselves, like Democrats themselves, channel this concept whenever they repeat the line, tyranny of the majority. The tyranny of the majority is just straight up democracy, okay? And the inverse of the tyranny of the majority, which is what we're supposed to be avoiding, is the tyranny of the minority, which is what we currently have. It is like predating the concept of Marxist thought while simultaneously creating, even before Marxist thought, the most anti-communist, anti-Marxist sentiment you could literally bake into the foundational principles of this country. Okay? Philosophically speaking, it quite literally is like anti-communist before even communism was a thing in the way that we understand it. Like, think about it. The entire point of socialism is changing society from a dictatorship of the bourgeois to a dictatorship of the proletariat. It's crazy.
The actual function of the U.S. separation of powers is to limit political democracy.
But Lincoln used the system to end slavery. First of all, the founding charter of the Republican Party literally was ending wage slavery in the North. It featured ending wage slavery in the North and the system of chattel slavery in the South, which was dropped very quickly. And secondly, Lincoln didn't necessarily use the system to end slavery. One may even say slavery never really ended. It just became legal, just like bribery is legal in this country in the form of corporate lobbying. Slavery is legal in this country under the carceral structure. You know, it's in the 13th Amendment. And secondly, the fact that you're saying Lincoln used the system to end slavery is so funny because, like, there was, I don't know if you know this, but like a whole war happened. So even then, the abolition of slavery only came after a fucking war, dog. What the hell?
To a propertied minority, while preventing economic democracy for the propertyless majority. Far from being a government built on the meaningful consent of the governed, the American system of checks and balances makes it practically impossible for the demands of most citizens to be implemented without the consent of at least a significant portion of a ruling class minority. The undemocratic functions and origins of each branch of government, and that includes the presidency, the Supreme Court, the Senate, and even Congress, are described in detail throughout the book titled We the Elites: How the U.S. Constitution Serves a Few, by Robert Owens. I highly recommend giving it a read. Within America's matrix of political judicial institutions, for the demands of regular citizens to be implemented, policy proposals must somehow pass through the House, the Senate, where most bills famously go to die, and avoid a presidential veto, and avoid being struck down as unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. Not to mention the fact that most members of Congress, senators, Supreme Court justices, and the executive branch are heavily influenced by their corporate donors and policy advisors, who often have corporate ties and/or have been groomed in elite institutions and fed ruling class ideology. If you want a really good book that proves this in great detail, I would highly recommend the sociologist G. William Domhoff's Who Rules America. And the dominant classes and wealthiest elites of society do not need to be united to have their way with the US government. The elite minority needs to only win once in this process to—
Oh my God, we found a Bitcoin guy Bitcoin fixes this. Bitcoin is decentralized money. Opt in the Bitcoin standard. Opt out of the fiat debt slavery standard. Do your homework. Love dollar sympathizers. Keep enjoying the dollar debt slavery cycle. Dollar purchasing power is lost. I don't have time to convince you. I'm just trying to empower normal people again. Dude, I believe in you too, King. I love that there's like a guy still in here. I think like I've had a lot of purges in this community, oftentimes on issues that I'm like 100% objectively correct on. But of course, I'm objectively correct in the most annoying fucking way possible, in the most condescending way possible, that causes me to hemorrhage fucking followers because they're just like, nah, fuck you, dog. And Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, and NFTs is like one of those instances where so many people that were in this community were so fucking mad at me non-stop. Okay? And what ends up happening in that like sheer arrogant moment where I know I'm 100% correct is that they just never come back after they lose all their money. Sucks. One aspect of my commentary that I think a lot of people enjoy, but also, you know, my naysayers get very upset at, and then never come back and become like weird parasocial haters.
To prevent change and maintain the status quo. As a result, even the most watered-down compromises not favored by the corporate rich have been prevented from being passed. And there are many examples of policies that have a lot of popular support being blocked by just a tiny section of the US government. A contemporary example is how the fossil fuel industry was able to subvert Joe Biden's climate change policies by lobbying and funding Senator Joe Manchin, who was able to single-handedly block Joe Biden's Build Back Better legislation. Far too many liberals, conservatives, and even leftists place blame on individual politicians and their partisan affiliations rather than the system itself, each of them claiming to uphold the Constitution and paying fidelity to America's democratic institutions. Now, one would think that a system that is so deeply undemocratic would undergo major reform. Yet the insurmountable threshold needed to change the US Constitution makes the prospect of radical systemic change nearly impossible. Any proposal to change the US Constitution must achieve 2/3 support in the Senate and House of Representatives, and must get 3/4 approval from the states. Despite over 11,000 attempts to amend the US Constitution over the past 2 centuries, the Constitution has only been amended during this time a mere 27 times. 27 times in about 230 years. That means that in the past 230 years, changing the US Constitution has had a success rate of a mere 0.00245%. The US Constitution is the oldest constitution still in effect, and has not seen a single major change in the past 3 decades. I mean, even Thomas Jefferson thought the Constitution should change every 40 years. US politicians...
Yeah, Cenk used to talk about this all the time, and he still does. This is the whole basis of Wolfpack, to end Citizens United, to overturn the Citizens United decision.
Zealously invoke the Constitution
to end corporate
like
lobbying.
Biblical scripture. The near impossibility of reforming the US Constitution is further ensured by the Supreme Court, which is arguably the most undemocratic obstacle to systemic change in the United States. The Supreme Court can single-handedly strike down or roll back legislation that it deems to be in conflict with the Constitution, no matter how popular it is or even if it managed to pass through the House and Senate. The Supreme Court is in many ways kind of like a judicial aristocracy. Supreme Court justices are appointed by the president rather than being elected by the people, and they are virtually unaccountable to the public. They also have life tenure, meaning that they get to serve until they're dead. And they can be removed from office only for misconduct through impeachment by the House and conviction by a 2/3 vote after a trial in the Senate. In the 2021 version of his classic book, Who Rules America, G. William Domhoff calls the US Supreme Court a bastion of corporate dominance, the ultimate protector of the interests of the corporate community. Seriously, I highly recommend picking up this book, or at least checking out his lectures on YouTube. They're really interesting, and very accessible. Throughout most of its history, the Supreme Court's members have came mainly from backgrounds in corporate law, and have more often than not made decisions favorable to corporate power and against the rights of labor unions. In fact, it has been well documented that Supreme Court justices have issued hundreds of decisions involving corporations in which they own stock. I'm not kidding. Supreme Court justices literally being in charge of cases involving companies which they literally have stock in. Talk about a conflict of interest. Despite all this, many hopeful left-leaning Americans still believe that, although deeply flawed, the US political system still allows the possibility for a democratic socialist to attain the presidency, and implement their policies designed to serve the working majority, while weakening the corporate rich. What they fail to accept is that the uniquely undemocratic institutional features of the American system make the success of a socialist party, and more importantly, the actualization of the interests of its constituency, almost impossible. That is, assuming they recognize the legitimacy of these institutions. And given how many liberals and leftists believe the fear-mongering that Donald Trump was going to undermine America's supposed democratic institutions, it is unlikely that they would be willing to go against these institutions to implement their agendas, even though they're literally designed to prevent them. American social democrats think that they can just do what countries like France, Denmark, and Sweden did, and vote in a democratic socialist party. But America is different, and it has a system that makes these things virtually impossible. Many have asked the question, why no socialism in America? And there are many reasons as to why America has historically lacked a socialist tradition compared to other countries in the world, and how many of its democratic socialist movements have been contained. But most people don't seem to recognize that the American system's uniquely undemocratic structures foreclose the very possibility of a democratic socialism, even if a socialist politics was more popular. At least that is within the current system's institutional arrangement. Not only that, but most American leftist social democrats fail to consider the limitations of past social democracy in European countries, and the fact that these countries had more radical communist movements on the horizon before social democratic parties were elected, as the presence and popularity of communist movements allowed the social democratic reformists to be positioned as a less radical compromise in contrast. And not to mention the tragic failures of the more radical attempts at electoral socialism in countries like Chile. For more on this subject on the topic of so-called democratic socialism, I highly recommend watching Second Thought's video on why social democracy is not enough. And that is not to say that socialism should not be democratic. It should absolutely be democratic, with a socialist conception of liberty that gives real economic democracy to the working majority. There'll be a video series on socialist alternatives in the future on this channel at some point, so definitely hit subscribe and the notification bell if you want to stay tuned. Now, the idea that the system is fundamentally rigged against you might seem like quite a depressing pill to swallow. Yet those who encourage you to be naively optimistic about working within a system deliberately designed to block the type of policies that you want only ends up serving the powers that be. These optimistic, moderate social democrats often consider their politics to be pragmatic and realistic. In reality, many of these practical reformists are themselves drinking from the fountain of ideology, which gets them drunk enough to avoid facing the sobering reality of the present situation. Those who tell you to just have hope in a fundamentally broken system are really just selling you cope. Just imagine if the leaders of the American Revolution had the same delusional mentality about the British Empire and their deranged system that upheld the divine right of kings. The creation of the American Republic in 1776, which inspired many democratic movements across the world, was only possible once enough people abandoned their faith in the institutions of the British monarchy and no longer recognized its legitimacy. In a time marked by increasing nihilism and a profitable industry of false hopes, perhaps a diligent first steps Americans can take to improve democracy is to find tenacity in faithlessness. If you enjoyed this video and get educational value out of my work, consider becoming a patron. Helps me put out videos more frequently, and it also gets you access to my Discord and a nice backlog of exclusive content. If you're still here, just remember, a strong centralized government capable of acting in accordance with the general will of its people.
The video is called "The Separation of Powers is Broken, Here's Why."
Of the popular majority is, in effect, more democratic than a government with checks and balances designed to curb policies that enhance economic democracy. I'll let you think about that for a little while.
Continue to organize and get out there on the ground is the only way. And let's keep going. These fucking plantation-ass buildings won't save us. There's work to do. Yeah, I mean, this is why I always stress the importance of building a robust labor movement, because it is one of the first places where you can like directly see the positive results of having more democracy or having something close to a democracy, a democratic process. And then you can create a coalition of labor unions that can then force the Democratic Party's hand. At least one of the two parties in our two-party system force their hand in force their hand in doing the right thing. Right now, there's apparently a massive Hollywood and Highland intersection is shut down by protesters. It seems. Does anyone have a live footage of it? I did see the cops beating the shit out of the protesters, yes. They're already lying about what happened. Lamafayao, wait, what? Lying about what? Democratic Party getting their hand forced? Sure thing. I mean, I think my perspective is very realistic on this. Okay? I think I have a very realistic perspective on this. I believe that you have to open up opportunities for more democratization to occur. As it stands currently in the United States of America, capitalism being our national religion and the Constitution being treated like a fucking Bible for some goddamn reason, it is virtually impossible to like magically create a vanguard. Okay? I don't ever believe that the United States of America will turn into a socialist utopia anyway. I think it, at the very best, in the lifetimes of generations far after mine, we'll only be able to create a process where America at least gets out of the way, you know, and doesn't actively interfere. I do believe in the inevitability. I think that the welfare state can only create band-aid solutions to continue capitalism, for so long. It's just not. It's not permanent. The inherent contradictions are far too great and routinely lead to systemic collapse over and over again. And I think that ultimately, unions are not left-wing. It's not a religion. Yeah, you are not a Marxist or an internationalist, I guess. What? I'm simply stating that the best America can do is get out of the way. I don't know if America has you're assuming America will exist by the end of the century? Okay, that's fair. That might also not be the case either. Out of the way for who? There are plenty of countries with tremendous amounts of revolutionary potential that are infinitely closer in their material realities to their own version of socialism or their socialist revolutions. And they're currently being held back by the stabilization efforts of the Western world. And that is done deliberately, specifically with the interest of maintaining unequal exchange, extracting manual labor and natural resource from the global south. I think it requires a tremendous amount of empathy for the average American living in the imperial core to deny the realities of being a part of the labor aristocracy and the many benefits that you get from the exploitation of the global south. Like, you have to go above and beyond. Americans don't even have class consciousness to advocate for their own best interests right now, immediately in their own domestic politics. I can't even fucking describe to Americans the situation and how much better things could be if we resembled the social democracies of Europe. Okay? So the idea that they're going to develop class consciousness and then start seeing that from an international perspective, that all workers around the world have the same exact values and the same exact interests under a capitalist organization of the economy, is not even remotely close to reality, in my opinion. A lot of Americans would also 100% rather engage in toxic amounts of copium. I don't know what it is. She like lit up some candles and then like snapping, and it freaked me out. Anyway. It's always Europe riding. No, I'm using Europe as an example of like a part of the imperial core that has the robust benefits afforded to its citizens by being a social democracy that still absolutely maintains capitalist hegemonic thought. What do you mean? Europe is a great example of that. They like the marginal benefits that they get. They lack the foresight of recognizing that the continuation of the capitalist system only erodes the social safety nets that they have year over year in a way that is not visible to them immediately. They simply see the remnants, or they simply see the consequences of such erosion, like in the UK, the NHS getting worse and worse year over year. And the people on the ground don't recognize where that's coming from, or even if they do, they have like really nothing that they can do about it. What are you going to do? Vote for Keir Starmer? Okay. You know, look at healthcare in Canada. Look at healthcare in the UK. You forget European social safety nets were able to be achieved because of imperialism and colony extraction for centuries. That played a significant role in it. But also in its domestic politics, the reason why it was allowed was because even the American overlords understood that allowing the neutered, still capitalist, social democratic rulers to at least implement marginal social safety nets would be a far greater alternative than allowing these systems to collapse under the weight of the inherent contradictions, especially as a robust alternative was right there within striking distance, of course, the USSR. This is part of the reason why I do unironically believe in multipolarity. Unfortunately, I do not know how aggressive China will be in the promotion of communism or socialism, and there are plenty of criticisms that can be launched towards Chinese governance, okay? But having said that, it is impossible to avoid the development that has occurred in China, in a place like China. So there's two options in that situation. You look at that and you go, damn, these guys have high-speed rail. Maybe we should get that too. That'd be sick. Okay? Maybe we should also have like some level of land reform or something. Or you look at that and you cope and you say, communism actually bad. Socialism actually bad. China calls itself socialist. China calls itself communist. I hate communism and I hate China. It's far scarier to allow another superpower to exist in this world, because those guys will be far more ruthless, or they'll be ruthless to us in the way that we've been to everyone else, which is, again, the same exact power dynamic and the fears that every dominant power feels in their heart at the end of the day when push comes to shove. When you go, oh, if we abolish slavery, well, what about all the slaves that are now free men? Like, what if they treat us in the same way? Oh, if we lose the white majority? What if when we become a minority, we'll be treated like the way we treated minorities historically? It's usually that exact same fear. That's why the greatest fear of the capital owner, the boss, is not to die. It's to become a worker once again, because that's what happens at the end of the day. If you lose your money and your business goes under, then what happens? Well, you're forced to be a worker again, and that's a tremendous fear. It's a fate worse than death, because bosses know how they treat their workers. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to run the last 3-minute ad break here and wish you all adieu, and I will see you tomorrow. And you know what? We'll end it on a positive note. A place where communism definitely thrives, you know? The shining beacon of democracy. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, of course. See you all tomorrow, all right? Peace.